Section 24 of Witt Talmage as I Knew Him. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Witt Talmage as I Knew Him by Thomas DeWitt Talmage. Milestone 15, Part 1. 1891 to 1892. On April 26, 1891, the new tabernacle was opened. There were 3 dedication services, and thousands of people came. I was 59 years of age. Up to this time, everything had been extraordinary in its conflict, its warnings. I found myself, after over 30 years of service to the gospel, pastor of the biggest Protestant church in the world. It seems to me there were more men of indomitable success during my career in America than at any other time. There were so many self-made men, so many who compelled the world to listen and feel and do as they believed, men of remarkable energy, of prophetic genius. Everywhere in England I had been asked about Cyrus W. Field. He was the hero of the 19th century. In his days of sickness and trouble, the world remembered him. Of all the population of the earth, he was the one man who believed that a wire could be strung across the Atlantic. It took him 12 years of incessant toil and 50 voyages across the Atlantic. I remember well in 1857, when the cable broke, how everyone joined in the great chorus of I Told You So. There was a great jubilee in that choral society of wise know-nothings. 30 times the grapnel searched the bottom of the sea and finally caught the broken cable, and the pluck and ingenuity of Cyrus W. Field was celebrated. Ocean cablegrams had ceased to be a curiosity, but some of us remember the day when they were. I kept a memorandum of the 2 first messages across the Atlantic that passed between Queen Victoria and President Buchanan in the summer of 1858. From England, in the Queen's name, came this: To the President of the United States, Washington. The Queen desires to congratulate the President upon the successful completion of this great international work, in which the Queen has taken the deepest interest. The Queen is convinced that the President will join with her in fervently hoping that the electric cable which now connects Great Britain with the United States will prove an additional link between the nations, whose friendship is founded upon their common interest and reciprocal esteem. The Queen has much pleasure in thus communicating with the President and renewing to him her wishes for the prosperity of the United States. The President's answering cable was as follows: To Her Majesty Victoria, Queen of Great Britain. The President cordially reciprocates the congratulations of Her Majesty the Queen on the success of the great international enterprise accomplished by the science, skill, and indomitable energy of the 2 countries. It is a triumph more glorious than was ever won by any conquest on the field of battle. May the Atlantic Telegraph, under the blessing of Heaven, prove to be a bond of perpetual peace and friendship between the kindred nations, and an instrument designed by divine providence to diffuse religion, civilization, liberty, and law throughout the world. In this view, will not all nations of Christendom spontaneously unite in the declaration that it shall be forever neutral, and that its communications shall be held sacred in passing to their destination, even in the midst of hostilities. James Buchanan. It is interesting to compare the elemental quality, the inner character of these national flashes of feeling, that came so comparatively soon after the days of the Revolution in America. It was a sort of prose poetry of the new century. This recollection came back to me on my return from Europe upon the opening of the new tabernacle, a symbol of the eternal human progress of the world. Materially and spiritually we were striving ahead, men of affairs, men of religion, philosophers, scientists, and poets. I was present in 1891 at the celebration of Whittier's 84th birthday. He was on the bright side of 80 then. The schools celebrated the day, so should the churches have done, for he was a Christian poet. John Greenleaf Whittier was a Quaker. That means that he was a genial, kind, good man, a simple man. I spent an afternoon with him once in a barn. We were summering in the mountains nearby. We found ourselves in the barn, where we stretched out on the hay. The world had not spoiled the simplicity of his nature. It was an afternoon of pastoral peace, with one who had written himself into the heart of a nation. How much I learned from that man's childlikeness and simplicity. If he had lived to be 100, he would still have remained young. The long flight of years had not tired his spirit. For wherever the English language is spoken, he will always live. He was born in Christmas week, a spirit in human shape, come to earth to keep it forever young. He was the bell ringer of all youthful ages, and yet he remembered also those who, for any reason, could not join in the merriment of the holidays. To those I recommend Whittier's poem, in which he celebrates the rescue of two Quakers who had been fined £10 for attending church instead of going to a Quaker meeting house, and not being able to pay the fine, were first imprisoned and then sold as slaves. But no shipmaster consenting to carry them into slavery, they were liberated. The closing stanza of this poem is worth remembering. Now let the humble ones arise, the poor in heart be glad, and let the mourning ones again with robes of praise be clad. For he who cooled the furnace, and smoothed the stormy wave, and turned the Chaldean lions, is mighty still to save. The new tabernacle more than met our expectations. From the day we opened it, it was a great blessing. It seated 6,000 persons, and when crowded held 7,000. There was still some debt on the building, for the entire enterprise had cost us about $400,000. There were regrets expressed that we did not follow the elaborate custom of some fashionable churches in these days, and introduce into our services operatic music. I preferred the simple form of sacred music, a cornet and organ. Everybody should get his call from God and do his work in his own way. I never had any sympathy with dogmatics. There is no church on earth in which there is more freedom of utterance than in the Presbyterian Church. We were in the midst of a religious conflict on many sacred questions in 1892. There came upon us a plague called higher criticism. My idea of it was that higher criticism meant lower religion. The Bible seemed to me entirely satisfactory. The chief hindrance to the gospel was this everlasting picking at the Bible by people who pretended to be its friends, but who themselves had never been converted. The higher criticism was only a flurry. The world started as a garden, and it will close as a garden. That there may be no false impression of the sublime destiny of the world as I see it, let me add that it is not a garden of idleness and pleasure, but a vineyard in which all must labor from early morning till the glory of sundown wraps us in its revival robes of golden splendor. What a changing, hurrying world of desperate means it is. What a mirage of towering ambition is the whole of life. I have so often wondered why men, great men of heart and brain, should ever die out, though they pass on to live forever under brighter skies. In January 1892, Congressman William E. Robinson was buried from our church, and in February of the same month, Spurgeon died in England. Though men may live at swords' points with each other, they die in peace. This last forgetfulness is some of the beautiful moss that grows on the ruins of poor human nature. Congressman Robinson was among the gifted men of his time. His friends were giants, his work was constructive, his pen an instrument of literary force. He landed in America with less than a sovereign in his pocket, and achieved prominence in national and state affairs. I knew him well and respected him. There is an affinity of souls on earth and doubtless in heaven. We seek those who are our kindred souls when we reach there. In this respect, I always feel a sense of gratitude, of cheerfulness for those who have passed on. My old friend, Charles H. Spurgeon, in February 1892, made his last journey, and I am sure that the first whom he picked out in heaven were the souls of Jonathan Edwards and John Calvin, two men of tremendous evangelism. I first met Spurgeon in London in 1872. I read your sermons, I said to him first. Everybody reads yours, he replied. Spurgeon made a long battle against disease, the last few months in agony. His name is on the honor roll of the world's history, but for many years he was caricatured and assailed. He kept a scrapbook of the printed blasphemy against him. The first picture I ever saw of him represented him as sliding down the railing of his pulpit in the presence of his congregation, to show how easy it was to go to hell, and then climbing up on the opposite railing to show how difficult it was to get to heaven. Most people at the time actually believed that he had done this. In this same month, Dr. Mackenzie, the famous physician, died, and my old friend, the Reverend Dr. Hannah of Belfast, the leading Protestant minister of Ireland. Out of the darkness into the light, out of the struggle into victory, out of earth into heaven. There was always mercy on earth, however, for those who remained. Mercy, the biggest word in the human language. I remember how it impressed me when, at the invitation of Dr. Leslie Keeley, the inventor of the gold cure for drunkenness, I visited his institution at Dwight, Illinois, It was a new thing then, and a most merciful miracle of the age. It settled no question perhaps, but intensified the blessings of reformed thought. There were questions that could not be solved, however, questions of industrial moment that we almost despaired of. The tariff was one of them. I felt convinced that the tariff question would never be settled. The grandchildren of every generation will always be discussing it, and thresh out the same old straw which the Democrats and Republicans were discussing before them. When I was a boy of only 8 years old, the tariff was discussed just as warmly as it will ever be. Like my friend Henry Watterson of Kentucky, I was a free trader. Politics were so mixed up it was difficult to see ahead. Cleveland was after Hill, and Hill was after Cleveland. That alone was clear to everybody. For my own satisfaction in the spring of 1892, I went to see what Washington was really doing, thinking, living. It had improved morally and politically. Its streets were still the trail of the mighty. A great change had taken place there. A higher type of men had taken possession of our national halls. Dueling, once common, was entirely abolished, and a senator who would challenge a fellow member to fight would make himself a laughingstock. No more clubbing of senators on account of opposite opinions. Mr. Covode of Pennsylvania no longer brandished a weapon over the head of Mr. Barksdale of Mississippi. Grow and Keitt no more took each other by the throat. Griswold no more pounded Lyon, Lyon snatching the tongs and striking back until the two members in a scuffle rolled on the floor of the great American Congress. One of the senators of 25 years ago died in Flatbush Hospital, idiotic from his dissipations. One member of Congress I saw years ago seated drunk on the curbstone in Philadelphia, his wife trying to coax him home. A senator from New York many years ago on a cold day was picked out of the Potomac into which he had dropped through his intoxication, the only time that he ever came so near losing his life by too much cold water. Talk not about the good old days, for the new days in Washington were far better. There was John Sherman of the Senate, a moral, high-minded, patriotic, and talented man. I said to him as I looked up into his face, "How tall are you?" And his answer was, 6 feet, 1 inch and a half. And I thought to myself, you are a tall man every way, with mental stature overtowering like physical. There was Senator Daniel of Virginia, magnetic to the last degree, and when he spoke all were thrilled while they listened. 15 years ago at Lynchburg, Virginia, I said to him, "The next time I see you, I will see you in the United States Senate." "No, no," he replied, "I am not on the winning side. I am too positive in my opinions." I greeted him amid the marble walls of the Senate with the words, "Didn't I tell you so?" "Yes," he said, "I remember your prophecy." There also were Senators Colquitt and Gordon of Georgia, at home whether in secular or religious assemblages, pronounced Christian gentlemen, and both of them tremendous in utterance. There was Senator Carey of Wyoming, who was a boy in my church debating society at Philadelphia, his speech at 18 years demonstrating that nothing in the way of grand achievement would be impossible. There was Senator Manderson of Nebraska, his father and mother among my chief supporters in Philadelphia, the senator walking about as though he cared nothing about the bullets which he had carried ever since the war, of which he was one of the heroes. Brooklyn was proud of her congressman. I heard our representative, Mr. Coombs, speak, and whether his hearers agreed or disagreed with his sentiments on the tariff question, all realized that he knew what he was talking about, and his easy delivery and point-blank manner of statement were impressive. So, also at the White House, whether people liked the administration or disliked it, all reasonable persons agreed that good morals presided over the nation, and that well-worn jest about the big hat of the grandfather, President William Henry Harrison, being too ample for the grandson, President Benjamin Harrison, was a witticism that would soon be folded up and put out of sight. Anybody who had carefully read the 120 addresses delivered by President Benjamin Harrison on his tour across the continent knew that he had 3 times the brain ever shown by his grandfather. Great men, I noticed at Washington, were great only a little while. The men I saw there in high places 15 years ago had nearly all gone. One venerable man, seated in the Senate near the Vice President's chair, had been there since he was introduced as a page at 10 years of age by Daniel Webster. But a few years changed the most of the occupants of high positions. How rapidly the wheel turns. Call the roll of Jefferson's cabinet? Dead. Call the roll of Madison's cabinet? Dead. Call the roll of Monroe's cabinet? Dead. Call the roll of Pierce's cabinet? Dead. Call the roll of Abraham Lincoln's cabinet? Dead. The Congressional Burying Ground in the city of Washington had then 170 cenotaphs raised in honor of members. While I was in Chicago in the spring of 1892, there came about an almost national discussion as to whether the World's Fair should be kept open on Sunday. Nearly all the ministers foresaw empty churches if the fair were kept open. In spite of the personal malice against me of one of the great editors of New York, the people did not seem to lose their confidence in the Christian spirit. Both Dr. Parkhurst and myself were targets of this brilliant man's sarcasm and satire at this time, but neither of us were demoralized or injured in the course of our separate ways of duty. In the summer of 1892, the working plans of what the newspapers generously called my vacation took me to Europe on a tour of Great Britain and Ireland, including a visit to Russia, to await the arrival of a shipload of food sent by the religious weekly of which I was editor. Some criticism was made of the way I worked instead of rested in vacation time. Someone asked me if I believed in dreams. I said no, I believed in sleep, but not in dreams. The Lord in olden times revealed himself in dreams, but I do not think he does so often now. When I was at school, we parsed from Young's Night Thoughts, but I had no very pleasant memories of that book. I had noticed that dreamers are often the prey of consumption. It seems to have a fondness for exquisite natures, dreamy, spiritual, a foe of the finest part of the human family. There was Henry Kirke White, the author of that famous hymn, When Marshalled on the Nightly Plains, who, dying of consumption, wrote it with 2 feet in the grave, and recited it with power when he could not move from his chair. End of section 24. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 25 of T. de Witt Talmage as I Knew Him. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. T. de Witt Talmage as I Knew Him by Thomas de Witt Talmage. Milestone 15, Part 2. We sailed on the New York, June 15, 1892, for Europe. This preaching tour in England was urged upon me by ties of friendship made years before, by the increased audiences I had already gained through my public sermons, and of my own hearty desire to see them all face to face. My first sermon in London was given on June 25, 1892, in the City Temple, by invitation of that great English preacher, Dr. Joseph Parker. When my sermon was over, Dr. Parker said to his congregation, "I thank God for Dr. Talmage's life and ministry, and I despise the man who cannot appreciate his services to Christianity. May he preach in this pulpit again." On leaving the church, I was obliged to address the crowd outside from my carriage. Nothing can be so gratifying to a preacher as the faith of the people he addresses in his faith. In England, the religious spirit is deeply rooted. I could not help feeling, as I saw that surging mass of men and women outside the City Temple in London after the service, how earnest they all were in their exertions to hear the gospel. In my own country, I had been used to crowds that were more curious in their attitude, less reverent of the occasion. Dr. Parker's description of the sermon after it was over expressed the effect of my gospel message upon that crowd in England. He said, "That is the most sublime, pathetic, and impressive appeal we ever listened to. It has kindled the fire of enthusiasm in our souls that will burn on forever. It has unfolded possibilities of the pulpit never before reached. It has stirred all hearts with the holiest ambition." So should every sermon, preached in every place in the world, on every Sunday in the world, be a message from God and his angels. The sustaining enthusiasm of my friend Dr. Parker and his people at the City Temple preceded me everywhere in England and established a series of experiences in my evangelical work that surprised and enthralled me. In Nottingham, I was told that Albert Hall, where I preached, could not hold over 3,000 people. That number of tickets for my sermon were distributed from the different pulpits in the city, but hundreds were disappointed and waited for me outside afterwards. This was no personal tribute to me, but to the English people, to whom my gospel message was of serious import. The text I used most during this preaching tour was from Daniel 11:2. "The people that do know their God shall be strong and do exploits." It applied to the people of Great Britain, and they responded and understood. In a more concrete fashion, I was privileged to witness also the tremendous influence of religious feeling in England at the banquet tendered by the Lord Mayor at the Mansion House on July 3, 1892, to the archbishops and bishops of England. The Archbishop of Canterbury, the Bishop of London, and the diocesan bishops were present. The Lord Mayor, in his address, said that the association between the Church and the Corporation of London had been close, long, and continuous. In that year, he said, the Church had spent on buildings and restorations £35 million, on home missions £7.5 million, on foreign missions £10 million, on elementary education £21 million, and in charity £6 million. What a stupendous evidence of the religious spirit in England! A toast was proposed to the ministers of other denominations, which included the Reverend Dr. Newman Hall and myself of America, among other foreign guests. To this I responded. Before leaving for Russia, I met a part of the American colony in London at a reception given by Mr. Lincoln, our minister to England. We gathered to celebrate the 4th of July. Mrs. Mackey, Mrs. Perrin Stevens, Mrs. Bradley Martin, and Mrs. Boning received, among others. Phillips Brooks and myself were among the clerical contingent, with such Americans abroad as Colonel Tom Ochiltree, Buffalo Bill, General and Mrs. Williams, A.M. Palmer, Mrs. New, the Consul General's wife, Mr. and Mrs. John Collins, Senators Farwell and MacDonald. While traveling in England, I saw John Ruskin. This fact contains more happiness to me than I can easily make people understand. I wanted to see him more than any other man, crowned or uncrowned. When I was in England at other times, Mr. Ruskin was always absent or sick, but this time I found him. I was visiting the Lake District of England, and one afternoon I took a drive that will be forever memorable. I said, "Drive out to Mr. Ruskin's place," which was some 8 miles away. The landlord, from whom I got the conveyance, said, "You will not be able to see Mr. Ruskin. No one sees him or has seen him for years." Well, I have a way of keeping on when I start. After an hour and a half of a delightful ride, we entered the gates of Mr. Ruskin's home. The door of the vine-covered, picturesque house was open, and I stood in the hallway. Handing my card to a servant, I said, "I wish to see Mr. Ruskin." The reply was, "Mr. Ruskin is not in, and he never sees anyone." Disappointed, I turned back, took the carriage, and went down the road. I said to the driver, "Do you know Mr. Ruskin when you see him?" "Yes," said he, "but I have not seen him for years." We rode on a few moments, then the driver cried out to me, "There he comes now!" In a minute we had arrived at where Mr. Ruskin was walking toward us. I alighted, and he greeted me with a quiet manner and a genial smile. He looked like a great man worn out, beard full and tangled, soft hat drawn down over his forehead, signs of physical weakness with determination not to show it. His valet walked beside him, ready to help or direct his steps. He deprecated any remarks appreciatory of his wonderful services. He had the appearance of one whose work is completely done and is waiting for the time to start homeward. He was in appearance more like myself than any person I ever saw, and if I should live to be his age, the likeness will be complete. I did not think then that Mr. Ruskin would ever write another paragraph. He would continue to saunter along the English lane very slowly, his valet by his side, for a year or two, and then fold his hands for his last sleep. Then the whole world would speak words of gratitude and praise which it had denied him all through the years in which he was laboriously writing Modern Painters, The 7 Lamps of Architecture, The Stones of Venice, and Ethics of the Dust. We cannot imagine what the world's literature would have been if Thomas Carlyle and John Ruskin had never entered it. I shall never forget how, in the early years of my ministry, I picked up in Wynkoop's store in Syracuse for the first time one of Ruskin's works. I read that book under the trees because it was the best place to read it. Ruskin was the first great interpreter of the language of leaves, of clouds, of rivers, of lakes, of seas. In July 1892, I went to Russia. It was summer in the land of snow and ice, so that we saw it in the glow of sunny days, in the long gold-tipped twilights of balmy air. In America, we still regarded Russia as a land of cruel mystery and imperial oppression. There was as much ignorance about the Russians, their government, their country, as there was about the Fiji Islands. Americans had been taught that Siberia was Russia, that Russia and Siberia were the same, one vast, infinite waste of misery and cruelty. Granted that I went to Russia on an errand of mercy, and as a representative of the most powerful nation in the world, nevertheless I contend that the Russian people and their government were hugely misrepresented. There was no need for the Emperor of Russia to give audience to so humble a representative as a minister of the gospel, unless he had been sincerely touched by the evidence of American generosity and mercy for his starving peasants in Central Russia. His courtesy and reception of me was a complete contradiction of his reported arrogance and hard-heartedness. There was no need for the town council of St. Petersburg to honor myself and my party with receptions and dinners, and there was no reason for the enthusiasm and cheers of the Russian people in the streets unless they were intensely kind and enthusiastic in nature. When the famine conditions occurred in the 10 provinces of Russia, a relief committee was formed in St. Petersburg, with the Grand Duke himself at the head of it, and such men as Count Tolstoy and Count Bobrinsky in active assistance. America answered the appeal for food, but there was sincere sympathy and compassion for their compatriots in the imperial circles of Russia. In the famine districts, which were vast enough to hold several nations, a drought that had lasted for 6 consecutive years had devastated the country. According to the estimate of the Russian Famine Relief Committee, we saved the lives of 125,000 Russians. As at the hunger relief stations the bread was handed out, for it was made into loaves and distributed, many people would halt before taking it and religiously cross themselves and utter a prayer for the donors. Some of them would come staggering back and say, "Please tell us who sent this bread to us." And when told it came from America, they would say, "What part of America? Please give us the names of those who sent it." My visit to the Tsar of Russia, Alexander III, was made at the Imperial Palace. I was ushered into a small, very plain apartment, in which I found the Emperor seated alone, quietly engaged with his official cares. He immediately arose, extended his hand with hearty cordiality, and said in the purest English, as he himself placed a chair for me beside his table, "Dr. Talmage, I am very happy to meet you." This was the beginning of a long conversation, during which the Emperor manifested both the liveliest interest and thorough familiarity with American politics, and, after a lengthy discussion of everything American, the Emperor said, "Dr. Talmage, you must see my eldest son Nicholas," with which he touched a bell, calling his aide-de-camp, who promptly summoned the Grand Duke Nicholas, who appeared with the youngest daughter of the Emperor skipping along behind him, a plump, bright little girl of probably 8 or 9 years. She jumped upon the Emperor's lap and threw her arms about his neck. When she had been introduced to me, she gave the American gentleman the keenest scrutiny of which her sparkling eyes were capable. The Grand Duke was a fine young man of about 25 years of age, tall, of athletic build, graceful carriage, and noticeably amiable features. On being introduced to me, the Grand Duke extended his hand and said, "Dr. Talmage, I am also glad to meet you, for we all feel that we have become acquainted with you through your sermons, in which we have found much interest and religious edification." Noticing the magnificent physique of both father and son, I asked the Emperor, when the conversation turned incidentally upon matters of health, what he did to maintain such fine strength in the midst of all the cares of state. He replied, "Doctor, the secret of my strength is in my physical exercise. This I never fail to take regularly and freely every day before I enter upon any of the work of my official duties, and to it I attribute the excellent health which I enjoy." The Emperor insisted that I should see the Empress and the rest of the imperial family, and we proceeded to another equally plain, unpretentious apartment, where, with her daughters, we found the Empress. After a long conversation, and just as I was leaving, I asked the Emperor whether there was much discontent among the nobility as a result of the emancipation among the serfs, and he replied, "Yes, all the trouble with my empire arises from the turbulence and discontent of the nobility. The people are perfectly quiet and contented." A reference was made to the possibility of war, and I remember the fear with which the Empress entered into the talk just then, saying, "We all dread war. With our modern equipments, it could be nothing short of massacre, and from that we hope we may be preserved." My presentation at Peterhof Palace to Alexander III and the royal family of Russia was entirely an unexpected event in my itinerary. It was in the nature of a compliment to my mission, to the American people who have contributed so much to the distress in Russia, and to the Christian Church, for which this hard-hearted, cruel Tsar had so much respect and so much interest. It was said that in common with all Americans I expected to find the Emperor attired in some bomb-proof regalia. Perhaps I was impressed with the Tsar's indifference and fearlessness. Someone said to me that no doubt he was quite used to the thought of assassination. I discovered in a long conversation that I had with him that he was ready to die, and when a man is ready, why should he be afraid? The most significant and important outcome of this presentation to the Tsar was his pledge to my countrymen that Russia would always remember the generosity of the American people in their future relations. Everywhere in St. Petersburg and Moscow, the Russian and American flags were displayed together on the public buildings, so that I look back upon this occasion with a pardonable impression of its international importance. There was a suggestion of this feeling in an address presented to us by the City Council of St. Petersburg, in which a graceful remembrance was made of that occasion in 1868 when a special embassy from the United States, with Mr. G.V. Fox, a cabinet officer, at its head, visited St. Petersburg and expressed sympathy for Russia and its sovereign. Returning from Russia, I continued my preaching tour in England, preaching to immense crowds, estimated in the English newspapers to be from 15,000 to 20,000 people in the large cities. In Birmingham, the crowd followed me into the hotel, where it was necessary to lock the doors to keep them out. What incalculable kindness I received in England! I remember a farewell banquet given me at the Crystal Palace by 20 nonconformists, at which I was presented with a gold watch from my English friends, and a scene in Swansea when, after my sermon, they sang Welsh hymns to me in their native language. Some people wonder how I have kept such good humor with the world when I have been at times violently assailed or grossly misrepresented. It was because the kindnesses towards me have predominated. For the past 30 or 40 years the mercies have carried the day. If I went to the depot, there was a carriage to meet me. If I tarried at the hotel, someone mysteriously paid the bill. If I were attacked in newspaper or church court, there were always those willing to take up for me the cudgels. If I were falsified, the lie somehow turned out to my advantage. My enemies have helped me quite as much as my friends. If I preached or lectured, I always had a crowd. If I had a boil, it was almost always in a comfortable place. If my church burned down, I got a better one. I offered a manuscript to a magazine, hoping to get for it $40, which I much needed at the time. The manuscript was courteously returned as not being available, but that article for which I could not get $40 has since, in other uses, brought me $40,000. The caricaturists have sent multitudes of people to hear me preach and lecture. I have had antagonists, but if any man of my day has had more warm personal friends, I do not know his name. End of section 25. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 26 of T. de Witt Talmage as I Knew Him. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. T. de Witt Talmage as I Knew Him by Thomas de Witt Talmage, Milestone 16, 1892 to 1895. I had only one fault to find with the world in my 60 years of travel over it, and that was that it had treated me too well. In the ordinary course of events, and by the law of the psalmist, I still had 10 more years before me. But, according to my own calculations, life stretched brilliantly ahead of me as far as heart and mind could wish. There were many things to take into consideration. There was the purpose of the future, its obligations, its opportunities to adjust. My whole life had been a series of questions. My course had been the issue of problems, a choice of many ways. Shortly after the dawn of 1893, the financial difficulties in which the new tabernacle had been reared confronted us. It had arisen from the ashes of its predecessor by sheer force of energy and pluck. It had taken a vast amount of negotiation. A loan of $125,000 made to us by Russell Sage, payable in 1 year at 6%, was one of the means employed. This loan was arranged by Mr. A. L. Soulard, the president of the German-American Title and Guarantee Company. Mr. Sage was a friend of mine, of my church, and that was some inducement. The loan was made upon the guarantee of the title company. It was reported to me that Mr. Sage had said at this time, "It all depends upon whether Dr. Talmage lives or not. If he should happen to die, the Brooklyn Tabernacle wouldn't be worth much." The German-American Title and Guarantee Company then secured an insurance on my life for $25,000 and insisted that the Board of Trustees of the church give their individual bonds for the fulfillment of the mortgage. The trustees were W. D. Meade, F. H. Branch, John Wood, C. S. Darling, F. M. Lawrence, and James B. Ferguson. In this way, Mr. Sage satisfied both his religious sympathies and his business nature. For more reasons than one, therefore, I kept myself in perfect health. This was only one of the incidents involved in the building of the new tabernacle. For 2 years, I had donated my salary of $12,000 a year to the church and had worked hard incessantly to infuse it with life and success. This information may serve to contradict some scattered impressions made by our friendly critics that my personal aim in life was mercenary and selfish. My income from my lectures and the earnings from my books and published sermons were sufficient for all my needs. During the year 1893, I did my best to stem the tide of debt and embarrassment in which the business elements of the church was involved. I find an entry in my accounts of a check dated March 27, 1893 in Brooklyn for $10,000, which I donated to the Brooklyn Tabernacle Emergency Fund. There is a spiritual warning in almost every practical event of our lives, and it seemed that in that year, so discomforting to the new tabernacle, there was a spiritual warning to me which grew into a certainty of feeling that my work called me elsewhere. I said nothing of this to anyone, but quietly thought the situation over without haste or undue prejudice. My gospel field was a big one. The whole world accepted the gospel as I preached it, and I concluded that it did not make much difference where the pulpit was in which I preached. After a full year's consideration of the entire outlook, in January 1894 I announced my resignation as pastor of the tabernacle, to take effect in the spring of that year. I gave no other cause than that I felt I had been in one place long enough. An attempt was made by the press to interpret my action into a private difference of opinion with the trustees of the church, but this was not true. All sorts of plans were proposed for raising the required sum of our expensive church management, in which I concurred and labored heartily. It was said that I resigned because the trustees were about to decide in favor of charging a nominal fee of 10 cents to attend our services. I made no objection to this. My resignation was a surprise to the congregation, because I had not indicated my plans or intimated to them my own private expectations of the remaining years of my life. On Sunday, January 22, 1894, among the usual church announcements made from the pulpit, I read the following statement, which I had written on a slip of paper. This coming spring, I will have been pastor of this church 25 years, a quarter of a century, long enough for any minister to preach in one place. At that anniversary, I will resign this pulpit, and it will be occupied by such person as you may select. Though the work has been arduous because of the unparalleled necessity of building 3 great churches, 2 of them destroyed by fire, the field has been delightful and blessed by God. No other congregation has ever been called to build 3 churches, and I hope no other pastor will ever be called to such an undertaking. My plans after resignation have not been developed, but I shall preach both by voice and newspaper press as long as my life and health are continued. From first to last, we have been a united people, and my fervent thanks are to all the boards of trustees and elders, whether of the present or past, and to all the congregation, and to New York and Brooklyn. I have no vocabulary intense enough to express my gratitude to the newspaper press of these cities for the generous manner in which they have treated me and augmented my work for this quarter of a century. After such a long pastorate, it is a painful thing to break the ties of affection, but I hope our friendship will be renewed in heaven. There was a sorrowful silence when I stopped reading, which made me realize that I had tasted another bitter draught of life in the prospect of farewell between pastor and flock. I left the church alone and went quietly to my study, where I closed the door to all inquirers. If my decision had been made upon any other ground than those of spiritual obligation to the purpose of my whole life, I should have said so. My decision had been made because I had been thinking of my share in the evangelism of the world, and how mercifully I had been spared and instructed and forwarded in my gospel mission. I wanted a more neighborly relation with the human race than the prescribed limitations of a single pulpit. In February 1893, I lost an evangelical neighbor of many years, Bishop Brooks. He was a giant, but he died. My mind goes back to the time when Bishop Brooks and myself were neighbors in Philadelphia. He had already achieved a great reputation as a pulpit orator in 1870. The first time I saw him was on a stormy night as he walked majestically up the aisle of the church to which I had ministered. He had come to hear his neighbor, as afterward I often went to hear him. What a great and genial soul he was. He was a man that people in the streets stopped to look at, and strangers would say as he passed, "I wonder who that man is." Of unusual height and stature, with a face beaming in kindness, once seeing him he was always remembered, but the pulpit was his throne. With a velocity of utterance that was the despair of the swiftest stenographers, he poured forth his impassioned soul, making every theme he touched luminous and radiant. Putting no emphasis on the mere technicalities of religion, he made his pulpit flame with its power. He was the special inspiration of young men, and the disheartened took courage under the touch of his words and rose up healed. It will take all time and all eternity to tell the results of his Christian utterances. There were some who thought that there was here and there an unsafe spot in his theology. As for ourselves, we never found anything in the man or in his utterances that we did not like. Although fully realizing that I was approaching a crisis of some sort in my own career, it was with definite thankfulness for the mercies that had upheld me so long that I forged ahead. My state of mind at this time was peaceful and contented. I find in a notebook of this period of my life the following entry, which betrays the trend of my heart and mind during the last milestone of my ministry in Brooklyn. Here I am in Madison, Wisconsin, July 23, 1893. I have been attending Monona Lake, Chautauqua, lecturing yesterday, preaching this morning. This Sabbath afternoon I have been thinking of the goodness of God to me. It began many years before I was born, for as far back as I can find anything concerning my ancestry, both on my father's and mother's sides, they were virtuous and Christian people. Who shall estimate the value of such a pedigree? The old cradle, as I remember it, was made out of plain boards, but it was a Christian cradle. God has been good in letting us be born in a fair climate, neither in the rigors of frigidity nor in the scorching air of tropical regions. Fortunate was I in being started in a home neither rich nor poor, so that I had the temptations of neither luxury nor poverty. Fortunate in good health, 60 years of it. I say 60 rather than 61, for I believe the first year or two of my life compassed all styles of infantile ailments, from mumps to scarlet fever. A quarter of a century ago, looking at a pile of manuscript sermons, I said again and again to my wife, these sermons were not made only for the people who have already heard them. They must have a wider field. The prophecy came true, and every one of those sermons through the press has come to the attention of at least 25 million people. I have no reason to be morose or splenetic. Goodness and mercy have followed me all the days of my life. Here I am at 61 years of age without an ache, a pain, or a physical infirmity. Now closing a preaching and lecturing tour from Georgia to Minnesota and Wisconsin, I am tomorrow morning to start for my residence at the seaside, where my family are awaiting me, and notwithstanding all the journeying and addressing of great audiences and shaking hands with thousands of people, after a couple of days' rest will be no more weary than when I left home. Bless the Lord, O my soul. My ordinary mode of passing vacations has been to go to East Hampton, Long Island, and thence to go out for 2 or 3 preaching and lecturing excursions to points all the way between New York and San Francisco, or from Texas to Maine. I find that I cannot rest more than 2 weeks at a time. More than that wearies me. Of all the places I have ever known, East Hampton is the best place for quiet and recuperation. I became acquainted with it through my brother-in-law, Rev. S.L. Mershon. The Presbyterian church here was his first pastoral settlement. When a boy in grammar school and college, I visited him and his wife, my sister Mary. The place is gradually submitting to modern notions, but East Hampton, whether in its antiquated shape or epauletted and frilled and decorated by the hand of modern enterprise, has always been to me a semi-paradise. As I approach it, my pulse is slackened, and a delicious somnolence comes over me. I dream out the work for another year. My most useful sermons have been born here. My most successful books were planned here. In this place, between the hours of somnolence, there come hours of illumination and ecstasy. It seems far off from the heated and busy world. East Hampton has been a great blessing to my family. It has been a mercy to have them here, free from all summer heats. When nearly grown, the place is not lively enough for them, but an occasional diversion to White Sulphur, or Alum Springs, or a summer in Europe has given them abundant opportunity. All my children have been with us in Europe, except my departed son DeWitt, who was at a most important period in school at the time of our going, or he would have been with us on one of our foreign tours. I have crossed the ocean 12 times, that is, 6 each way, and like it less and less. It is to me a stomachic horror. But the frequent visits have given educational opportunity to my children. Foreign travel and lecturing and preaching excursions in our country have been to me a stimulus, while East Hampton has been to me a sedative and anodyne. For this beautiful medicament I am profoundly thankful. But I am writing this in the new house that we have builded in place of our old one. It is far more beautiful and convenient and valuable than the old one, but I doubt if it will be any more useful. And a railroad has been laid out, and before summer is past, the shriek of a locomotive will awaken all the Rip Van Winkles that have been slumbering here since before the first almanac was printed. The task of remembering the best of one's life is a pleasant one. Under the date of December 20th, 1893, I find another recollection in my notebook that is worth amplifying. This morning, passing through Frankfort, Kentucky, on my way from Lexington, at the close of a preaching and lecturing tour of nearly 3 weeks, I am reminded of a most royal visit that I had here at Frankfort as the guest of Governor Blackburn, at the gubernatorial mansion about 10 years ago. I had made an engagement to preach twice at Highbridge, Kentucky, a famous camp meeting. Governor Blackburn telegraphed me to Brooklyn asking when and where I would enter Kentucky, as he wished to meet me on the border of the state and conduct me to the Highbridge services. We met at Cincinnati. Crossing the Ohio River, we found the governor's especial car with its luxurious appointments and group of servants to spread the table and wait on every want. The governor, a most fascinating and splendid man, with a warmth of cordiality that glows in me every time I recall his memory, entertained me with the story of his life, which had been a romance of mercy in the healing art, he having been elected to his high office in appreciation of his heroic services as physician in time of yellow fever. At Lexington, a brusque man got on our car, and we entered with him into vigorous conversation. I did not hear his name on introduction, and I felt rather sorry that the governor should have invited him into our charming seclusion. But this stranger became such an entertainer as a colloquialist and demonstrated such extraordinary intellectuality, I began to wonder who he was. And I addressed him saying, "Sir, I did not hear your name when you were introduced." He replied, "My name is Beck, Senator Beck." Then and there began one of the most entertaining friendships of my life. Great Scotch soul! Beck came a poor boy from Scotland to America, hired himself out for farm work in Kentucky, discovered to his employer a fondness for reading, was offered free access to his employer's large library, and marched right up into education and the legal profession and the Senate of the United States. That day we got out of the train at Highbridge. My sermon was on the divinity of the Scriptures. Directly in front of me, and with most intense look, whether of disapprobation or approval I knew not, sat the senator. On the train back to Lexington, where he took me in his carriage on a long ride amidst the scenes of Clayana, he told me the sermon had reestablished his faith in Christianity, for he had been brought up to believe the Bible as most of the people in Scotland believe it. But I did not know all that transpired that day at Highbridge until after the senator was dead and I was in Lexington, and visited his grave at the cemetery where he sleeps amid the mighty Kentuckians who have adorned their state. On this last visit that I speak of, a young man connected with the Phoenix Hotel, Lexington, where Senator Beck lived most of the time and where he entertained me, told me that on the morning of the day that Senator Beck went with me to Highbridge, he had been standing in that hotel among a group of men who were assailing Christianity, and expressing surprise that Senator Beck was going to Highbridge to hear a sermon. When we got to the hotel that afternoon, the same group of men were standing together and were waiting to hear the senator's report of the service and hoping to get something to the disadvantage of religion. My informant heard them say to him, "Well, how was it?" The senator replied, "Dr. Talmage proved the truth of the Bible as by a mathematical demonstration. Now talk to me no more on that subject." On Sunday morning I returned to Highbridge for another preaching service. Governor Blackburn again took us in his especial car. The word immensity may give adequate idea of the audience present. Then the governor insisted that I go with him to Frankfort and spend a few days. They were memorable days to me. At breakfast, lunch, and dinner, the prominent people of Kentucky were invited to meet me. Mrs. Blackburn took me to preach to her Bible class in the state prison. I think there were about 800 convicts in that class. Paul would have called her the elect lady, thoroughly furnished unto all good works. Heaven only can tell the story of her usefulness. What days and nights they were at the governor's mansion. No one will ever understand the heartiness and generosity and warmth of Kentucky hospitality until he experiences it. President Arthur was coming through Lexington on his way to open an exposition at Louisville. Governor Blackburn was to go to Lexington to receive him and make a speech. The governor read me the speech in the State House before leaving Frankfort and asked for my criticism. It was an excellent speech, about which I made only one criticism, and that was concerning a sentence in which he praised the beautiful women and the fine horses of Kentucky. I suggested that he put the human and the equine subjects of his admiration in different sentences, and this suggestion he adopted. We started for Lexington and arrived at the hotel. Soon the throngs in the streets showed that the President of the United States was coming. The President was escorted into the parlor to receive the address of welcome, and seeing me in the throng, he exclaimed, "Dr. Talmage, are you here? It makes me feel at home to see you." The governor put on his spectacles and began to read his speech, but the light was poor, and he halted once or twice for a word, when I was tempted to prompt him, for I remembered his speech better than he did himself. That day I bade goodbye to Governor Blackburn, and I saw him 2 or 3 times after that, once at my church in Brooklyn, and once in Louisville Lecture Hall, where he stood at the door to welcome me as I came in from New Orleans on a belated train at 9:30 at night, when I ought to have begun my lecture at 8 o'clock, and the last time I saw him he was sick and in sad decadence and near the terminus of an eventful life. One of my brightest anticipations of heaven is that of seeing my illustrious Kentucky friend. That experience at Frankfort was one of the many courtesies I have received from all the leading men of all the states. I have known many of the governors and legislatures. When I have looked in upon them, have adjourned to give me reception, a speech has always been called for, and then a general handshaking has followed. It was markedly so with the legislatures of Ohio and Missouri. At Jefferson City, the capital of Missouri, both houses of legislature adjourned and met together in the assembly room, which was the larger place, and then the governor introduced me for an address. It is a satisfaction to be kindly treated by the prominent characters of your own time. I confess to a feeling of pleasure when General Grant, at the memorial services at Greenwood, I think the last public meeting he ever attended, and where I delivered the memorial address on Decoration Day, said that he had read with interest everything that appeared connected with my name. President Arthur, at the White House one day, told me the same thing. Whenever by the mysterious laws of destiny I found myself in the cave of the winds of displeasure, there always came to me encouraging echoes from somewhere. I find among my papers at this time a telegram from the Russian ambassador in Washington, which illustrates this idea. This message read as follows: Washington, D.C., May 20th, 1893. To Reverend T. DeWitt Talmage, Bible House, New York. I would be very glad to see you on the 27th of May in Philadelphia, on board the Russian flagship Dmitri Donskoy, at 11 o'clock, to tender to you, in presence of our brilliant sailors, and on Russian soil, a souvenir His Majesty the Emperor ordered me to give in his name to the American gentleman who visited Russia during the trying year 1892. Cantacuzene. Gladly I obeyed this request and was presented, amid imperial ceremonies, with a magnificent solid gold tea service from the Emperor Alexander III. These were the sort of appreciative incidents so often happening in my life that infused my work with encouragements. The months preceding the close of my ministry in Brooklyn developed a remarkable interest shown among those to whom my name had become a symbol of the gospel message. There was a universal, worldwide recognition of my work. Many regretted my decision to leave the Brooklyn Tabernacle. Some doubted that I actually intended to do so. Others foretold a more brilliant future for me in the open trail of gospel service they expected me to follow. All this enthusiasm expressed by my friends of the world culminated in a celebration festival given in honor of the 25th anniversary of my pastorate in Brooklyn. The movement spread all over the country and to Europe. It was decided to make the occasion a sort of international reception, to be held in the Tabernacle on May 10th and 11th, 1894. I had made my plans for a wide glimpse of the earth, and the people on it who knew me, but whom I had never seen. I had made preparations to start on May 14th, and the dates set for this jubilee were arranged on the eve of my farewell. I was about to make a complete circuit of the globe, and whatever my friends expected me to do otherwise, I approached this occasion with a very definite conclusion that it would be my farewell to Brooklyn. I recall this event in my life with keen contrasts of feeling, for it is mingled in my heart with swift impressions of extraordinary joy and tragic import. All of it was God's will, the blessing and the chastening. The church had been decorated with the stars and stripes, with gold and purple. In front of the great organ, under a huge picture of the pastor, was the motto that briefly described my evangelical career: Tabernacle his pulpit, the world his audience. The reception began at 8 o'clock in the evening with a selection on the great organ, by Henry Eyre Brown, our organist, of an original composition written by him and called, in compliment to the occasion, the Talmage Silver Anniversary March. On the speaker's platform with me were Mayor Sheeran of Brooklyn, Mr. Bernard Peters, Reverend Father Sylvester Malone, Reverend Dr. John F. Carson, ex-Mayor David A. Booty, Reverend Dr. Gregg, Rabbi F. de Sol Mendez, Reverend Dr. Louis Albert Banks, Honorable John Winslow, Reverend Spencer F. Roche, and Reverend A.C. Dixon, an undenominational gathering of good men. There is perhaps no better way to record my own impressions of this event than to quote the words with which I replied to the complimentary speeches of this oration. They recall, more closely and positively, the sensibilities, the emotions, and the inspiration of that hour. Dear Mr. Mayor, and friends before me, and friends behind me, and friends all around me, and friends hovering over me, and friends in this room, and the adjoining rooms, and friends indoors and outdoors, forever photographed upon my mind and heart is this scene of May 10th, 1894. The lights, the flags, the decorations, the flowers, the music, the illumined faces will remain with me while earthly life lasts, and be a cause of thanksgiving after I've passed into the great beyond. Two feelings dominate me tonight: gratitude and unworthiness. Gratitude first to God, and next to all who have complimented me. My 25 years in Brooklyn have been happy years. Hard work, of course. This is the 4th church in which I have preached since coming to Brooklyn, and how much of the difficult work of church building that implies you can appreciate. This church had its mother and its grandmother and its great-grandmother. I could not tell the story of disasters without telling the story of heroes and heroines, and around me in all these years have stood men and women of whom the world was not worthy. But for the most part, the 25 years have been to me a great happiness. With all good people here present, the wonder is, although they may not express it, what will be the effect upon the pastor of this church of all this scene? Only one effect, I assure you, and that an inspiration for better work for God and humanity. And the question is already absorbing my entire nature: what can I do to repay Brooklyn for this great uprising? Here is my hand and heart for a campaign of harder work for God and righteousness than I have ever yet accomplished. I have been told that sometimes in the Alps there are great avalanches called down by a shepherd's voice. The pure white snows pile up higher and higher like a great white throne, mountains of snow on mountains of snow, and this is so delicately and evenly poised that the touch of a hand, or the vibration of air caused by the human voice, will send down the avalanche into the valleys with all-compassing and overwhelming power. Well, tonight I think that the heavens above us are full of pure white blessings, mountains of mercy on mountains of mercy, and it will not take much to bring down the avalanche of benediction, and so I put up my right hand to reach it and lift my voice to start it. And now let the avalanche of blessing come upon your bodies, your minds, your souls, your homes, your churches, and your city. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel from everlasting to everlasting, and let the whole earth be filled with his glory. Amen and amen. On the next day, May 11th, the reception was continued. Among the speakers was the Honorable William M. Evarts, ex-Secretary of State, who, though advanced in years, honored us with his presence and an address. Senator Walsh of Georgia spoke for the South, ex-Congressman Joseph C. Hendricks of Brooklyn, Reverend Charles L. Thompson, Murat Halstead, Reverend Dr. I.J. Lansing, General Tracy were among the other speakers of the evening. From St. Petersburg came a cable signed by Count Bobrinsky saying, "Heartfelt congratulations from our remembering friends." Messages from Senator John Sherman, from Governor McKinley before he became president, from Mr. Gladstone, from Reverend Joseph Parker, and among others from London, the following cable, which I shall always prize among the greatest testimonials of the broad gospel purpose in England. Cordial congratulations, grateful acknowledgement of splendid services in ministry during the last 25 years, warm wishes for future prosperity, Signed, Archdeacon of London, Canon Wilberforce, Thomas Davidson, Professor Simpson, John Lobb, Bishop of London. Appreciation, good cheer, encouragement swept around and about me as I was to start on what Dr. Gregg described as a walk among the people of my congregation around the world. The following Sunday, May 13th, 1894, just after the morning service, the tabernacle was burned to the ground. End of Section 26. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 27 of T. de Witt Talmage as I Knew Him. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. T. de Witt Talmage as I Knew Him by Thomas de Witt Talmage. Milestone 17, Part 1. 1895 to 1898. Among the mysteries that are in every man's life, more or less influencing his course, is the mystery of disaster that comes upon him noiselessly, suddenly, horribly. The destruction of the new tabernacle by a fire which started in the organ loft was one of those mysteries that will never be revealed this side of eternity. The destruction of any church, no matter how large or how popular, does not destroy our faith in God. Great as the disaster had been, much greater was the mercy of divine mystery that prevented a worse calamity in the loss of human life. The fire was discovered just after the morning service, and everyone had left the building but myself, Mrs. Talmage, the organist, and one or two personal friends. We were standing in the center aisle of the church when a puff of smoke suddenly came out of the space behind the organ. In less than 15 minutes from that discovery, the huge pipe organ was a raging furnace, and I personally narrowly escaped the falling debris by the rear door of my church study. The flags and decoration which had been put up for the Jubilee celebration had not been moved, and they whetted the appetite of the flames. It was all significant to me of one thing chiefly, that at some points of my life I had been given no choice. At these places of surprise in my life there was never any doubt about what I had to do. God's way is very clear and visible when the divine purpose is intended for you. I had delivered that morning my farewell sermon before departing on a long journey around the world. My prayer, in which the silent sympathy of a vast congregation joined me, had invoked the divine protection and blessing upon us, upon all who were present at that time, upon all who had participated in the great Jubilee service of the preceding week. On the tablets of memory I had recalled all the kindnesses that had been shown our church by other churches and other pastors on that occasion. The general feeling of my prayer had been an outpouring of heartfelt gratitude for myself and my flock. As I have said before, God speaks loudest in the thunder of our experiences. There were several narrow escapes, for the fire spread with great rapidity, but fortunately all escaped from the doomed building in time. Mr. Frederick W. Lawrence and Mr. T. E. Matthews, both of them trustees of the church, were exposed to serious danger, and their escape was providential. Mr. Lawrence crept out on his hands and knees to the open air, and Mr. Matthews was almost suffocated when he reached the street. The flames spread rapidly in the neighborhood and destroyed the Hotel Regent adjoining the church. At my home that day there were many messages of sympathy and condolence brought to me, and neighboring churches sent committees to tender the use of their pulpits. In the afternoon the Tabernacle trustees met at my house and submitted the following letter, which was adopted. Dear Dr. Talmage, with saddened hearts but undismayed, and with faith in God unshaken and undisturbed, the trustees of the Brooklyn Tabernacle have unanimously resolved to rebuild the tabernacle. We find that after paying the present indebtedness there will be nothing left to begin with. But if we can feel assured that our dear pastor will continue to break the bread of life to us and to the great multitudes that are accustomed to throng the tabernacle, we are willing to undertake the work, firmly believing that we can safely count upon the blessing of God and the practical sympathy of all Christian people. Will you kindly give us the encouragement of your promise to serve the tabernacle as its pastor, if we will dedicate a new building free from debt to the honor, the glory, and the service of God? Trustees of the Tabernacle. On reading this letter, or rather hearing it read to me, in the impulse of gratitude I replied in like sympathy. I thanked them, and remembering that I had buried their dead, baptized their children, and married the young, my heart was with them. I sincerely felt then, and perhaps I always did feel, that I would rather serve them than any other people on the face of the earth. It was my conclusion that if the trustees could fulfill the conditions they had mentioned of building a new tabernacle free of debt, I would remain their pastor. My date for beginning my journey around the world had been May 14th, the day following the disaster. Before leaving, however, I dictated the following communication to my friends and the friends of my ministry everywhere. Our church has again been halted by a sword of flame. The destruction of the first Brooklyn tabernacle was a mystery. The destruction of the second, a greater, profound. The third calamity we adjourn to the judgment day for explanation. The home of a vast multitude of souls, it has become a heap of ashes. Whether it will ever rise again is a prophecy we will not undertake. God rules and reigns and makes no mistake. He has his way with churches as with individuals. One thing is certain. The pastor of the Brooklyn Tabernacle will continue to preach as long as life and health last. We have no anxieties about a place to preach in. But woe is unto us if we preach not the gospel. We ask for the prayers of all good people for the pastor and the people of the Brooklyn Tabernacle. T. DeWitt Talmage. At 9:30 on the night of May 14, 1894, I descended the front steps of my home in Brooklyn, New York. The sensation of leaving for a journey around the world was not all bright anticipation. The miles to be traveled were numerous, the seas to be crossed treacherous. The solemnities outnumbered the expectations. My family accompanied me to the railroad train, and my thought was, should we ever meet again? The climactic changes, the ships, the shoals, the hurricanes, the bridges, the cars, the epidemics, the possibilities hinder any positiveness of prophecy. I remember the consoling remark at my reception a few evenings ago made by the Honorable William M. Evarts. He said, "Dr. Talmage ought to realize that if he goes around the world, he will come out at the same place he started." The timbers of our destroyed church were still smoking when I left home. 3 great churches had been consumed. Why this series of huge calamities, I knew not. Had I not made all the arrangements for departure, and been assured by the trustees of my church that they would take all further responsibilities upon themselves, I would have postponed my intended tour or adjourned it forever. But all whom I consulted told me that now was the time to go, so I turned my face towards the Golden Gate. In a book called The Earth Girdled, I have published all the facts of this journey. It contains so completely the daily record of my trip that there is no necessity to repeat any of its contents in these pages. I returned to the United States in the autumn of 1894 and entered actively into a campaign of preaching wherever a pulpit was available. Of course, there was much curiosity and interest to know how I was going to pursue my gospel work, having resigned my pastorate in Brooklyn. On Sunday, January 6, 1895, I commenced a series of afternoon gospel meetings in the Academy of Music, New York, every Sunday. Because the pastors of other churches had written me that an afternoon service was the only one that would not interfere with their regular services, I selected that time. Otherwise, I would much have preferred the morning or the evening. I decided to go to New York because for many years friends over there had been begging me to come. I regarded it as absurd and improbable to expect the people of Brooklyn to build a 4th tabernacle, so I went in the direction that I felt would give me the largest opportunity in the world. I continued to reside in Brooklyn pending future plans. I liked Brooklyn immensely. Not only the people of my own former parish, but prominent people of all churches and denominations there are my warm personal friends. Any particular church in which I preached thereafter was only the candlestick. In different parts of the world my sermons were published in more than 10 million copies every week. How many readers saw them no one can say positively. Those sermons came back to me in book form in almost every language of Europe. My arrangements at the Academy of Music were not the final plans for my gospel work. I expected, however, to gather from these gospel meetings sufficient guidance to decide my field of work for the rest of my life. I felt then that I was yet to do my best work free from all hindrances. I looked forward to fully 20 years of good hard work before me. Over 9 churches in my own country, and several in England, had made very enthusiastic offers to me to accept a permanent pastoral obligation. For some reason or other, I became more and more convinced, however, that the divine intention in my life from this time on would be different from any previous plan. The only reason that I declined to accept these offers was because there was enough work for me to do outside a permanent pulpit. My literary work became extensive in its demand upon my time, and my weekly sermons were like a sacred obligation that I could not forego. I never found any difficulty in finding a pulpit from which to preach every Sunday of my life. There were some ministers who preferred to sandwich me in between regular hours of worship, if possible, so as to maintain the even course of their way and avoid the crowds. I never could avoid them, and I never wanted to. I was never nervous, as many people are, of a crowded place, of a panic. The sudden excitement to which we give the name of panic is almost always senseless and without foundation. Whether this panic be a wild rush in the money market or the stampede of an audience down the aisles and out of the windows. My advice to my family when they are in a congregation of people suddenly seized upon by a determination to get out right away, and to get out regardless as to whether others are able to get out, is to sit quiet on the supposition that nothing has happened or is going to happen. I've been in a large number of panics, and in all the cases nothing occurred except a demonstration of frenzy. One night in the Academy of Music, Brooklyn, while my congregation were worshiping there, at the time we were rebuilding one of our churches, there occurred a wild panic. There was a sound that gave the impression that the galleries were giving way under the immense throngs of people. I had been preaching about 10 minutes when, at the alarming sound aforesaid, the whole audience rose to their feet except those who fainted. Hundreds of voices were in full shriek. Before me I saw strong men swoon. The organist fled the platform. In an avalanche people went down the stairs. A young man left his hat and overcoat and sweetheart and took a leap for life, and it is doubtful whether he ever found his hat or coat, although I suppose he did recover his sweetheart. Terrorization reigned. I shouted at the top of my voice, "Sit down!" but it was a cricket addressing a cyclone. Had it not been that the audience for the most part were so completely packed in, there must have been a great loss of life in the struggle. Hoping to calm the multitude, I began to sing the long-metered doxology, but struck it at such a high pitch that by the time I came to the second line I broke down. I then called to a gentleman in the orchestra whom I knew could sing well. "Thompson, can't you sing better than that?" Whereupon he started the doxology again. By the time we came to the second line, scores of voices had joined, and by the time we came to the third line, hundreds of voices enlisted, and the last line marshaled thousands. Before the last line was reached, I cried out, "As I was saying when you interrupted me," and then went on with my sermon. The cause of the panic was the sliding of the snow from one part of the roof of the academy to another part. That was all. But no one who was present that night will ever forget the horrors of the scene. On the following Wednesday, I was in the large upper room of the college at Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. I was about to address the students. No more people could get into this room, which was on the second or third story. The president of the college was introducing me when some inflammable Christmas greens, which had some 6 months before been wound around a pillar in the center of the room, took fire, and from floor to ceiling there was a pillar of flame. Instantly, the place was turned from a jolly commencement scene in which beauty and learning and congratulation commingled into a raving bedlam of fright and uproar. The panic of the previous Sunday night in the Academy of Music, Brooklyn, had schooled me for the occasion, and I saw at a glance that when the Christmas greens were through burning, all would be well. One of the professors said to me, "You seem to be the only composed person present." I replied, "Yes, I got prepared for this by something which I saw last Sunday in Brooklyn." So I give my advice. On occasions of panic, sit still. In 999 cases out of 1,000, there is nothing the matter. I was not released from my pastorate of the Brooklyn Tabernacle by the Brooklyn Presbytery until December 1894, after my return from abroad. Some explanation was demanded of me by members of the Presbytery for my decision to relinquish my pastorate, and I read the following statement which I had carefully prepared. It concerns these pages because it is explanatory of the causes which carried me over many crossroads encountered everywhere in my life. To the Brooklyn Presbytery. Dear Brethren, after much prayer and solemn consideration, I apply for the dissolution of the pastoral relation existing between the Brooklyn Tabernacle and myself. I have only one reason for asking this. As you all know, we have, during my pastorate, built 3 large churches, and they have been destroyed. If I remain pastor, we must undertake the superhuman work of building a fourth church. I do not feel it my duty to lead in such an undertaking. The plain providential indications are that my work in the Brooklyn Tabernacle is concluded. Let me say, however, to the presbytery that I do not intend to go into idleness, but into other service quite as arduous as that in which I have been engaged. Expecting that my request will be granted, I take this opportunity of expressing my love for all the brethren in the presbytery with whom I have been so long and so pleasantly associated, and to pray for them and the churches they represent the best blessings that God can bestow. Yours in the gospel, T. DeWitt Talmage. The following resolution was then offered by the presbytery as follows. Resolved, that the presbytery, while yielding to Dr. Talmage's earnest petition for the dissolution of the relationship existing between the Brooklyn Tabernacle and himself, expresses its deep regret at the necessity for such action, and wishes Dr. Talmage abundant success in any field in which in the providence of God he may be called to labor. Presbytery also expresses its profound sympathy with the members of the Tabernacle Church in the loss of their honored and loving pastor, and cordially commends them to go forward in all the work of the church. In October 1895, I accepted the call of the First Presbyterian Church in Washington. My work was to be in association with the Reverend Dr. Byron W. Sunderland, the president's pastor. It was Dr. Sunderland's desire that I should do this, and although there had been some intention in Dr. Sunderland's mind to resign his pastorate on account of ill health, I advocated a joint pastorate. There were invitations from all parts of the world for me to preach at this time. I had calls from churches in Melbourne, Australia, Toronto, Canada, San Francisco, California, Louisville, Kentucky, Chicago, Illinois, New York City, Brooklyn, New York. London had pledged me a larger edifice than Spurgeon's Tabernacle. All these cities, in fact, promised to build big churches for me if I would go there to preach. The call which came to me from Washington was as follows. Reverend Dr. T. DeWitt Talmage, the congregation of the First Presbyterian Church of Washington, D.C., being on sufficient grounds well satisfied of the ministerial qualifications of you, the Reverend Dr. T. DeWitt Talmage, and having good hopes from our knowledge of your past eminent labors that your ministrations in the gospel will be profitable to our spiritual interests, do earnestly, unanimously, harmoniously, and heartily, not one voice dissenting, call and desire you to undertake the office of co-pastor in said congregation, promising you in the discharge of your duty all proper support, encouragement, and obedience in the Lord, and that you may be free from worldly cares and avocations, considering your well and wide-known ability and generosity. We do not assume to specify any definite sum of money for your recompense, but we do hereby promise, pledge, and oblige ourselves to pay to you such sums of money and at such times as shall be mutually satisfactory during the time of your being and remaining in the relation to said church to which we do hereby call you. On September 23, 1895, accompanying this call, I received the following dispatch from Dr. Sunderland. T.D.W. Talmage, 1 South Oxford Street. Meeting unanimous and enthusiastic. Call extended, rising vote, all on their feet in a flash. Call mailed special delivery. B. Sunderland. On September 26, 1895, I accepted the call in the following letter. The call signed by the elders, deacons, trustees, and members of the congregation of the First Presbyterian Church of Washington is before me. The statement contained in that call that you do earnestly, unanimously, harmoniously, and heartily, not one voice dissenting, desire me to become co-pastor in your great and historical church has distinctly impressed me. With the same heartiness, I now declare my acceptance of the call. All of my energies of body, mind, and soul shall be enlisted in your Christian service. I will preach my first sermon Sabbath evening, October 27th. Washington was always a beautiful city to me. The climate in winter is delightful. President Cleveland was a personal friend, as were many of the public men, and I regarded my call to Washington as a national opportunity. It had been my custom in the past, when I was very tired from overwork, to visit Washington for 2 or 3 days, stopping at one of the hotels to get a thorough rest. For a long time I was really undecided what to do. I had so many invitations to take up my home and life work in different cities. While preaching was to be the main work for the rest of my life, my arrangements were so understood by my church in Washington that I could continue my lecture engagements. I delivered a farewell sermon before leaving for Washington at the Lafayette Avenue Presbyterian Church in Brooklyn, before an audience of 5,000 people. My text was 2 Samuel 12, verse 23, "I shall go to him." I still recall the occasion as one of deep feeling, a difficult hour of self-control. I could not stop the flow of tears that came with the closing paragraph. The words are merely the outward sign of my inner feelings. Farewell, dear friends. I could wish that in this last interview I might find you all the sons and daughters of the mighty. Why not cross the line this hour, out of the world into the kingdom of God? I have lived in peace with all of you. There is not among all the hundreds of thousands of people in this city one person with whom I could not shake hands heartily and wish him all the happiness for this world and the next. If I have wronged anyone, let him appear at the close of this service, and I will ask his forgiveness before I go. Will it not be glorious to meet again in our Father's house, where the word goodbye shall never be spoken? How much we shall then have to talk over of earthly vicissitudes. Farewell, a hearty, loving, hopeful, Christian farewell. End of section 27. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 28 of T. DeWitt Talmage as I Knew Him. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. T. DeWitt Talmage as I Knew Him by Thomas DeWitt Talmage. Milestone 17, Part 2. I was installed in the First Presbyterian Church in Washington on October 23, 1895. My first sermon in the new pulpit in Washington was preached to a crowded church, with an overflow of over 3,000 persons in the street outside. The text of my sermon was "All Heaven is Looking On." In a few days, by exchange of my Brooklyn property, I had obtained the house 1402 Massachusetts Avenue in Washington for my home. It had at one time been the Spanish legation and was in a delightful part of the city. Shortly after my arrival in Washington, I received my first introduction at the White House, with my daughters, to Mrs. Cleveland. Our reception was cordial and gracious in the extreme. I had engaged a suite of rooms at the Arlington Hotel for a year. We remained there till our lease was up before entering our new home. There was a desire among members of the congregation of the First Presbyterian Church to have me preach at the morning as well as the evening services. With 3 ministers attached to one church, there was some difficulty in the arrangement of the sermons. Eventually it was decided that I should preach morning and evening. In 1896, I made an extensive lecturing tour, in which I discussed my impressions of the world trip I had recently made. The world was getting better in spite of contrasting opinions from men who had thought about it. God never launched a failure. In 1897, I made an appeal for aid for the famine in India. I always believed it was possible to evangelize India. My life in Washington was not different from its former course. I had known many prominent people of this country and some of the great men of other lands. I had known all the presidents of the United States since Buchanan. I had known Mr. Gladstone, all the more prominent men in the bishoprics, and in high commercial, financial, and religious position. I had been presented to royalty in more than one country. Legislatures in the North and South have adjourned to give me reception. The Earl of Kintore, a Scottish peer, entertained us at his house in London in 1879. I found his family delightful Christian people, and the Countess and their daughters are very lovely. The Earl presided at 2 of my meetings. He took me to see some of his midnight charities, one of them called the House of Lords and the other the House of Commons, both of them asylums for old and helpless men. We parted about 2 o'clock in the morning on the streets of London. As we bade each other goodbye, he said, "Send me a stick of American wood, and I will send you a stick." His arrived in America, and is now in my possession, a shepherd's crook. But before the cane I purchased for him reached Scotland, the good Earl had departed this life. I was not surprised to hear of his decease. I said to my wife in London, "We will never see the Earl again in this world. He is ripe for heaven and will soon be taken." He attended the House of Lords during the week, and almost every Sabbath preached in some chapel or church. I shall not forget the exciting night I met him. I was getting out of a carriage at the door of a church in London where I was to lecture, when a ruffian struck at me, crying, "He that believeth not shall be damned." The scoundrel's blow would have demolished me but for the fact that a bystander put out his arm and arrested the blow. From that scene I was ushered into the anteroom of the church, where the Earl of Kintore was awaiting my arrival. From that hour we formed a friendship. He had been a continuous reader of my sermons, and that fact made an introduction easy. I have from him 5 or 6 letters. Lord and Lady Aberdeen had us at their house in London in the summer of 1892. Most gracious and delightful people they are. I was to speak at Haddo House, their estate in Scotland, at a great philanthropic meeting, but I was detained in St. Petersburg, Russia, by an invitation of the Emperor, and could not get to Scotland in time. Glad am I that the Earl is coming to Canada to be Governor-General. He and the Countess will do Canada a mighty good. They are on the side of God and righteousness and the Church. Since his appointment, for he intimated at Aberdeen, Scotland, when he called upon me, that he was to have an important appointment, I've had opportunity to say plauditory things of them in vast assemblages in Ottawa, Montreal, Toronto, London, and Grimsby Park. In a scrapbook in which I put down, hurriedly perhaps, but accurately, my impressions of various visits to the White House during my 4 years' pastorate in Washington, I find some notes that may be interesting. I transmit them to the printed page exactly as I find them written on paper. May 1st, 1896. Had a long talk this afternoon with Mrs. Cleveland at Woodley. I always knew she was very attractive, but never knew how wide her information was on all subjects. She had her 3 children brought in, and the 2 elder ones sang Easter songs for me. Mrs. Cleveland impresses me as a consecrated Christian mother. She passes much of her time with her children, and seems more interested in her family than in anything else. The First Lady of the land, she is universally admired. I took tea with her, and we talked over many subjects. She told me that she had joined the church at 14 years of age. Only 2 joined the church that day, a man of 80 years old and herself. She was baptized then, not having been baptized in infancy. She said she was glad she had not been baptized before because she preferred to remember her baptism. She said she did not like the great crowds attending the church then, because she did not like to be stared at as the president's wife. But I told her she would get used to that after a while. She said she did not mind being stared at on secular occasions, but objected to it at religious service. She said she had long ago ceased taking the Holy Communion at our church because of the fact that spectators on that day seemed peculiarly anxious to see how she looked at the communion. My first meeting with Mrs. Cleveland was just after her marriage. She was at the depot in her carriage to see Miss Rose Cleveland, the president's sister, off on the train. Dr. Sunderland introduced me at that time, when I was just visiting Washington. Mrs. Cleveland invited me to take a seat in her carriage. I accepted the invitation, and we sat there some time talking about various things. I saw, as everyone sees who converses with her, that she is a very attractive person, though brilliantly attired, unaffected in her manner as any mountain lass. March 3rd, 1897. Made my last call this afternoon on Mrs. Cleveland. Found her amid a group of distinguished ladies and unhappy at the thought of leaving the White House, which had been her home off and on for nearly 8 years. Her children have already gone to Princeton, which is to be her new home. She is the same beautiful, unaffected, and intelligent woman that she has always been since I formed her acquaintance. She is an inspiration to anyone who preaches, because she is such an intense listener. Her going from our church here will be a great loss. It is wonderful that a woman so much applauded and admired should not have been somewhat spoiled. More complimentary things have been said of her than of any living woman. She invited me to her home in Princeton, but I do not expect ever to get there. Our pleasant acquaintance seems to have come to an end. Washington society will miss this queen of amiability and loveliness. February 4th, 1897. Had one of my talks with President Cleveland. As I congratulated him on his coming relief from the duties of his absorbing office, he said, "Yes, I am glad of it, but there are so many things I wanted to accomplish which have not been accomplished." Then he went into extended remarks about the failure of the Senate to ratify the arbitration plan. He said that there had been much work and anxiety in that movement that had never come to the surface, how they had waited for cablegrams, and how at the same time, though he had not expressed it, he had a presentiment that through the inaction of the Senate, the splendid plan for the pacification of the world's controversies would be a failure. He dwelt much upon the Cuban imbroglio and said that he had told the Committee on Foreign Relations that if they waited until spring, they had better declare war, but that he would never be responsible for such a calamity. He said that he had chosen Princeton for his residence because he would find there less social obligation and less demand upon his financial resources than in a larger place. He said that in all matters of national as well as individual importance, it was a consolation to him to know that there was an overwhelming providence. When I congratulated him upon his continuous good health, notwithstanding the strain upon him for the 8 years of his past and present administration, he said, "Yes, I am a wonder to myself. The gout that used to distract me is almost cured, and I am in better health than when I entered office." He accounted for his good health by the fact that he had occasionally taken an outing of a few days on hunting expeditions. I said to him, "Yes, you cannot think of matters of state while out shooting ducks." He answered, "No, I cannot, except when the hunting is poor and the ducks do not appear." May 21st, 1896. This morning when I entered President Cleveland's room at the White House, he said, "Good morning. I have been thinking of you this morning." The fact is, he had under consideration the recall of a minister plenipotentiary from a European government. I had an opportunity of saying something about a gentleman who was proposed as a substitute for the foreign embassy, and the President said my conversation with him had given him a new idea about the whole affair. And I think it kept the President from making a mistake that might have involved our government in some entanglement with another nation. The President read me a long letter that he had received on the subject. I felt that my call had been providential, although I went to see him merely to say goodbye before he went away on his usual summer trip to Gray Gables, Buzzards Bay, Massachusetts. The President is in excellent health, although he says he much needs an outing. He is very fond of his children and seemed delighted to hear of the good time I had with them at Woodley. When I told how Ruth and Esther sang for me, he said he could not stand hearing them sing, as it was so touching it made him cry. I told him how the baby, MaryAnn, looked at me very soberly and scrutinizingly as long as I held her in my arms, but when I handed her to her mother, the baby, feeling herself very safe, put out her hands to me and wanted to play. But what a season of work and anxiety it had been to the President, important question after question to be settled. March 1st, 1897. I have this afternoon made my last call on President Cleveland. With Dr. Sunderland and the officers of our church, I went to the White House to bid our retiring president goodbye. Notwithstanding appointments he had made, Thurber, his private secretary, informed us that the president could not see us because of a sudden attack of rheumatism. But after Thurber had gone into the president's room, he returned, saying that the president would see Dr. Sunderland and myself. Indeed, afterwards he saw all our church officers, but he could not move from his chair. His doctor had told him that if he put his foot to the floor, he would not be able to attend the inauguration of Major McKinley on the following Thursday. After Dr. Sunderland and the officers of the church had shaken hands for departure, the president said to me, "Doctor, remain. I want to see you." The door closed. He asked me if I had followed the Chinese immigration bill that was then under consideration. We discussed it fully. The president read to me the veto which he was writing. He stated to me his objection to the bill. Our conversation was intimate, but somewhat saddened by the thought that perhaps we might not meet again. With an invitation to come and see him at Princeton, we parted. During a conversation of an earlier period at the White House, I congratulated the president upon his improved appearance since returning from one of his hunting expeditions. "Oh, yes," he said, "I cannot get daily exercise in Washington. It is impossible. So I am compelled to take these occasional outings. I approached the city on my return with a feeling that work must be pulled down over me like a nightcap." And as he said this, he made the motion as of someone putting a cap over his head. I congratulated him on the effect of his proclamation on the Monroe Doctrine, as it would set a precedent, and really meant peace. He agreed with me, saying yes, but they blame me very much for the excitement I have caused in business circles, and the failures consequent. But no one failed who was doing a legitimate business, only those collapsed who were engaged in unwarranted speculations. I wish more of those people would fail. "Mr. President," I said, "I do not want to pry into state secrets, but I would like to know, how many ducks did you shoot?" He laughed and said 11. The papers said 13. Indeed, the country papers, before I began to shoot, said that I had shot 120. I spoke of the brightness and beauty of his children again. I remarked that the youngest one, then 4 months old, had the intelligence of a child a year old, and the president said, "Yes, she is a great pleasure to us and seems to know everything." March 3, 1896. Started from Washington for the great home missionary meeting to be held in Carnegie Hall, New York. President Cleveland to preside. We left on the 11 o'clock train by Pennsylvania Railroad. I did not go to the president's private car until we had been some distance on our way, although he told me when I went in that he had looked for me at the depot, and I might as well have been in his car all the way. No one was with him except Mrs. Cleveland and his private secretary, Mr. Thurber, who was also one of my church. We had an uninterrupted conversation. The servants and guards were at the front end of the car, and we were at the rear. I asked the president if he found it possible to throw off the cares of office for a while. He laughed and said, "They call a trip of this kind a vacation." Then, with a countenance of sudden gravity, he added, "We no sooner get through one great question than another comes." It made me think of the tension on the president's mind at that time. There was the Venezuelan question. There were suggestions of war with England. And then there was the Cuban matter with suggestions of war with Spain. And all the time, the overshadowing financial questions. During our conversation, the president referred to the conditions ever and anon inflicted upon him by newspaper misrepresentations, particularly those of inebriety, of domestic quarrels, of turning Mrs. Cleveland out of doors at night so that she had to flee for refuge to the house of Dr. Sunderland, my pastoral associate, passing the night there, and then the reports that his children were deaf and dumb or imbecile, when he knew I had seen them and considered them the brightest and healthiest children I had known. All these attacks and falsehoods concerning the president and his family I saw hurt him as deeply as they would any of us, but he is in a position which does not allow him to make reply. I assured him that he was only in the line of misrepresentation that had assailed all the presidents, George Washington more violently than himself, and that the words cynicism, jealousy, political hatred, and diabolism in general would account for all. I do think, however, that the factories of scandal have been particularly busy with our beloved president. They were running on extra time. If I were asked who among the mighty men at Washington has most impressed me with the elements of power, I would say Grover Cleveland. June 25, 1896. It seems now that Major McKinley of Canton, Ohio, will be elected President of the United States. I was in Canton about 3 weeks ago and called at Major McKinley's house. He was just starting from his home to call on me. He presided at the first lecture I delivered in Canton in 1871. On my recent visit, he recalled all the circumstances of that lecture, remembering that he went to my room afterwards in the hotel and had a long talk with me, which he said made a deep impression upon him. My visit at Canton 3 weeks ago was to lecture. Major McKinley attended and came upon the platform afterwards to congratulate me. He is a Christian man and as genial and lovable a man as I ever met. September 21st, 1897. Had a most delightful interview with President McKinley in the White House. I congratulated him on the peaceful opening of his administration. He said, "Yes, I hope it is not the calm before a storm." He said that during the last 6 weeks at least 500,000 of people had passed before him, and they all gave signs of their encouragement. Especially, he said, the women and children looked and acted as though they expected better times. The president looked uncommonly well. I told him that during the past summer I had traveled in many of the states, and that from the people everywhere I gathered hopeful feelings. I told him that they were expecting great prosperity would come to the country through his administration. Of course, these are merely scraps torn from old notebooks, but I cannot help commending the value of first impressions of the first-hand reports which are made in this way. There is in the unadorned picture of any incident in the past a sort of hallowed character that no ornate frame can improve. So the pages of these recollections are but a string of impressions torn from old notebooks and diaries. From scrapbooks and other sources, some other person may set up the last milestones of my journey through life and think other things of enough importance to add to the furlongs I have already traveled, and I give permission to add that biography to this autobiography. Signed, T. DeWitt Talmage. End of section 28. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 29 of T. DeWitt Talmage, As I Knew Him. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. T. DeWitt Talmage as I Knew Him, a biographical sketch of Dr. Talmage's last milestones by Eleanor McCutcheon Collier Talmage. The Last Milestones, 1898 to 1902. The wishes of Dr. Talmage reign paramount with me, otherwise I should not dare to add these imperfect memoirs to the finished and eloquent, yet simple, narration of his life work which has just charmed the reader from his own graphic pen. Dr. Talmage did not consider his autobiography of vital importance to posterity. His chief concern was for his sermons and other voluminous writings. The intimate things of his life he held too sacred for public view, and he shrank from any intrusion thereupon. His autobiography, therefore, was a concession to his family, his friends, and an admiring public. So many people all over the world have paid homage to his personality and to his remarkable influence that it seemed evident not only to us but to many others that his own recollections would give abiding pleasure. I remember when we were traveling to Washington after our marriage, many men of prominence who were on the Congressional Limited said to Dr. Talmage, "Doctor, why don't you write your memoirs? They would be especially interesting because you have bridged 2 centuries in your life." Then, turning to me, they urged me to use my influence over him. Later on I did so, placing over his desk as a reminder in big letters the one word, Autobiography. His celebrity was something so unique and so widespread that it is difficult to write of it under the spell which still surrounds his memory. Many still remember seeing and feeling almost with awe the tremendous grasp of success which Dr. Talmage had all his life. A reminiscence of my girlhood will be pardoned. My father was his great admirer many years before I ever met the doctor. Whenever I went with my father from my home in Pittsburgh on a visit to New York, I was taken over to Brooklyn every Sunday morning, unwillingly I must confess, to hear Dr. Talmage. At that time there were other things which I found more pleasant, for I had many young friends to visit and to entertain. However, my father's wishes were always uppermost with me, and his admiration of the great preacher inspired me also with reverence. The doctor soon became one of the great men in my life. Dr. Talmage was among the builders of his century, a watchman of his period. He was a man of philanthropy and enterprise. His popularity was worldwide. His extraordinary power was exerted over people of all classes and conditions of life. His broad human intellectuality, his constant good humor, his indomitable energy threw a glamour about him. His happy laughter, which attested the deep peace of his heart, rang everywhere, through his home, in social meetings with his friends, in casual encounters even with strangers. No one who ever knew the doctor thought of him as an old man. He himself almost believed that he would live forever. "Barring an accident," he often said, "I shall live forever." The frankness and buoyancy of his spirit were like youth, were the enchantment of his personality. Even today, when memories begin to grow cold in the shadow of his tomb, I am constantly reminded by those who remember him of the strange magical eternity that was in him. He had been so active and busy through all the years of his life, keeping pace with each one in its seemingly increasing speed, that his heart remained ever young, living in the glory of things that were present, searching with eager vigor the horizon of the future. Wherever I am, whether in this country or in Europe, but especially in England, Dr. Talmage's name still brings me remembrance of his distinguished career from the men of prominence who knew him. They come to me, and tell me about him with unabated affection for his memory. He attracted people by a kind of magnetism, and held them afterwards with ties of deep friendship and respect. The standards of his youth were the standards of his whole life. My appreciation of Dr. Talmage in these printed pages may not be wholly in harmony with his ideas of the privacy of his home life, but it is difficult to think of him at all in any mood less intimately reverent. As I look over the scrapbook, my scrapbook, as he and I always called it, I feel the reserve about it that he himself did. My share in the doctor's life, however, belongs to these last years of his distinguished career, and I am a contributor by special privilege. I met him first at East Hampton, Long Island, in the summer of 1896, when I was visiting friends. The other day, while in reminiscent struggle with my scrapbook, I was visited by an old friend of Dr. Talmage, who recalled the following incident. It was Dr. Talmage's custom, he said, to take long drives out into the country round about Washington. Sometimes he sent for me to drive with him. One afternoon I received a specially urgent call to be sure and drive with him that day, because he had something of great importance to discuss with me. On our way back, towards evening, I asked him what it was. He said, "I work hard, very hard. Sometimes I come back to my home tired, very tired, lonely. I open my door, and the house is dark, silent. The young folks are out somewhere, and there is no one to talk to." Then he became his silent self. I said to him, "Have you anyone in mind whom you would like to talk to?" "I have," he said positively. "If so," I said, "go to her at once and tell her so." "I will," he replied briskly. And the next night he went to Pittsburgh. We were married in January 1898. The first reception given in our home on Massachusetts Avenue was in the nature of a greeting between the doctor's friends and myself. His own interest in the social side of things in Washington was an agreeable interruption rather than a part of his own activities. His friends were men and women from every highway and byway of the world. My father, a man of unusual intellectual breadth and heart, had been my companion of so many years, so that I was, to some degree, accustomed to mature conceptions of people and affairs. But the busy whirl in the life of a celebrity was entirely new. It was soon quite evident that Dr. Talmage relied upon me for the discretionary duties of a man besieged by all sorts of demands. From the first I feared that Dr. Talmage was overtaxing his strength, undiminished though it was at the time when most men began to relinquish their burdens. Therefore, I entered eagerly into my new duties of relieving the strain he himself did not realize. His was a full and ample life devoted to the gospel of cheerfulness, and to me, I think, was given the best part of it, the autumn. When I knew him, he had already impressed the wide world of his hearers with his striking originality of thought and style. He had already established a form of preaching that was known by his name, Talmagic. Its character was the man himself, broad, brilliant, picturesque, keen with divine and human facts, told simply, always with an uplift of spiritual beauty. In March 1898, Dr. Talmage was called West for lecture engagements, and I went with him. What strange and delightful events that spring tour brought into my life! The doctor lectured every night in what was to me some new and undiscovered country. We were always going to an hotel, to a train, to an opera house, to another hotel, another train, another opera house. Our experiences were not less exciting than the trials of one-night stands. I had never traveled before without a civilized quota of trunks, but the doctor would have been overwhelmed with them in the rush to keep his engagements, so we had to be content with our bags. When we were not studying timetables, The doctor was striding across the land, his Bible under his arm, myself in gasping haste at his side. What primitive hotels we encountered! What antiquated trains we had to take! Frequently a milk train was the only means of reaching our destination. And alas, a milk train always leaves at the trying hour of 4 a.m. Once we had to ride on a special engine, and frequently the caboose of a freight train served our desperate purpose. I begin to understand something of the loneliness of the doctor's life in experiences like these. I insisted upon sitting in the front row at every one of Dr. Talmage's lectures, which I soon knew by heart. He used to laugh when I would repeat certain parts of them to him. Then he would beg me to stay away, that I might not be bored by listening to the same thing over again. I would not have missed one of his lectures for the world. These were the great moments of his life. The combined resources of his character came to the surface whenever he went into the pulpit or on to the platform. These were the moments that inspired his life, that gave it an ever-increasing vigor of human and divine perception. The enthusiasm of his reception by the crowds in these theaters keyed me up so that each new audience was a new pleasure. There were no preliminaries to his lectures. Frequently he had time only to drop his hat and step onto the stage as he had come from the train. After every lecture it was his custom to shake hands with hundreds of people who came up to the platform. This was very exhausting, but these were to him the moments of fruition, the spiritual harvest of the Christian seeds he had scattered over the earth. They were wonderful scenes, dramatic in their earnestness, remarkable in the evidence they brought out of his universal influence upon the hearts of men and women. Everywhere the same testimony prevailed. "You saved my father. God bless you." "You saved my brother. Thank God." "You made a good woman of me." "You gave me my first start in life." In these words they told him their gratitude as they grasped his hand. On these occasions the doctor's face was wonderful to see, as with the slight pressure of his hand he looked into the eyes that were filled with tears. Sometimes people would come to me and whisper the same truths about him, and when I would tell him, his answer was characteristic. "Eleanor, this is what gives me strength. It is worth living to hear people tell me these things." Dr. Talmage's instincts were big, evangelical impulses, often used to urge him to relinquish his pastorate. But he would reply that after all the church was his candlestick, that he must have a place to hold his candle while he preached to a world of all nations. Yet he often said he would rather have been an unfettered evangelist, bent on saving the world, than the pastor of any one flock or church. To preach to the people was the breath of his life. It was the relentless energy of his soul that kept him forever young. He would put all his strength into every sermon he preached and every lecture he delivered. Dr. Talmage had absolutely no personal vanity. He was a man absorbed in ideas, indifferent to appearances. He lived in the opportunities of his heart and mind to help others. Although he had been one of the most tried of men, he never spared himself to help others. He never lost faith in anyone. There were many shrewd enough to realize this characteristic in him, who would put a finger on his heart and draw out of him all he had to give. On one occasion we were traveling through Iowa, when a big snowstorm made it evident that we could not make connections to meet an engagement he had made to lecture that evening in Marietta, Ohio. He had just said to me that after all he was glad, because he was very tired and needed the rest. Will Carleton was on the same train, bound to Zanesville, Ohio, to give a lecture that night. He was very much afraid that he, too, would miss his engagement. He asked the doctor to telegraph to the railroad officials to hold the Limited at Chicago Junction, which the doctor did. The result was that we were whisked in a carriage across Chicago and whirled on a special car to the junction, where the Limited was held for us. much to the disgust of other passengers. He saw the mercy of God in every calamity, the beauty of faith in Him in every mood of earth or sky. One spring day we were sitting in the room of a friend's house. There were flowers in the room, and Dr. Talmage loved these children of nature. He always said that flowers were appropriate for all occasions. Someone said to him, "Doctor, how have you kept your faith in people, your sweet interpretation of human nature, in spite of the injustice you have always been shown?" Looking at a great bunch of sweet peas on the table, he said, "Many years ago I learned not to care what the world said of me, so long as I myself knew I was right and fair. And how can one help but believe when the good God above us makes such beautiful things as these flowers?" His creed, as I learned it, was perfect faith, and the universal commands of human nature to live and let live. Although I was destined to share less than 5 years of his life, there was in the whole of it no chapter or incident with which he did not acquaint me. He was not a man of theory. No one could live near him without awe of his genius. We returned to Washington after this spring lecturing tour, where the doctor resumed his preaching twice on Sunday and his midweek lecture till June. Then, according to Dr. Talmage's custom, we went to Saratoga for a few weeks before the crowds came for the season. The doctor found the Saratoga Springs beneficial and made it a rule to go there for a time each summer. On July 3rd, 1898, we started for the Pacific Coast on what Dr. Talmage called a summer vacation. On his desk there was always a great number of invitations to preach and lecture, awaiting his acknowledgment or refusal. The greatest problem of the last years of his life was how to find time for all the things he was asked to do and wanted to do. In vain I tried to make him conform to the usual plans of a summer outing. He asked me if he might take a few lectures on a route to California, and he did, but he always managed to slip in a few extra ones without my knowledge. When I would protest about these additional engagements, he would say that the people wanted to hear him, that they were new people he had never seen, which meant more to him than anything else. Then, of course, I had to yield my judgment. It had been Dr. Talmage's original plan to go to Europe during this first summer of our marriage, but the outbreak of the Spanish War made him afraid he might not be able to get back in time for his church work in October. Although ostensibly this was a vacation trip, it was so only in the spirit and gaiety of the doctor's moods. 3 times a week Dr. Talmage lectured and preached once, sometimes twice, every Sunday. From Cincinnati westward to Denver we zigzagged over the country, keeping in constant pursuit of the doctor's engagements. No argument on our part could alter these working plans which my husband had made before we left Washington. He was so happy, however, in the midst of his energies, that we forgot the exertion of his labors. The 3 places where, by agreeable lapses, Dr. Talmage really enjoyed a rest were Colorado Springs, the Yellowstone Park, and Coronado Beach in California. Aside from these points, we were traveling incessantly in the doctor's reflected glory, which was our vacation, but by no means his. While at Colorado Springs, where we stayed 2 weeks, Dr. Talmage preached once, and once in Denver, but he did not lecture. In Salt Lake City the doctor preached in the Tabernacle, the throne room of polygamy that he had so often attacked in previous years. This was a remarkable feature of these last milestones of his life, that all conflicts were forgotten in a universal acknowledgment of his evangelism. His grasp of every subject was always close to the hearts of others, and it was instinctive, not studied. During our visit in the West, he talked much of the effect of the Spanish War, regarding our victory in Cuba and the Philippines as an advance to civilization. We entered the Yellowstone Park at Minado and drove through the geyser country. We stopped at Dwelly's, a little log cabin famous to all travelers just before entering the park. On leaving there, We had been told that there were occasional holdups of parties traveling in private vehicles as we were. The following day, while passing along a lonely road, a man suddenly leaped from the bushes and seized the bridles of the horses. The doctor appeared to be terribly frightened, and we were all very much excited when we saw that the driver had missed his aim when he fired at the bandit. The robber was of the appearance approved in dime novels. He wore a sacking over his eyes, with eye-holes cut in, through which he could see, and looked in all other respects a disreputable cutthroat. Just as we were about to surrender our jewels and money, Dr. Talmage confessed that he had arranged the hold-up for our benefit, and that it was a practical joke of his. He was always full of mischief, and took delight in surprising people. On Sunday, Dr. Talmage preached in the parlors of the Fountain Hotel. The rooms were crowded with the soldiers who were stationed in the park. The doctor's sermon was on garrison duty. He said afterwards that he found it extremely difficult to talk there because the rooms were small and the people were too close to him. We paid a visit to Mr. Henderson, who was an official of the Yellowstone Park at the time, and whose brother was Speaker of the House in Washington. He begged Dr. Talmage to use his influence with members of Congress to oppose a project which had been started, to build a trolley line through the Yellowstone Park. The doctor promised to do so, and I think the trolley line has not been built. We left the Yellowstone at Cinnabar and went direct to Seattle. During our stay in Seattle, the whole town was excited one morning by the arrival of a ship from the Klondike, that region of golden romance and painful reality. The doctor and I went down to the wharf to see the great ship disembark these gold diggers. But for several hours the 400 passengers had been detained on board because 24,000 in gold dust carried by 2 miners had been stolen, and though a search had been instituted, to which everyone had been compelled to submit, no clue to the thief had been found. Dr. Talmage was profoundly impressed by the misfortune of these 2 men, who after months of exposure and fatigue were now obliged to walk ashore penniless. A number of these 400 passengers had brought back an aggregate of about $4 million from the Klondike, but many among them had brought back only disappointment, and their haggard faces were pitiful to see. Indeed, the doctor told me that out of the thousands who went fortune hunting to Alaska, only about 3% came back richer than when they started. In the early part of September, Dr. Talmage lectured in San Francisco on international policies. His admiration of the Tsar's manifesto for disarmament of the nations was unbounded, and he emphasized it whenever he appeared in public. He prophesied the millennium as if he looked forward to personal experiences of it. This came from his remarkable confidence in the life forces nature had given him. At Coronado Beach we determined upon a rest for 2 weeks, but the doctor could in no wise be induced to forego his lecture at San Diego. A pleasant visit to Los Angeles was followed by a delightful sojourn of a few days at Santa Barbara, the floral paradise of the Golden Coast. Here the doctor was met at the station by carriages, and we were literally smothered in flowers. Even our rooms in the hotel were banked high with roses. In the afternoon we accepted an invitation to drive through Santa Barbara, hoping against hope that we might do so inconspicuously. But the same flower-laden carriages came for us, and we were driven through the city like a miniature flower parade. Much to the doctor's regret, he was followed about like a circus, but his courtesy never failed. On our route east, we again stopped in San Francisco. An announcement had been made that Dr. Talmage would preach for the Sunday evening service at Calvary Presbyterian Church on the corner of Powell and Geary Streets. Never had I seen such a crowd before. As we made our way to the church, we found the adjoining streets packed so solidly with people that we had to call a policeman to make an opening for us. Once inside, we saw the church rapidly filling, till at last, as a means of protection, the doors were locked against the surging crowd. But Dr. Talmage had scarcely begun his sermon when the doors were literally broken down by the crowd outside. Quick to see the danger, the doctor sent out word to the people that he would speak in Union Square immediately after the church service. This had the desired effect, and the great crowd waited patiently for him a block away till 9 o'clock. It was rather a raw evening because of a fog that had come up from the sea, and for this reason the doctor asked permission to keep his hat on while he talked from the bandstand. It was the first time I ever heard him speak out of doors, and I was amazed to hear how clearly every word traveled, and with what precision his voice carried the exact effect. It was a coincidence that the theme of his sermon should have been, "There is plenty of room in heaven." The tremendous enthusiasm, the almost worshipful interest with which he was received, could easily have spoiled any man, but with Dr. Talmage, such an ovation as we had witnessed seemed only to intensify the simplicity of his character. He lost his identity in the elements of inspiration, and when he had finished preaching, it was not to himself but to the power that had been given him he gave all the credit of his influence. He was always simple, direct, unpretentious. During his short stay in Chicago, Dr. Talmage preached in his son's church and then hurried home to begin his duties in his own church. Duty was the doctor's master key. With it he locked himself away from the mediocre and unlocked his way to ultimate freedom of religious impulse. For a long while he had formed a habit of preaching without recompense, as he would have desired to do all his life, because he felt that the power of preaching was a gift from God, a trust to be transmitted without cost to the people. He never missed preaching on Sunday, paying his own expenses to whatever pulpit he was invited to occupy. There were so many invitations that he was usually able to choose. It was this conviction that led to his ultimate resignation from his church in Washington, that he might be free to expound the Scriptures wherever he was. He was always so happy it was hard to believe that he was overworking, yet I feared his labor of love would end in exhaustion and possible illness. Everything in the world was beautiful to him, and yet beauty was not a matter of externals with him. It radiated from him, even when it was not about him. Especially was this noticeable when we were away together on one of his short lecturing trips. At these times we were quite alone, and then, without interruption, in the sequestered domain of some country hotel, he would admit me into the wonderland of his inner hopes, his plans for the future, his ideas of life and people and happiness. Once we were staying in one of these country hotels, obviously pretentious, but yet very uncomfortable, the sort of hotel where the walls of the room oppress you and the furniture astonishes you, and there are no private baths. He sat down in the largest chair, literally beaming with delight. "Isn't it beautiful?" he said. "Now I take my home with me. Before I used to be so much alone. Now I have someone to talk to." There was nothing comparative in his happiness. Everything was made perfect for him by the simplicity of his appreciation. I used to look forward to these trips as one might look forward to an excursion into some new and unexpected transport of existence, for he always had new wonders of heart and mind to reveal in these obscure byways we explored together. They were all too short, and yet too full for time to record them in a diary. These were the hours that one puts away in the secret chamber of unwritten and untold feeling. I turn again to the pages of our scrapbook, as one turns to the dictionary for reserve of language. In November of 1898, I find there a clipping that reminds me of the day Dr. Talmage and I spent at the home of Senator Faulkner in Martinsburg, West Virginia. The Anglo-American Commission was in session in Washington then, and during the following winter. The Joint High Commission was the official title, and we were invited by Senator Faulkner with these men to get a glimpse of that rare Americanism known the world over as Southern hospitality. The foreign members of the commission were Lord Herschel, Sir Wilfrid Laurier, Sir Louis Davis, and Sir Richard Cartwright. Our host was one of the Americans on the commission. We left Washington about noon, lunched on the train, and reached the old ancestral home in a snowstorm. All of the available carriages and carryalls were at our disposal, however, and we were quickly driven to the warm fireside of a true Southerner, who, more than any other kind of man, knows how to brand the word home upon your memory. We dined with true Southern sumptuousness. Never shall I forget the resigned and comfortable expression of that little roast pig as it was laid before us. To the Englishman it was a rare chance to understand the cordial relations between England and America in an atmosphere of colonial splendor. The house itself has not undergone any change since it was built. It stands a complete example of an old ancestral estate. As we were leaving, our host insisted that no friend should leave his home without tasting the best eggnog ever made in Virginia. The doctor and I drove to the station in carriage with our Lord Herschel. He was a man of great reserve and high breeding. On the way he showed us a letter that he had just received from his daughter, a little girl in England, telling him to be sure and come home for the Christmas holidays, and not let those rich Americans keep him away. This was the beginning of a series of dinners given by members of the Joint High Commission in Washington during the winter, to which we were often invited. A few months later, Lord Herschel died in Washington. Dr. Talmage was almost the last man to see him alive. He called at his hotel to invite him to stay at his house, but he was then too ill to be moved. During the early fall of 1898, the doctor lectured at Annapolis. It was his first visit to the old historic town, and he was received with all the honor of the place. We were the guests of Governor Loudon's at the Executive Mansion, where we were entertained in the evening at dinner. Just before the Christmas holidays, Dr. Talmage made a short lecturing trip into Canada, and I went with him. It was my privilege to accompany him everywhere, even for a brief journey of a day. In Montreal, while sitting in a box with some Canadian friends, during one of the doctor's lectures, they told me how deep was the affection and regard for him in England. "Wait till you see how the English people receive him," they said. "You will be surprised at the hold that he has on them over there." The following year I went to England with him, and experienced with pride and pleasure the truth of what they had said. The end of our first year together seemed to be only the prelude to a long lifetime of companionship and happiness, without age, without sorrow, without discord. End of section 29.
Section 30 of T. DeWitt Talmage as I Knew Him. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. T. DeWitt Talmage as I Knew Him by Thomas DeWitt Talmage. The Second Milestone, 1899 to 1900. In his study, no wasted hours ever entered. With the exception of the stenographer and his immediate family, no one was admitted there. It was his eventful laboratory where he conceived the greatest sermons of his period. I merely quote the opinions of others, far more important than my own, when I say this. It is a sort of haunted room today, which I enter not with any fear, but I can never stay in it very long. It has no ghostly associations. It is too full of vital memories for that. But it is a room that mystifies and silences me, not with mere regrets, for that is sorrow, and there is nothing sad about the place to me. I can scarcely convey the impression. It is as though I expected to see him come in at the door at any moment and hear him call my name. The room is empty, but it makes me feel that he has only just stepped out for a little while. The study is at the top of the house, a long, wide, high-ceilinged room with many windows, from which the tops of trees sway gently in the breeze against the sky above and beyond. I spent a great deal of time with him in it. Sometimes he would talk with me there about the themes of his sermons, which were always drawn from some need in modern life. With the Bible open before him, he would seek for a text. After 40 years of preaching all about the wonders of this great book, he would say, "I am often puzzled where to choose the text most fitting to my sermon." His habits were methodical in the extreme, his time punctually divided by a fixed system of invaluable character. His inspirations were part of his eternal spirit, but he lived face to face with time, obedient to the law of its precision. I think of him always as of one whose genius was unknown to himself. We could always tell the time of day by the doctor's habits. They were as regular as a clock that never varies. At 7:30 to the second he was at the breakfast table. It was exactly 1 o'clock when he sat down to dinner. At 6:30 his supper was before him. Some of our household would have preferred dining in the evening, but in that case the doctor would have dined alone, which was out of the question. Every day of his life excepting Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the doctor walked 5 miles. In bad weather he went out muffled and booted like a sailor on a stormy sea. His favorite walk was always from our house to the Capitol, around the Library of Congress, and back. He never varied this walk, for he had no bump of locality, and he was afraid of losing his way. If he strayed from the beaten path into any one of the beautiful squares in Washington, he was sure to have to ask a policeman how to get home. Fridays and Saturdays Dr. Talmage spent entirely in his study, dictating his sermons. How many miles he walked these days he himself never knew, but all day long he tramped back and forth the length of his study, composing and expounding in a loud voice the sermon of the week. He could be heard all over the house. We had a new servant once who came rushing downstairs to my room one morning in great fear. "Mrs. Talmage, ma'am, there is a crazy man in that room on the top floor," she cried. She had not seen nor heard the doctor, and did not know that room was his study. On these week-end days we always drove after dark. An open carriage was at the door by 8 o'clock, and no matter what the weather might be, we had our drive. In the dead of winter, wrapped in furs and rugs, we have driven in an open carriage just as if it were summer. Usually we went up on Capitol Hill because the doctor was fond of the view from that height. My share in the doctor's labors were those of a watchful companion who appreciated his genius, but could give it no greater light than sympathy and admiration. Occasionally he would ask me to select the hymns for the services, and this I did as well as I could. Sunday was the great day of the week to me. It has never been the same since the doctor died. Our friendships were always mutual, and we shared them with equal pleasure. The doctor's friendship with President McKinley was an intimate mutual association that ended only with the great national disaster of the president's assassination. Very often we walked over in the morning to the White House to call on the president for an informal chat. A little school friend who was visiting my daughter that winter told my husband how anxious she was to see a president. "Come on with me, I will show you a real president," said Dr. Talmage one morning, and over we went to the White House. While we were talking with the president, Mrs. McKinley came in from a drive and sent word that she wished to see us. "I want to show you the president's library and bedroom," she said, "that you may see how a president lives." Then she took us upstairs and showed us their home. While we did not keep open house, there was always someone dropping in to take dinner or supper informally, and I was somewhat surprised when Dr. Talmage told me one day that he thought we ought to give some sort of entertainment in return for our social obligations. It was not quite like him to remember or think of such things. On January 23, 1899, we gave an evening reception, to which over 300 people came. It was the first social affair of consequence the doctor had ever given in his house in Washington. My husband's memory for names was so uncertain that when he introduced me to people he tactfully mumbled. On this occasion Senator Gorman very kindly stood near me to identify the people for me. I remember a very dapper, very little man in evening clothes, who was passed on to me by the doctor, with the usual unintelligible introduction, and I had just begun to make myself agreeable when, pointing to a medal on his coat, the little man said, "I am the only woman in the United States who has been honored with one of these medals." I was very much mystified and looked up helplessly at Senator Gorman, who relieved me at once by saying, "Mrs. Talmage, this is the celebrated Dr. Mary Walker, of whom you have heard so often." It was difficult for Dr. Talmage to assimilate the social obligations of life with the broader demands of his life mission, which seemed to constantly extend and increase in scope into the far distances of the world. More and more evident it became that the candlestick of his religious doctrine could no longer be maintained in one church or in one pulpit. The necessity of breaking engagements out of town so as to be in Washington every Sunday became irksome to him. He felt that he could do better in the purposes of his usefulness as a preacher If he were to bear the candle of his gospel in a candlestick he could carry everywhere himself. I confess that I was not sorry when he reached this decision, and submitted his resignation to the First Presbyterian Church in the spring of 1899, after our return from a short vacation in Florida. On our trip south, I remember Admiral Schley was on the train with us, part of the way. The Admiral told the doctor the whole story of the Santiago victory, and commented upon the official investigation of the affair. My husband was very fond of him, and his comment was summed up in his reassuring answer to the Admiral, "But you were there." It was during our stay in Florida that Dr. Talmage and Joseph Jefferson, the actor, renewed their acquaintance. The doctor never saw him act because he had made it a rule after he entered the ministry in his youth never to go to the theater to see a play. In crossing the ocean he had frequently appeared with stage celebrities at the usual entertainments given on board ship for the benefit of seamen, and in this way had made some friends among actors. He was particularly fond of Madame Modjeska, whom he had met on the steamer and whose character and spirit he greatly admired. Jefferson was a great fisherman, and most of his day was spent on the water or on the pier. There we used to meet him, and he and Dr. Talmage would exchange reminiscences serious and ludicrous. One of the doctor's favorite stories was an account of a terrific fight he saw in India between a mongoose and a cobra. Mr. Jefferson also had a story, a sort of parody of this, which described a man in delirium tremens watching in imaginary terror a similar fight. Years before this, when the doctor had delivered his famous sermon in Brooklyn against the stage, Jefferson was among the actors who went to hear him. Recalling this incident, Mr. Jefferson said, "When I entered that church to hear your sermon, doctor, I hated you. When I left the church, I loved you." He talked very little of the theater, and seemed to regard his stage career with less importance than he did his love of painting. He never grew tired of this subject. When we were leaving Palm Beach, Mr. Jefferson said to me, "I know Dr. Talmage won't come and see me act, but when I am in Washington I will send you a box, and I hope the doctor will let you come." Dr. Talmage's resignation from his church in Washington took place in March, 1899. I quote his address to the presbytery because it was a momentous event occurring in the gloaming of what seemed to us all then the prime of his life. March 3, 1899. To the Session of the First Presbyterian Church of Washington. Dear friends, the increasing demands made upon me by religious journalism and the continuous calls for more general work in the cities have of late years caused frequent interruption of my pastoral work. It is not right that this condition of affairs should further continue. Besides that, it is desirable that I have more opportunity to meet face to face in religious assemblies, those in this country and in other countries to whom I have, through the kindness of the printing press, been permitted to preach week by week, and without the exception of a week for about 30 years. Therefore, though very reluctantly, I have concluded, after serving you nearly 4 years in the pastoral relation, to send this letter of resignation. T. DeWitt Talmage. I had rather expected that the doctor's release from his church would have had the desired effect of reducing his labors, but he never accomplished less than the allotment of his utmost strength. Rest was a problem he never solved, and he did not know what it meant. My life had not been idle by any means, but it seemed to me that the doctor's working hours were without end. When I told him this, he would say, "Why, Eleanor, I am not working hard at all now. This is very tame compared to what I have done in the years gone by." His weekly sermon was always put in the mail on Saturday night, as also his weekly editorials. Sunday the sermon was preached, and on Monday morning the syndicate of newspapers in this country printed it. He made always 2 copies of his sermon. One he sent to his editorial offices in New York, the other was delivered to the Washington Post. I was told a little while ago that a prominent preacher called on the editor of this newspaper and asked him to publish one of his own sermons. This was refused, even when the aforesaid preacher offered to pay for the privilege. "But you print Talmage's sermons," said the preacher. "We do," replied the editor, "because we find that our readers demand them. We tried to do without them, but we could not." Dr. Talmage's acquaintance with men of national reputation was very wide, but he never seemed to consider their friendship greater than any others. He was a great hero worshipper himself, always impressed by a man who had done something in the world. There was a great deal of praise being bestowed about this time on Mr. Carnegie's library gifts. Dr. Talmage admired the Scottish-American immensely, having formed his acquaintance while crossing the ocean. 5 or 6 years later, during the winter of 1899, The doctor met him in one of the rooms of the White House. He tells this anecdote in his own words as follows. I was glad I was present that day, when Mr. Andrew Carnegie decided upon the gift of a library to the city of Washington. I was in one of the rooms of the White House talking with Governor Lowndes of Maryland and Mr. B.H. Warner of Washington, who was especially interested in city libraries. Mr. Carnegie entered at the opposite end of the room. We greeted each other with heartiness, not having met since we crossed the ocean together some time before. I asked Mr. Carnegie to permit me to introduce him to some friends. After each introduction, the conversation immediately turned upon libraries, as Mr. Carnegie was then constantly presenting them in this and other lands. Before the conversation ended that day, Mr. Carnegie offered $250,000 for a Washington library. I've always felt very happy at having had anything to do with that interview which resulted so gloriously. Dr. Talmage's opinions upon the aftermath of the Spanish War were widely quoted at this time. The fact is, this war ought never to have occurred, he said. We have had the greatest naval officer of this century, Admiral Schley, assailed for disobeying orders, and General Shatter denounced for being too fat and wanting to retreat, and General Wheeler attacked because of something else. We are all tired of this investigating business. I never knew a man in church or state to move for an investigating committee who is not himself somewhat of a hypocrite. The question is what to do with the bad job we have on hand. I say educate and evangelize these islands. As he wrote, he usually talked, and these words were recollections of the subjects he talked over with me in his quieter study hours. They were virile talks abreast of the century hurrying to its close, full of cheerfulness, faith, and courage for the future. He was particularly distressed and moved by the death of Chief Justice Field in April 1899. It was his custom to read his sermons to me in his study before preaching. He chose for his sermon on April 16th the decease of the great jurist, and his text was Zechariah 11:2. Howl, fir tree, for the cedar has fallen. Many no doubt remember this sermon, but no one can realize the depth of feeling with which the doctor read it to me in the secret corner of his workroom at home. But his heart was in every sermon. He said, when he resigned from his church, "The preaching of the gospel has always been my chosen work. I believe I was called to it, and I shall never abandon it." During this season in Washington, we gave a few formal dinners. My husband wished it, and he was a cheerful, magnetic host, though he accepted few invitations to dinner himself. No wine was served at these dinners, and yet they were by no means dull or tiresome. Our guests were men of ideas, men like Justice Brewer, Speaker Reed, Senator Barrows, Justice Harlan, Vice President Fairbanks, Governor Stone, and senators who have since become members of the old guard. It was said in Washington at the time that Dr. Talmage's dinner parties were delightful because they were ostensible opportunities to hear men talk who had something to say. The doctor was liberal-minded about everything, but his standards of conduct were the laws of his life that no one could jeopardize or deny. A very prominent society woman came to Dr. Talmage one day to ask the favor that he preach a temperance sermon for the benefit of Sir Wilfrid Laurier, whom she wanted to interest in temperance legislation. She promised to bring him to the doctor's church for that purpose. "Madam, I should be very glad to have Sir Wilfrid Laurier attend my church," said the doctor, "but I never preach at anybody. Your request is something I cannot agree to." The lady was a personal friend, and she persisted. Finally, the doctor said to her, "Mrs. G., my wife and I are invited to meet Sir Wilfrid Laurier at a dinner in your house next week. Will you omit the wines at that dinner?" The lady admitted that that would be impossible. "Then you see, madam, how difficult it would be for me to alter my principles as a preacher." In May 1899, Dr. Talmage and I left Washington and went to East Hampton alone. Contrary to his usual custom of closing his summer home between seasons, the doctor had allowed a minister and his family to live there for 3 months. Diphtheria had developed in the family during that time, and the doctor ordered everything in the house to be burned and the walls scraped. So the whole house had to be refurnished, and the doctor and I together selected the furniture. It was a joyous time. It was like redecorating our lives with a new charm and sentiment that was intimately beautiful and refreshing. I remember the tenderness with which the doctor showed me a place on the door of the barn where his son DeWitt, who died, had carved his initials. He would never allow that spot to be touched. It was sacred to the memory of what was perhaps the most absorbing affection of his life. He always called East Hampton his earthly paradise, which to him meant a busy utopia. He was very fond of the sea bathing, and his chief recreation was running on the beach. He was 65 years old, yet he could run like a young man. These few weeks were a memorable vacation. In June, Dr. Talmage made an engagement to attend the 60th commencement exercises of the Erskine Theological College in Due West, South Carolina. This is the place where secession was first planned, as it is also the oldest Presbyterian center in the United States. We were the guests of Dr. Greer, the president of the college. It was known that Reverend David P. Presley, Presbyterian patriarch and graduate of this college, had been my father's pastor in Pittsburgh, and this association added some interest in my presence in Due West with the doctor. The Reverend E. P. Lindsay, my brother's pastor in Pittsburgh, had also been born there, and his mother, when I met her in 1899, was still a vigorous secessionist. Her greatest disappointment was the fact that her son had abandoned the sentiments of secession and had gone to preach in a Northern church. She told us that she had once hidden Jefferson Davis in her house for 3 days. Due West was a quiet little village inhabited by some rich people who lived comfortably on their plantations. The graduating class of the college were entertained at dinner by Dr. Greer and the doctor. There was a great deal of comment upon the physical vigor and strength of Dr. Talmage's address, most of which reached me. A gentleman who was present was reminded of the remarkable energy of the Reverend Dr. Presley, who preached for over 50 years and was married 3 times. When asked about his health, Dr. Presley always throughout his life made the same reply, "Never better, never better." After he had won his 3rd wife, however, he used to reply to this question with greater enthusiasm than before, saying, "Better than ever, better than ever." Another resident of Due West, who had heard both the Booths in their prime, said, "Talmage has more dramatic power than I ever saw in Booth." This visit to Due West will always remain in my memory as full of sunshine and warmth as the days were themselves. We returned to East Hampton for a few days, and on July 4th, 1899, the doctor delivered an oration to an immense crowd in the auditorium at Ocean Grove. This was the beginning of a summer tour of Chautauquas, first in Michigan, then up the lakes near Mackinac Island, and later to Jamestown, New York. In the fall of 1899, we made a trip south, including Nashville, Memphis, Chattanooga, Birmingham, and New Orleans. One remarkable feature of Dr. Talmage's public life was the way in which he was sought as the man of useful opinions upon subjects that were not related to the pulpit. He was always being interviewed upon political and local issues, and his views were scattered broadcast as if he were himself an official of national affairs. He never failed to be ahead of the hour. He regarded the affairs of men as the basis of his evangelical purpose. The Spanish War ended, and his views were sought about the future policy in the East. The Boer War came, and his opinions of that issue were published. Nothing moved in or out of the world of import during these last milestones of his life that he was not asked about its coming and its going. His readiness to penetrate the course of events, to wrap them in the sacred veil of his own philosophy and spiritual fabric, combined to make him one of the foremost living characters of his time. Dr. Talmage was the most eager human being I ever knew, eager to see, to feel the heart of all humanity. I remember we arrived in Birmingham, Alabama, the day following the disaster that visited that city after the great cyclone. The first thing the doctor did on our arrival was to get a carriage and drive through those sections of the city that had suffered the most. It was a gruesome sight, with so many bodies lying about the streets awaiting burial. But that was his grasp of life, his indomitable energy, always alert to see and hear the laws of nature at close range. We were entertained a great deal through the South, where I believe my husband had the warmest friends and a more cordial appreciation than in any other part of the country. There was no lack of excitement in this life that I was leading, at the elbow of the great preacher, and sometimes he would ask me if the big crowds did not tire me. To him, they were the habit of his daily life, a natural consequence of his industry. However, I think he always found me equal to them, always happy to be near him where I could see and hear all. In October of this year, we returned to Washington, when the Pan-Presbyterian Council was in session, and we entertained them at a reception in our house till late in the evening. The International Union of Women's Foreign Missionary Societies of the Presbyterian and Reformed Churches were also meeting in Washington at this time, and they came. At one of the meetings of the council, Dr. Talmage invited them all to his house from the platform in his characteristic way. "Come all," he said, "and bring your wives with you. God gave Eve to Adam so that when he lost paradise he might be able to stand it. She was taken out of man's side that she might be near the door of his heart and have easy access to his pockets. Therefore, come, bringing the ladies with you. My wife and I shall not be entertaining angels unawares, but knowing it all the while. To have so much piety and brain under one roof at once, even for an hour or two, will be a benediction to us all the rest of our lives. I believe in the communion of saints as much as I believe in the life everlasting." In November 1899, Dr. Talmage installed the Reverend Dr. McLeod as succeeding pastor of the First Presbyterian Church in Washington, and delivered the installation address, the subject of which was Invitation to Outsiders. There had been some effort to inspire the people of Washington to build an independent tabernacle for the doctor after his resignation, but he himself was not in sympathy with the movement because of the additional labor and strain it would have put upon him. As the winter grew into long, gray days, we were already planning a trip to Europe for the following year of 1900, and we were anticipating this event with eager expectancy as the time grew near. End of Section 30. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 31 of T. DeWitt Talmage as I Knew Him. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. T. DeWitt Talmage as I Knew Him by Eleanor McCutcheon Collier Talmage. Milestone 3, Part 1. The Third Milestone, 1900 to 1901. So much has been written about Dr. Talmage the world over that I am tempted to tell those things about him that have not been written, but it is difficult to do. He stood always before the people, a sort of radiant mystery to them. He was never really understood by those whom he most influenced. A writer in an English newspaper has given the best description of his appearance in 1900 I ever saw. It is so much better than any I could make that I quote it, regretting that I do not know the author's name. A big man, erect and masterful in spite of advancing years, with an expressive and mobile mouth that seems ever smiling, and with great and speaking eyes which proclaim the fervent soul beneath. This portrait is very true, with a suggestion of his nature that makes it a faithful transcript of his presence. It is a picture of him at 66 years of age. His strength overwhelmed people, and yet he was very simple, easily affected by the misfortunes of others, direct in all his impressions, but no one could take him by surprise, because his faith in the eternal redemption of all trials was beyond the ways of the world. His optimism was simple Christianity. He always said he believed there was as great a number out of the church as there was in it that followed the teaching of Christianity. He was among the believers, with his utmost energy alert to save and comfort the unbelievers. He believed in everything and everyone. The ingenuousness of his nature was childlike in its unchallenged faith and its tender instincts. His unworldliness was almost legendary in its belief of human nature. I remember he was asked once whether he believed in Santa Claus, and in his own beautiful imagery he said, "I believe in Santa Claus. Haven't I listened when I was a boy and almost heard those bells on the reindeer? Haven't I seen the marks in the snow where the sleigh stopped at the door and old Santa jumped out? I believed in him then, and I believe in him now. Believe that children should be allowed to believe in the beautiful mythical tale. It never hurt anyone, and I think one of the saddest memories of my childhood is of a day when an older brother told me there was no Santa Claus. I didn't believe him at first, and afterwards when I saw those delightful mysterious bundles being sneaked into the house, way down deep in my heart I believed that Santa Claus as well as my father and mother had something to do with it." In the last years of his life, music became the greatest pleasure to Dr. Talmage. An accumulation of work made it necessary for me to engage a secretary. We were fortunate in securing a young lady who was an exquisite pianist. In the evening she would play Liszt's Rhapsodies for the doctor, who enjoyed the Hungarian composer most of all. He said to me once that he felt as if music in his study when he was at work would be a great inspiration. So my Christmas present to him that year was a musical box, which he kept in his study. The 3 months preceding our trip to Europe were spent in the usual busy turmoil of social and public life. In truth, we were very full of our plans for the European tour, which was to be devoted to preaching by Dr. Talmage and to show me the places he had seen and people he had met on previous visits. There was something significant in the welcome and the ovations which my husband received over there. Neither the doctor nor myself ever dreamed that it would be his farewell visit, and yet it seems to me now that he was received everywhere in Europe as if they expected it to be his last. I must confess that we look forward to our jaunt across the water so eagerly that the events of the preceding months did not seem very important. With Dr. Talmage I went on his usual lecture trip west, stopping in Chicago where the doctor preached in his son's church. Everywhere we were invited to be the guests of some prominent resident of the town we were in. It had been so with Dr. Talmage for years. He always refused, however, because he felt that his time was too imperative a taskmaster. For 30 years he had never visited anyone overnight, until he went to my brother's house in Pittsburgh. But we were constantly meeting old friends of his, friends of many years, in every stopping place of our journeys. I remember particularly one of these characteristic meetings which took place in New York, where the doctor had gone to preach one Sunday. We had just entered the Waldorf Hotel, where we were stopping, when a little man stepped up to the doctor and began picking money off his coat. He seemed to find it all over him. Dr. Talmage laughed and introduced me to Marshall P. Wilder. Dr. Talmage started me in life, said Mr. Wilder, and proceeded to tell me how the doctor had filled him with optimism and success. He was always doing this, gripping young men by the shoulders and shaking them into healthful life, and then men of political or national prominence were always seeking him out to gain a little dynamic energy and balance from the doctor's storehouse of experience and philosophy. He was a giant of helpfulness and inspiration to everyone who came into contact with him. In January we dined with Governor Stone at the Executive Mansion in Harrisburg, where Dr. Talmage went to preach, and on our return from Europe Governor Stone insisted upon giving us a great reception and welcome. Of course, those years were stirring and enjoyable and never to be forgotten. The reflected glory is a personal pleasure after all. In April 1900 we sailed on the Kaiser Wilhelm der Grosse, bound for London. The 2 points of interest the doctor insisted upon making in Europe were the North Cape, to see the midnight sun, and the Passion Play at Ober Ammergau. Hundreds of invitations had been sent to him to preach abroad, many of which he accepted, but he could not be persuaded to lecture. There was never a jollier, more electric companion de voyage than Dr. Talmage during the whole of his trip. He was the life of the party, which included his daughter, Miss Maud Talmage, and my daughter, Miss Rebecca Collier. On a very stormy Sunday, on board ship going over, Dr. Talmage preached, holding on to a pillar in the cabin. There were some who wondered how he escaped the tortures of mal de mer, from which he had always suffered. It was a family secret. Once, when crossing with Mrs. Vanderbilt, she had given Dr. Talmage an opium plaster, which was absolute proof against the disagreeable consequences of ocean travel. With the aid of this plaster the doctor's poise was perfect. Disembarking at Southampton, we did not reach London until 3 a.m., going to the hotel somewhat the worse for wear. Temporarily we stopped at Langham, moving later to the Metropole. Before lunch the same day the doctor drove to Westminster Abbey to see the grave of Gladstone. It was his first thought, his first duty. It had been his custom for many years to visit the graves of his friends whenever he could be near them. It was a characteristic impulse of Dr. Talmage's to follow to the edge of eternity those whom he had known and liked. When he was asked in England what he had come to do there, he said, "I am visiting Europe with the hope of reviving old friendships and stimulating those who have helped me in the old gospel of kindness." His range of vision was always from the gospel point of view, not necessarily denominational. I remember he was asked while in England if there was an organization in America akin to the Evangelical Council of Free Churches, and he said, while there was no such body, there was a common platform in the United States upon almost every subject. The principal topic in England then was the Boer War, which aroused so much hostility in our country. The doctor's sympathies were with the Boers, but he tactfully evaded any public expression of them in England. Although he was interviewed widely on the subject, he never believed in rumors that were current, that the United States would interfere in the Transvaal, and prophesied that the American government would not do so, remembering their common origin. The great need in America, he said, is of accurate information about the Transvaal affairs. A great many Democratic politicians are trying to make presidential capital out of the Boer disturbances, but it is doubtful how far these politicians will be permitted to dictate the policy of even their own party. I remember the candidature for president of Admiral Dewey was discussed with Dr. Talmage, who had no very empathetic views about the matter, except to declare Admiral Dewey's tremendous popularity and to acknowledge his support by the good Democrats of the country. The doctor was convinced, however, that Mr. McKinley would be the next president at this time. The first service in England which Dr. Talmage conducted was in Cavendish Chapel at Manchester. The next was at Albert Hall in Nottingham, under the auspices of the Y.M.C.A. He was described in the Nottingham newspapers as the most alive man in the United States. A great crowd filled the hall at Nottingham, and as usual he was compelled to hold an open-air meeting afterwards. The first lecture he ever delivered in England was given in this place 21 years before. Nothing interfered with the routine of the doctor's habits of industry during all this European trip. He had taken over with him the proofs of about 20 volumes of his selected sermons for correction, and all his spare moments were spent in perfecting and revising these books for the printer. His sermons were the only monument he wished to leave to posterity. It has caused me the deepest regret that these books have not been perpetuated as he so earnestly wished. In addition to this work, he wrote his weekly sermon for the syndicate, employing stenographers whenever he might be in Europe 2 days every week for that purpose. And yet he never lost interest in the opportunities of travel, eagerly planning trips to the old historic places nearby. Near Nottingham is the famous Byron country, which Dr. Talmage had never found time to visit when he was in Europe before. We were told at the hotel in Nottingham that no visitors were allowed inside Newstead Abbey, so that when we ordered a carriage to drive there, the hotel people shrugged their shoulders at what they regarded as our American irreverence. The rain was coming down in torrents when we started. The doctor more than ever determined to overthrow British custom in his quiet, positive way. Through slush and mud, under dripping trees, across country landscape veiled in the tender mist of clouds, we finally arrived at the Abbey. The huge outer gates were open, but the driver, with proper British respect for the law, stopped his horses. The doctor leaned his head out of the carriage window and told him to drive into the grounds. Obediently he did so, and at last we reached the great heavy doors of the entrance. Dr. Talmage jumped out and boldly rang the bell. A sentry appeared to inform us that no one was allowed inside the Abbey. "But we have come all the way from America to see this place," the doctor urged. The sentry, with wooden militarism, was adamant. "Is there no one inside in authority?" the doctor finally asked. Then the housekeeper was called. She told us that the Abbey belonged to an army officer and his wife, that his master was away at the war in South Africa, where his wife had gone with him, and that her orders were imperative. "Look here, just let us see the lower floor," said Dr. Talmage. "We have come all the way from New York to see this place." And he slipped 2 sovereigns into her hand. Still she was unmoved. My daughter, who was then about 14, was visibly disappointed. England was to her hallowed ground, and she was keenly anxious to walk in the footsteps of all its romance, which she had eagerly absorbed in history. Turning to the doctor, she said, almost tearfully, "Why, Dr. Talmage, how can they refuse you?" The housekeeper caught the name. "Who did you say this was?" she asked. "Dr. Talmage," said my daughter. "Dr. Talmage! I was just reading the sermon you preached on Sunday in the Nottingham newspaper. I am sure if my mistress were at home she would be glad to receive you. Come in, come in." So we saw Newstead Abbey. The housekeeper insisted that we should stay to tea, and made us enter our names in the visitors' book, and asked the doctor to write his name on a card, saying, "I will send this to my mistress in South Africa." In the effort to remember many of the details of our stay in England and Scotland, I find it necessary to take refuge for information in my daughter's diary. It amused Dr. Talmage very much as he read it page by page. I find this entry made in Manchester, where she was not well enough to attend church. Sunday, A.M. Dr. Talmage preached, and I was disappointed that I could not go. The people went wild about the doctor, and he had to make an address after church out of doors for those who could not get inside. Several policemen stood around the church door to keep away the crowd. I saw the High Sheriff driving home from church. He was inside a coach that looked as though it had been drawn out of a fairy tale. A huge coach painted red and gold, the crowns or something like them at each of the four corners. 2 footmen dressed in George III liveries were hanging behind by ribbons, and 2 in the box, all wearing powdered wigs. To be sure, I didn't see much of the sheriff, but then the coach was a real show after all. Many of the details of the side trips which we made through England and Scotland have escaped my memory. In looking over my daughter's diary, I find them amplified in the manner of girlhood, now lightly touched with fancy, now solemn with historical responsibility, now charmed with the glamour of romance. Dr. Talmage thought so well of them that they will serve to show the trial of his footsteps through the gateways of ancestral England. We went to Haddon Hall with Dr. Wrench, physician to the Duke of Devonshire. We drove from Bakewell. In this part of my daughter's diary I read, "It was a most beautiful drive. Derbyshire is called the Switzerland of England. The hills were quite high and beautifully wooded, and our drive lay along the river's edge. A brook we would call it in the States, but it is a river here, and winds in and out and through the fields and around the foot of the highest hill of all, called the Peak of Derbyshire. We passed picturesque little farmhouses, built of square blocks of rough grey stone, covered with ivy. We drove between hawthorn hedges, through beautiful green fields and orchards. From the midst of a little forest of grand old trees we caught sight of the highest tower of the castle. Then we crossed over a little stone bridge and passed through the gates. Another short drive across the meadow, and we stopped at the foot of a little hill, looking up at Haddon Hall. We walked up to the castle and stood before the great iron-studded oak door, which has been there since the days of Queen Elizabeth. It had not been opened for years, but a smaller one had been cut in through which visitors passed. For over 200 years no one had lived in the castle. It was built by the Normans and given by William the Conqueror to one of his Norman barons. Finally, by marriage, it became the property of Sir George Vernon, who had 2 daughters famous for their beauty. Margaret Vernon married a Stanley, and on the night of the wedding Dorothy Vernon eloped with Mr. John Manners. The story is very romantic. The ballroom from which Dorothy stole away while the wedding party was at its height is still just as it was then, excepting for the furniture. From the windows you can see the little stone bridge where Manners waited for her with the horses. Haddon Hall became the property of Dorothy Manners and has remained in the hands of the Rutland family, being now owned by the Duke of Rutland. That is the romance of Haddon Hall, but one could make up 100 to one's self when one walks through the different rooms. What a queer feeling it gives me to go through the old doorways, to stop and look through the queer little windows and on the courtyard, wondering who used long ago to look out of the same windows. I wonder what they saw going on in the courtyard. We climbed to the top of the highest tower. The stairway wound upward with stone steps about 3 feet high cut out of the wall. At intervals we found little square rooms, very possibly where the men-at-arms slept. What a view at the top! The towers and roofs and courtyards of the castle lay before us. All around us the lovely English country, and as far as the eye could see, hills, woodland, and the winding river. It was glorious. Maud and I danced a 2-step in the ballroom. If stones could only talk! Well, if they could, I should want a long confab with each one in the old courtyard of Haddon Hall. Who can tell? William the Conqueror himself may have stepped on some of them. We drove from Haddon Hall to the Peacock Inn for luncheon, going over to Chatsworth for the afternoon. Again I turn a few leaves of the diary. Chatsworth is one of the homes of the Duke of Devonshire. The park is 14 miles across, and I don't know how big it is, but Dr. Wrench told me the number of acres, and I think it was 3,000 or 4,000. We drove 5 miles through the park before reaching the gates of Chatsworth. Shall I call it house or castle? I have pictures of it, and it is a good thing, for I could not describe it. Dr. Wrench, being the Duke's physician, was able to take us through the private rooms. On entering the hall, a broad marble staircase leads to the corridors above them, from which others branch out through different parts of the house. We walked miles, it seems, until we got to the Duke's private library. When you are once in the room, the doors are shut. You cannot tell how you got in or how you will get out. On every wall the bookcases are built in, and there is not an opening of any kind, not a break in the rows and rows of books. The explanation is simply this: the doors themselves are made to look like bookshelves painted on. Chatsworth is so large that were I living there I should want a cook's guide every time I moved. One picture gallery is full of sketches by Hogarth, and pictures of almost every old master you ever heard of, and some you never heard of. Opening out of this gallery are great glass doors leading into halls into which the different bedrooms open. In one bedroom the walls and ceiling were covered with oil paintings, not hanging but literally painted on them. The bed was a huge 4-poster. The curtains were of heavy brocade satin. The windows looked out on terraces, garden and fountains. I like this room best of all. We were taken through the state apartments, where I saw on a throne a huge chair of state on a platform, with canopy over it, with the Duke's crest in gold woven upon it. In one of the drawing rooms we saw a life-size portrait of Henry VIII, a real true one, painted from life, and one of Philip II of Spain, and of Charles V, and of Anne of Austria. The Duke had sent special word from London to have the fountains in the park play for us, and we watched them from the window. They are beautiful, such nice shower baths for the marble statues on the terrace. The Prince of Wales has often visited Chatsworth, and a funny story was told about one of his visits. It was after dinner, and the drawing room was full of people. Whenever royalty is present, it is expected that the men will wear all their decorations. Well, the Earl of something or other had forgotten one of his, and someone reported this fact to the prince, who sent for the culprit to be brought before him. At the time, the prince was seated on one of the huge lounges, on which only a giant could sit and keep his feet on the floor. The prince was sitting far back, and his feet stuck straight out in the air. When the guilty man was brought up to be reprimanded, the attitude of the prince was far from dignified. His Royal Highness was not really angry, but he told the poor Earl of something or other that he must write out the oath of the order that he had forgotten to wear. It was a long oath, and the Earl's memory was not so long. End of section 31. Section 32 of T. de Witt Talmage as I Knew Him. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Fiddlesticks. T. de Witt Talmage as I Knew Him by Eleanor McCutcheon Collier Talmage. The Third Milestone, Part 2. We went from Nottingham to Glasgow. The date, I find, is May 1st, 1900. It was always Dr. Talmage's custom to visit the cemetery first, so we drove out to the grave of John Knox. In Glasgow, the doctor preached at Cowden's Free Church to the usual crowded congregation, and he was compelled to address an overflow meeting from the steps of the church after the regular service. The best part of Dr. Talmage's holiday moods, which were as scarce as he could make them because of the amount of work he was always doing, were filled with the delight of watching the eager interest in sightseeing of the 2 girls, Miss Maud Talmage and my daughter. In Glasgow we encountered the usual wet weather of the proverbial Scottish quality, and it was Saturday of the week before we ventured out to see the lakes. My daughter naively confesses the situation to her journal as follows. This A.M. got up at the usual starting hour, 7 o'clock, and as it looked only dark, we decided to go. At breakfast it started to rain again, and Mama and the doctor began to back out, but Maud and I talked to some advantage. We argued that if we were going to sit around and wait for a fair day in this country, we might just as well give up seeing anything more interesting than hotel parlors and dining rooms. We started, and just as a send-off, the old sky opened and let down a deluge of water. It rained all the time we were on Loch Lomond, but that didn't prevent us from being up on deck on the boat. From under umbrellas we saw the most beautiful scenery in Scotland. Part of this trip was made by coach, always in the pouring rain. We drove on and on through the hills, seeing nothing but sheep, sheep, sheep. Dr. Talmage asked the driver what kind of vegetables they raised in the mountains, and the driver replied, mutton. We had luncheon at a very pretty little hotel on Loch Katrine, and here boarded a little steamer launch, Rob Roy, for a beautiful sail. I never, no matter where I travel, expect to look upon a lake more beautiful. The mountains give wildness and romance to the calm and quiet of the lake and the island. Maud read aloud to us part of The Lady of the Lake as we sat out on deck. In Edinburgh, Dr. Talmage preached his well-known sermon upon unrequited services, at the request of Lord Kintore, the son of the Earl of Kintore, who had suggested the theme to him some years before. In fact, the doctor wrote this sermon by special suggestion of the Earl of Kintore. Incidents great and small were such a large part of the eventful trip to Europe that it is difficult to make those omissions which the disinterested reader might wish. The doctor, like ourselves, saw with the same rose-coloured glasses that we did. We were very pleasantly entertained in Edinburgh by Lord Kintore and others, but the most interesting dinner party, I think, was when we were the guests of Sir Herbert Simpson, brother of the celebrated Sir James Y. Simpson, the man who discovered the uses of chloroform as an anesthetic. We dined in the very room where the discovery was first tested. When Dr. Simpson had decided upon a final experiment of the effects of chloroform as an anesthetic, he invited 3 or 4 of his colleagues and friends to share the test with him. They met in the very room where we dined with Sir Herbert Simpson and his family. The story goes that when everything had been prepared for the evening's work, Dr. Simpson informed Sandy, an old servant, that he must not be disturbed under any circumstances, telling him not to venture inside the door himself until 5 a.m. Then, if no one had left the room, he was to enter. Sandy obeyed these instructions to the letter and came into the room at 5 in the morning. He was very much shocked to find his master and the others under the table in a stupor. "I never thought my master would come to this," said Sandy. He was still in the employ of the family, being a very old man. Dr. Talmage's engagements took him from Edinburgh to Liverpool, where he preached. It was while there that we made a visit to Hawarden to see Mrs. Gladstone. The doctor had been to Hawarden before as the guest of Mr. Gladstone, and was disappointed to find that Mrs. Gladstone was too ill to be seen by anyone. We were entertained, however, by Mrs. Herbert Gladstone. I remember how much the doctor was moved when he saw in the hall at Hawarden a bundle of walking sticks and 3 or 4 hats hanging on the hat rack, as Mr. Gladstone had left them when he died. From Liverpool we went to Sheffield, where Dr. Talmage preached to an immense congregation. It was in May, the time when all England is flower-laden, when the air is as sweet as perfume and the whole countryside is as fascinating as a garden. It was the coaching season too, and the doctor entered into the spirit of these beautiful days very happily. We took a 10 days' trip from Leamington after leaving Sheffield, coaching through the exquisite scenery round about Warwick, Kenilworth, and the Shakespeare country in Stratford-on-Avon. Most of these reminiscences are full of incidents too intimate for public interest, like a dream that lifts one from prosaic life into the places of precious remembrance. I recall these long, happy days in the glorious sunset of his life. We returned to London in time for the doctor's first preaching engagement, there on May 28, 1900. The London newspapers described him as the American Spurgeon. And now, before the services opened at St. James's Hall, a congregation of 3,000 people waited to hear Dr. Talmage, says a London newspaper, and then it goes on to say further, Dr. Talmage, who has preached from pulpits all over the world, may be described as an American Spurgeon. None of our great English speakers is less of an orator. Dr. Talmage is a great speaker, but his power as an orator is not by any means that of a Gladstone or a Bright. It lies more in the matter than in the manner, in his wonderful imagery, the vividness with which he conjures up a picture before the congregation. He is a great artist in words. Dr. Talmage affects nothing. He is naturalness itself in the pulpit, and the manner of his speech suggests that he is angry with the subject. The sermon on this occasion lent itself well to a master of metaphor such as Dr. Talmage, it being a review of the last great battle of the world, when the forces of right and wrong should meet for the final mastery. Dr. Talmage rarely preached this sermon because it was a great tax on his memory. It included a suggestion of all the great battles of the earth, a vivid description of the armies of the world marching forward in the eternal human struggle of right against wrong until they were massed for the last great battle of all, when Satan would take the field in person, in whose make-up nothing bad was left out, nothing good was put in. It is very remarkable to see the universal acknowledgment of the doctor's genius in England, one of the London newspapers going so far as to describe him in its headlines as America's Apostle. Nothing I can write about him could be more in eulogy, more in sympathy, in comprehension of his brilliant sacred message to the world. England proclaimed him as he was, with deep sincerity and reverence. His favourite sermon, and it was mine also, was upon the theme of unrequited services, the text being from 1 Samuel 30:24. But as his part is that goeth down to the battle, so shall his part be that tarrieth by the stuff. It was in this sermon that Dr. Talmage made reference to Florence Nightingale in the following words: "Woman, your reward in the eternal world will be as great as that of Florence Nightingale, the Lady of the Lamp." Well, in London he preached this sermon, and the following day, to our great surprise, the doctor received the following note at his hotel: June 3rd, 1900. 10 South Street, Park Lane. Dear Sir, I could gladly see you tomorrow, Monday, at 5. Yours faithfully, Florence Nightingale. T. DeWitt Talmage of America. I have carefully kept the letter in my autograph album. Dr. Talmage and I called at the appointed time. It was a beautiful summer day, and we found the celebrated woman lying on a couch in a room at the top of the house, the windows of which looked out on Hyde Park. She was dressed all in white. Her face was exquisitely spiritual, calm, sweet, with the youth of a soul that knew no age. She had never known that she had been called the Lady of the Lamp by the soldiers of the Crimea till she read of it in the doctor's sermon. She was curious to be told all about it. In conversation with the doctor, she made many inquiries about America and the Spanish War, making notes on a pad of what he said. The doctor told her that she looked like a woman who had never known the ordinary conflicts of life, as though she had always been supremely happy and calm in her soul. I remember she replied that she had never known a day's real happiness till she began her work as a nurse on the battlefield. I was not always happy, she said. I had my idle hours when I was a girl. I may not remember her exact words, but this is the sense of them. She was past 82 years of age at the time. Enjoying the intervals of sightseeing, such as the Tower, the Museum, Westminster Abbey, and the usual wonders of historical London, we remained in town several weeks. I remember a visit which Mr. Choate, the American ambassador, made us with a view of extending any courtesy he could for the doctor while we were in England. I told him that I was more anxious to see the British Parliament in session than anything else. I should think, as Dr. Talmage has with him a letter from the President of the United States, this request could be arranged, I said. Mr. Choate gracefully replied that Dr. Talmage required no introduction anywhere, not even from the President, and arranged to have the charge d'affaires, Mr. White, who was later ambassador to France, take us over to the Houses of Parliament, where we were permitted a glimpse of the members at work from the cage enclosure reserved for lady visitors. The doctor's friends in England did their best to make us feel at home in London. We were dined and lunched and driven about whenever Dr. Talmage could spare time from his work. Sir Alfred Newton, the Lord Mayor, and Lady Newton gave us a luncheon at the Mansion House on June 5th, 1900. I remember the date because it was an epoch in the history of England. During the luncheon the news reached the Lord Mayor of the capture of Pretoria. He ordered a huge banner to be hung from the Mansion House on which were the words, The British flag lies at Pretoria. This was the first intimation of the event given to Londoners in that part of the city. Side by side with it another banner proclaimed the national prayer, God Save the Queen, in big red letters on the white background. A scene of wild enthusiasm and excitement followed. Every Englishman in that part of London, I believe, began to shout and cheer at the top of his lungs. An immense crowd gathered in the adjoining streets around the Mansion House. The morning war news had only indicated a prolonged struggle, so that the capture of Pretoria was a great and joyous surprise to the British heart. Suddenly all hats were off, and the crowds in the streets sang the national anthem. There were loud calls for the Lord Mayor to make a speech. We watched it all from the windows in the parlour of the Mansion House at the corner of Queen Victoria Street. Dr. Talmage was as wildly enthusiastic as any Englishman, cheering and waving his arm from the open windows in hearty accord with the crowd below. There was no sleep for anyone in London that night. Around our hotel the blowing of horns and cheering lasted till the small hours of the morning. It seemed very much like the excitement in America after the capture of the Spanish fleet. We left London finally with many regrets, having enjoyed the hospitality of what is to me the most attractive country in the world to visit. We went direct to Paris to attend the opening ceremonies of the Paris Exposition of 1900. It seems like a very old story to tell anything today of this event, and to Dr. Talmage it was chiefly a repetition of the many fairs he had seen in his life. But he found time to write a description of it at the time, which recalls his impressions. He regarded it as an object lesson of peace and a tableau of the millennium. His defense of General Peck, the American Commissioner General, who was criticized by the American exhibitors, was made at length. He considered these criticisms unjust, and said so. During our stay in Paris, Dr. Talmage preached at the American churches. Fearing that it would be difficult to secure rooms in Paris during the exposition, the doctor had written from Washington during the winter, and had engaged them at the hotel which a few years before had been one of the best in Paris. Many changes had occurred since he had last been abroad, however, and we found that the hotel where we had engaged rooms was far from being suitable for us. The mistake caused some amusement among our American friends, who were surprised to find Dr. Talmage living in the midst of a Parisian gaiety entirely too promiscuous for his calling. We soon moved away from this zone of Oriental music and splendour to a quieter and more remote hotel in the Rue Castellon. Dr. Talmage was restless, however, to reach the North Cape in the best season to see the midnight sun in its glory, and we only remained in Paris a few days, going from there to Hague, Amsterdam, and thence to Copenhagen in Denmark. In all the cities abroad we were always the guests of the American Embassy one evening during our stay, and this frequently led to private dinner parties with some of the prominent residents, which the doctor greatly enjoyed, because it gave him an opportunity to know the foreign people in their homes. I remember one of these invitations particularly because as we drove into the grounds of our host's home, he ordered the American flag to be hoisted as we entered. The garden was beautiful, with profusion of yellow blossoms, a national flower in Denmark known as golden rain. We admired them so much that our host wanted to present me with a sprig of the trees to plant in our home in East Hampton. Dr. Talmage said he was sure that they would not grow out there, so near the sea. Remembering Judge Collier's grounds in Pittsburgh, where every sort of flower grows, I suggested that they would thrive there. Our host took my father-in-law's address, and today this golden rain of Denmark is growing beautifully in his garden in Pittsburgh. We saw and explored Copenhagen thoroughly. The King of Denmark was absent from the capital, but we stood in front of his palace with the usual interest of visitors, little expecting to be entered there, as afterwards we were. It all came as a surprise. We were on our way to the station to leave Copenhagen when Mr. Swenson, the American minister, overtook us and informed us that the Crown Prince and Princess desired to receive Dr. Talmage and his family at the summer palace. Though it may be at the risk of lèse majesté to say it, some persuasion was necessary to induce the doctor to remain over. Our trunks were already at the station, and Dr. Talmage was anxious to get up to the North Cape. However, the American minister finally prevailed upon the doctor to consider the importance of a request from royalty, and we went back to the hotel into the same rooms we had just left. Our presentation took place the next day at the Summer Palace, which is 5 miles from Copenhagen. It was the most informally delightful meeting. The formalities of royalty that are sometimes made to appear so overwhelming to the ordinary individual were so gracefully interwoven by the Crown Prince and the Princess with cordiality and courtesy that we were as perfectly at ease as if there had been crowns hovering over our own heads. The royal children were all present too, and we talked and walked and laughed together like a family party. The Crown Princess said to me, "Come, let me show you my garden," and we strolled in the beautiful grounds. The Crown Prince said, "Come, let me show you my den," and there gave us the autographs of himself and the Princess. We left regretfully. As we drove away, the royal party were gathered at the front windows of the palace, waving their handkerchiefs to us in graceful adieus. I remember my little daughter was very much surprised with the simplicity of the whole affair, saying to me as we drove away, "Why, it was just like visiting Grandpa's home." On our way to Trondheim from Copenhagen, we stayed over a few days at Christiania, where we were the guests of Nansen, the Arctic explorer. His home, which stood out near the water's edge, was like a bungalow made of pine logs. There were no carpets on the floors, which were covered with the skins of animals he had himself killed. Trophies of all sorts were in evidence. It was a very memorable afternoon with the simple, brave, scientific Nansen. At Trondheim we took the steamer Kong Harald for the North Cape. A party of American friends had just returned from there with a most lugubrious story about the bad weather and their utter failure to see the sun. As it was pouring rain when we started, it would not have taken much persuasion to induce us to give it all up, but we had started with a purpose, and silently but firmly we went on with it. Dr. Talmage never turned back at any crossroad in his whole life. In a few hours after leaving Trondheim, we were in the raw, cold Arctic temperature where a new order of existence begins. We lose all sense of ordinary time, for our watches indicate midnight and there is no darkness. The overhanging clouds draw slowly apart, and the most brilliant, dazzling midnight sun covers the waters and sets the sky on fire. It neither rises from the horizon or sinks into it. It stays perfectly, immovably still. After a while it rises very slowly. The meals on board are as irregular as the time. They are served according to the adaptability of one's appetite to the strangeness of the new element of constant daytime. We scarcely went to sleep, or knew when to do so. Fortunately our furs are handy, for there is snow and ice on the wild barren rocks on either side of us. On July 1st at 8 p.m. we sighted this northmost land, the Cape, and were immediately induced to indulge in cod fishing from the decks of our steamer. It is the custom, and the cod seem to accept the situation with perverse indiscretion, for many of them are caught. Our lines and bait are provided by sailors. Dinner is again delayed to enable us to indulge in this sport, but we don't mind, because we have lost all the habitual tendencies of our previous normal state. At 10 p.m., in a bright daylight, the small boats full of passengers begin to leave the steamer for the shore. In about 15 minutes we are landed at the base of that towering cape. There are some who doubt the wisdom of Dr. Talmage's attempting to climb at his age. He has no doubts, however, and no one expresses them to him. He is among the first to take the staff handed to him as to all of us, and starts up at his usual brisk, striding gait. It is a test of lungs and heart, of skill and nerve to climb the North Cape, and let no one attempt it who is unfitted for the task. Steep almost as the side of a house, rocky as an unused pathway, it is a feat to accomplish. We were the first party of the season to go up, and the paths had not been entirely cleared of snow, which was 2 and 3 feet deep in places. The path itself sometimes a narrow ledge over a precipice. A rope guard was the only barrier between us and a slippery catastrophe. Every 10 or 15 minutes we sat down to get our breath. It took us 2 hours to reach the top. It was a few minutes after midnight when the sun came out gloriously. Coming down was much more perilous, but we got back in safety to the Kong Harald at 2 a.m. On our way down to the Trondheim, we celebrated the 4th of July on board. The captain decorated the ship for the occasion, and we all tried to sing the Star-Spangled Banner, but we could not remember the words, much to our mutual surprise, and finally we compromised by singing America, and, worst of all, Yankee Doodle. Dr. Talmage made a very happy address, and we came into port finally, pledged to learn the words of the Star-Spangled Banner before the year was up. End of section 32. Section 33 of T. DeWitt Talmage as I Knew Him. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Fiddlesticks. T. DeWitt Talmage as I Knew Him by Eleanor McCutcheon Collier Talmage. The Third Milestone, Part 3. In our haste to reach the North Cape, we had passed hurriedly through Sweden, so on our return we went from Trondheim to Stockholm, where we arrived on July 7, 1900. When in London, Dr. Talmage had accepted an invitation to preach in the largest church in Sweden, with some misgiving, because, as he himself said when asked to do this, "Shall I have an audience?" Of course, the doctor did not speak the Swedish language. Dr. Talmage had been told in England that his name was known through all Sweden, which was a fact fully sustained by a publisher in Stockholm, who came to the hotel one afternoon and brought copies of 10 of the doctor's books translated into Swedish. This ensured a cordial greeting for the doctor, but how was he to make himself understood? The Emmanuel Church in Stockholm, one of the largest I ever saw, with 2 galleries and 3 aisles, was filled to its capacity. Dr. Talmage was to preach through an interpreter, himself a foremost preacher in his own country. The doctor had preached through interpreters 3 times in his life, once when a theological student addressing a congregation of American Indians, once in a church in Hawaii, and once in Ceylon, through an interpreter standing on each side of him, one to translate into Sinhalese and the other to translate into Hindustan. No one who was present at that morning Sabbath service on July 8, 1900, will forget the strange impressions that translated sermon preached by Dr. Talmage made upon everyone. Sentence by sentence, the brilliant interpreter repeated the doctor's words in the Swedish language, while the congregation, in eager silence, studied Dr. Talmage's face while listening to the translation of his ideas. "Whether I did them any good or not, they did me good," said the doctor after the service. While in Stockholm we dined with Mr. Wyndham, Secretary of the American Legation, and were shown through the private rooms of the Royal Palace, of which my daughter took snapshots with surreptitious skill. The Queen was a great invalid and scarcely ever saw anyone, but while driving to her summer palace we caught a glimpse of her being lifted from her little horse, on which she had been riding, seated in a short sort of armchair saddle. With a groom to lead the horse, Her Majesty took the air every day in this way. She was a very frail little woman. From Stockholm we started by steamer for St. Petersburg, but the crowd was so great that we found our staterooms impossible, and we disembarked at Alba, the first capital in Finland. We were curious to see the new capital, Helsingfors, and stopped over a day or 2 there. From Helsingfors we went by rail to the Russian capital. Dr. Talmage had been in Russia years before, on the occasion of his presentation of a shipload of flour from the American people to the famine sufferers. At that time he had been presented to Emperor Alexander III, as well as the Dowager Empress. It was his intention to pay his respects again to the new emperor, whose father he had known, so that we all looked forward to our stay in St. Petersburg as eventful. The Crown Prince of Denmark had urged the doctor to see his brother-in-law, the Tsar, while in Petersburg, and we learned later that he had written a letter to the court concerning our coming to St. Petersburg. On July 23, 1900, we received the following note from Dr. Pierce, the American charge d'affaires in St. Petersburg. July 23, 1900. Embassy of the United States, St. Petersburg. Dear Dr. Talmage, I take much pleasure in informing you that you and Mrs. Talmage and your daughters will be received by their Majesties, the Emperor and Empress, on Wednesday next at 21:02 p.m. Yours very sincerely, Herbert H.D. Pierce. P.S. I will let you know the details later. Mr. Pierce called in full court dress and informed Dr. Talmage that it would be necessary for him to appear in like regalia. As the doctor was not accustomed to wearing swords, or cocked hats, or brass buttons on his coat, he received these instructions with some distress of mind. Later, we received from the Grand Master of Ceremonies of the Russian court a formal invitation to be presented at Peterhof, the summer palace. On Wednesday, July 25, 1900, I find this irreverent entry in my American girl's diary. I can't think of any words sufficiently high-sounding with which to begin the report of this day, so shall simply write about breakfast first, and gradually lead up to the great event. In spite of the coming honour and the present excitement, we all ate a hearty breakfast. As our train was to leave for Peterhof at about noon, we spent the morning dressing. After all, writes my irreverent daughter in her diary, dressing for royalty is not more important than dressing for a dance or dinner. It can't last for much over an hour. When we had everything on, we sat opposite each other as stiff as pokers, waiting. My daughter took a snapshot picture of us while waiting. Mrs. Pierce had kindly given us some instructions about curtsying and backing away from royalty, a ceremony which neither the Tsar nor Tsarina imposed upon us, however. The trip to Peterhof was made on one of the imperial cars. The distance by rail from St. Petersburg was only half an hour. A gentleman from the American Embassy rode with us. We were met at the station by footmen in royal livery and conducted to a carriage with the imperial coat of arms upon it. Sentinels in grey coats saluted us. We were driven first to the palace of Peterhof, where more footmen in gold lace and 2 other officials in gorgeous uniform conducted us inside, through a corridor, past a row of bowing servants into a dining room, where the table was set for luncheon, with gold and silver plates, cut glass and rare china. A more exquisite table setting I never saw. 3 dressing rooms opened off this big room, and these were promptly appropriated. The luncheon was perfect, though we would have enjoyed it better after the strain of our presentation had been over. The 4 different kinds of wine were not very liberally patronized by any of our party. After luncheon we were driven through the royal park, which was literally filled with mounted Cossacks, on guard everywhere, to the abode of the Emperor, through another double line of liveried servants. We were ushered into a small room where the Master of Ceremonies and a lady-in-waiting greeted us. We waited about 5 minutes when an officer came to the doctor and took him to see their Emperor. A little later we were ushered into another room, into the presence of the Empress of Russia. She came forward very graciously with outstretched hands to meet us. The Tsarina is the most beautiful woman I ever saw, aristocratic, simple, extremely sensitive. She was dressed in a black silk gown with white polka dots, slightly taller than the Tsar. The Empress was most affable, girlish in her manner. As she talked, the color came and went on her pale, fair cheeks, and she gave me the impression of being a very sensitive, reserved, exquisitely rare nature. Her smile had a charming yet half melancholy radiance. We all sat down and talked. I remember the little shiver with which the Empress spoke of a race on the Orient whom she disliked. "They would stab you in the back," she said, her voice fading almost to a whisper. She looked to be about 28 years old. Once, when we thought it was time to go and had started to make our adieus, the Tsarina kept on talking, urging us to stay. She talked of America chiefly, and told us how enthusiastic her cousin was who had just returned from there. When, finally, we did leave, we were spared the dreaded ceremony of backing out of the room, for the Empress walked with us to the door and shook hands in true democratic American fashion. Dr. Talmage's interview with the Tsar was quite as cordial. The Emperor expressed his faith in the results of the peace movement at the Hague, for he was himself at peace with all the world. During the interview the doctor was asked many questions by the Emperor about the heroes of the Spanish War, especially concerning Admiral Dewey. His Majesty laughed heartily at the doctor's story of a battle in which the only loss of life was a mule. "How many important things have happened since we met," the Tsar said to the doctor. "I was 24 when you were here before, now I am 32. My father is gone, my mother has passed through 3 great sorrows since you were here, the loss of my father, of my brother, and during this last year of her own mother, the Queen of Denmark. She wishes to see you in her own palace." The Tsar was about 5 feet 10 in height, is very fair with blue eyes, and seemed full of kindness and good cheer. As we were leaving, word came from the Dowager Empress that she would like to see us, and we drove a mile or two further through the royal park to her palace. She greeted Dr. Talmage with both hands outstretched like an old friend. Though much smaller in stature than the Empress of Russia, the Dowager Empress was quite as impressive and stately. She was dressed in mourning. Her room was like a corner in paradise, set apart from the grim arrogance of Imperial Russia. It was filled with exquisite paintings, sweet with the profusion of flowers and plants. She seemed genuinely happy to see the doctor, and her eyes filled with tears when he spoke of the late Emperor, her husband. At her neck she was wearing a miniature portrait of him set in diamonds. Very simply she took it off to show us, saying, "This is the best picture ever taken of my husband. It is such a pleasure to see you, Dr. Talmage. I heard of your being in Europe from my brother in Denmark." The Dowager Empress was full of remembrances of the doctor's previous visit to Russia 8 years before. "How did you like the tea service which my husband sent you?" she asked Dr. Talmage. "I selected it myself. It is exactly like a set we use ourselves." The informal charm of the Empress's manner was most friendly and kind. "Do you remember the handful of flowers I picked for you and asked you to send them to your family?" she said. "You stood here, my husband there, and I with my smaller children stood here. How well I remember that day, but oh, what changes!" The Dowager Empress invited us to come to her palace next day and meet the Queen of Greece, her niece by marriage, and her sister-in-law, who was visiting Russia just then, but we were obliged to decline because of our previous plans. Very graciously she wrote her autograph for us and promised to send me her photograph, which later on I received. We were driven back to the station in the imperial carriage, where a representative of the American Embassy met us and rode back to St. Petersburg with us. So ended a day of absorbing interest, such as I shall never experience again. There is a touch of humor always to the most important events in life. I shall never forget Dr. Talmage's real distress when he found that the sword, which he had borrowed from Mr. Pierce, the charge d'affaires of the American Embassy, had become slightly bent in the course of its royal adventure. I can see his look of anxiety as he tried to straighten it out, and was afraid he couldn't. He always abhorred borrowed things and hardly ever took them. Fortunately, the sword was not seriously damaged. Our objective point after leaving Russia was Oberammergau, where Dr. Talmage wanted to witness the Passion Play. We traveled in that direction by easy stages, going from St. Petersburg first to Moscow, where we paid a visit to Tolstoy's house. From Moscow we went to Warsaw and thence to Berlin. The doctor seemed to have abandoned himself completely to the lure of sightseeing by this time. Churches, picture galleries, museums were our daily diet. While in Berlin, we returned from a drive one day to the hotel and found ourselves the objects of unusual solicitude and attention from the hotel proprietor and his servants. With many obsequious bows we were informed that the Russian ambassador had called upon us in our absence, and had informed the hotel people that he had a special package from the Tsar to deliver to me. He left word that he would be at the hotel at 2 p.m. the following day to carry out his imperial master's instructions. At the time appointed the next day, the Russian ambassador called and formally presented to me, in the name of the emperor, a package that had been sent by special messenger. I immediately opened it and found a handsome Russian leather case. I opened that, and inside found the autographs of the Emperor and Empress of Russia, written on separate sheets of their royal notepaper. We had a very good time in Berlin. The presence of Sousa and his band there gave it an American flavor that was very delightful. The doctor's interest was really centered on visiting the little town of Württemberg, famous for its Luther history. Dr. Dickey, pastor of the American church in Berlin, became our guide on the day we visited the haunts of Luther. One day we went through the Kaiser's palace at Potsdam, where my daughter managed to use her kodak with good effect. From Berlin we went to Vienna and thence to Munich, arriving at the little village of Oberammergau on August 25, 1900. Dr. Talmage's impressions of the Passion Play, which he wrote at Oberammergau on this occasion, were never published in this country, and I herewith include them in these last milestones of his life. The Passion Play at Oberammergau by Reverend T. DeWitt Talmage, D.D. About 15 years ago, the good people of America were shocked at the proposition to put on the theatrical stage of New York the Passion Play, or a dramatic representation of the sufferings of Christ. It was to be an imitation of that which had been every 10 years since 1634 enacted in Oberammergau, Germany. Every religious newspaper and most of the secular journals and all the pulpits denounced the proposition. It would be an outrage, a sacrilege, a blasphemy. I thought so then. I think so now. The attempt of ordinary play actors amid worldly surroundings and before gay assemblages to portray the sufferings of Christ and his assassination would have been a horrible indecency that would have defied the heavens and invoked a plague worse than that for the turning back of which the Passion Play at Oberammergau was established. We might have suggested for such a scene a Judas or a Caiaphas or a Pilate or a Herod, but who would have been the Christ? The Continental protest which did not allow the curtain of that exhibition to be hoisted was right, and if a similar attempt should ever be made in American history, I hope it may be as vehemently defeated. But as certain individuals may have an especial mission which other individuals are not caused to exercise, so neighborhoods and provinces and countries may have a call peculiar to themselves. Whether the German village of Oberammergau, which I have just been visiting, may have such an especial ordination, I leave others to judge, after they have taken into consideration all the circumstances. The Passion Play, as it was proposed for the theatrical stage in New York, would have been as different from the Passion Play as we saw it at Oberammergau a few days ago, as midnight is different from mid-noon. Oberammergau is a picture frame of hills. The mountains look down upon the village, and the village looks up to the mountains. The river Ammer, running through the village, has not recovered from its race down the steeps, and has not been able to moderate its pace. Like an arrow it shoots past, through the exaltations and depressions of the rail train, and on ascending and descending grades. We arrived at the place of which we had heard and read so much. The morning was as glorious as any other morning that was let down out of the heavens. Though many thousands of people from many quarters of the earth had lodged that night in Oberammergau, the place at dawn was as silent as a hunter's cabin in any of the mountains of Bavaria. The Ammergauers are a quiet people. They speak in low tones and are themselves masters of the art of silence. Their step as well as their voice is quiet. Reverence and courtesy are among their characteristics. Though merry enough and far from being dolorous, I think the most of them feel themselves called to a solemn duty, that in some later time they will be called to take part in absorbing solemnities. For about 700 performers appear in the wonderful performance. There are only about 1,400 inhabitants. While the morning is still morning, soon after 7 o'clock hundreds and thousands of people, nearly all on foot, are moving in one direction, so that you do not have to ask for the place of mighty convocation. Through 14 large double doors the audience enter. Everything in the immense building is so plain that nothing could be plainer, and the seats are cushionless, a fact which becomes thoroughly pronounced after you have, for 8 hours, with only brief intermissions, been seated on them. All is expectancy. The signal gun outside the building sounds startlingly. We are not about to witness an experiment, but to look upon something which has been in preparation and gathering force for 266 years. It was put upon the stage, not for financial gain, but as a prayer to God for the removal of a destroying angel, which had with its wings swept to death other villages, and was then destroying Oberammergau. It was a dying convulsion of which widowhood and orphanage and childlessness vowed that if the Lord should drive back that angel of death, then every 10 years they would, in the most realistic and overwhelming manner, show the world what Christ had done to save it. They would reproduce his groan. They would show the blood-tipped spear. They would depict the demonic grin of ecclesiastics who gladly heard perjurers testify against the best friend the world ever had, but who declined to hear anything in his defense. They would reproduce the spectacle of silence amid wrong, a silence with not a word of protest or vindication. or beseechment, a silence that was louder than the thunder that broke from the heavens that day when at 12 o'clock at noon was as dark as 12 o'clock at night. Poets have been busy for many years putting the Passion Play into rhythm. The Bavarian government had omitted from it everything frivolous. The chorus would be that of drilled choirs. Men and women who had never been out of the sight of the mountains which guarded their homes would do with religious themes that the David Garricks and the Macreadys and the Ristorists and the Charlotte Cushmans did with secular themes. On a stage as unpretentious as foot ever trod, there would be an impersonation that would move the world. The greatest tragedy of all times would find fit tragedian. We were not there that August morning to see an extemporized performance. As long ago as last December, the program for this stupendous rendering was all made out. No man or woman who had the least thing objectionable in character or reputation might take part. The Passion Council, made up of the pastor of the village church and 6 devout members, together with the mayor and 10 councillors, selected for their moral worth, assembled. After special divine service, in which heaven's direction was sought, the vote was taken, and the following persons were appointed to appear in the more important parts of the Passion Play: Rochus Lang, Herod; John Zwink, Judas; Andreas Braun, Joseph of Arimathea; Bertha Wolfe, Magdalene; Sebastian Barr, Pilate; Peter Rendy, John; William Rutz, Nicodemus; Thomas Rendy, Peter; Anna Flunger, Mary; Anton Lang, Christ. The music began its triumphant roll, and the curtains were divided and pulled back to the sides of the stage. Lest we repeat the only error in the sacred drama, that of prolixity, we will not give in minutiae what we saw and heard. The full text of the play is translated and published by my friend the Reverend Dr. Dickory, pastor of the American Church of Berlin, and takes up 169 pages, mostly in fine print. I only describe what most impressed me. End of section 33. Section 34 of T. DeWitt Talmage as I Knew Him. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Fiddlesticks. T. DeWitt Talmage as I Knew Him by Eleanor McCutcheon Collier Talmage. The Third Milestone, Part 4. There is a throng of people of all classes in the streets of Jerusalem, by a look and gesture indicating that something wonderful is advancing. Acclamations fill the air. The crowd parts enough to allow Christ to pass, seated on the side of a colt, which was led by John, whom Jesus especially loved. The Saviour's hands are spread above the throng in benediction, while he looks upon them with a kindness and sympathy that win the love of the excited multitude. Arriving at the door of the temple, Jesus dismounts, and, walking over the palm branches and garments which are strewn and unrolled in his way, he enters the temple, and finds that parts of that sacred structure are turned into a marketplace, with cages of birds and small droves of lambs and heifers, which the dealers would sell to those who wanted to take a live offering to the temple. Indignation gathers on the countenance of Christ, where gentleness had reigned. He denounces these merchants, who stood there overreaching in their bargains and exorbitantly outrageous in their charges. The doors of the cages holding the pigeons are opened, and in their escape they fly over the stage and over the audience. The table on which the exchangers had been gathering unreasonable percentage was thrown down, and a coin rattled over the floor, and the place was cleared of the dishonest invaders, who go forth to plot the ruin and the death of him who had so suddenly expelled them. The most impressive character in all the sacred drama is Christ. The impersonator, Anton Lang, seems by nature far better fitted for this part than was his predecessor, Joseph Mayer, who took that part in 1870, 1880, and 1890. Mayer is very tall, brawny, athletic. His hair was black in those days, and his countenance now is severe. He must have done it well, but I can hardly imagine him impersonating gentleness and complete submission to abuse. But Anton Lang, with his blonde complexion, his light hair, blue eyes and delicate mouth, his exquisiteness of form and quaintness of manner, is just like what Raphael and many of the old masters present. When we talked with Aunt and Lynne in private, he looked exactly as he looked in the Passion Play. This is his first year in the Christ character, and his success is beyond criticism. In his trade as a carver of wood, he has so much to do in imitating the human countenance that he understands the full power of expression. The way he listens to the unjust charges in the courtroom, his bearing when the ruffians bind him, and his manner when, by a hand thick gloved so as not to get hurt, a crown of thorns was put upon his brow, and the officers with long bands of wood press it down upon the head of the sufferer, all show that he has a talent to depict indefinite agony. No more powerful acting was ever seen on the stage than that of John Zwink, the Judas. In repose there is no honester face in Ober Ammergau than his. 20 years ago he appeared in the Passion Play as St. John. One would suppose that he would do best in a representation of geniality and mildness, but in the character of Judas he represents in every wrinkle of his face, and in every curl of his hair, and in every glare of his eye, and in every knuckle of his hand with which he clutches the money bag, hypocrisy and avarice and hate and low strategy and diabolism. The quickness with which he grabs the bribe for the betrayal of the Lord, the villainous leer at the Master while seated by the Holy Supper, show him to be capable of any wickedness. What a spectacle when the traitorous lips are pressed against the pure cheek of the Immaculate One, the disgusting smack desecrating the holy symbol of love. But after Judas has done his deadly work, then there comes upon him a remorse and terror such as you have never seen depicted unless you have witnessed the Passion Play at the foot of the Bavarian mountains. His start at imaginary sounds, his alarm at a creaking door, his fear at nothing, the grinding teeth and the clenched fist indicative of the mental torture, the dishevelled hair, the beating of his breast with his hands, the foaming mouth, the implication, the shriek, the madness, the flying here and there in the one attempt to get rid of himself, the horror increased at his every appearance, whether in company or alone, regarded in contrast with the dagger scene of Macbeth, makes the latter mere child's play. That day John Zwink, in the character of Judas, preached 50 sermons on the ghastliness of betrayal. The fire-smart of ill-gotten gain, the iron-beaked vulture of an aroused conscience, all the bloodhounds of despair seem tearing him. Then, when he can endure the anguish no longer, he loosens the long girdle from his waist, and addresses that girdle as a snake, crying out, "Ha! Come, thou serpent, and twine my neck and strangle the betrayer," and hastily ties it about his neck and tightens it, then rushes up the branches of a tree for suicide, and the curtain closes before 4,000 breathless auditors. Do I approve of the Passion Play at Ober Ammergau? My only answer is that I was never so impressed in all my life with the greatness of the price that was paid for the redemption of the human race. The suffering depicted was so awful that I cannot now understand how I could have endured looking upon its portrayal. It is amazing that thousands in the audience do not faint into a swoon as complete as that of the soldiers who fell on the stage of the Lord's reanimation from Joseph's mausoleum. Imagine what it would be to see a soldier seemingly thrust a spear into the Saviour's side and see the crimson rush from the laceration. Would I see it acted again? No, I would not risk my nerves again under the strain of such a horror. One dreams of it at nights after. When Christ, carrying his cross, falls under it, and you see him on his hands and knees, his forehead ensanguined with the twisted brambles, and Veronica comes to him offering a handkerchief to wipe away the tears, and sweat and blood, your own forehead becomes beaded with perspiration. As the tragedy moves on, solemnity is added to solemnity. Not so much as a smile in the 8 hours, except the slight snicker of some fool. Such is sure to be found in all audiences where the cock crew twice after Peter had denied him thrice. What may seem strange to some, I was much impressed with Christ's mental agony as with his physical pangs. Oh, what a scene when in Gethsemane he groaned over the sins of the world for which he was making expiation, until the angelic throngs of heaven were so stirred by his impassioned utterance that one of their white-winged number came out to comfort the angel of the new covenant. Some of the tableaux or living pictures between the acts of this drama were graphic and thrilling, such as Adam and Eve expelled from arborescence into homelessness, Joseph, because of his picturesque attire, sold into serfdom, from which he mounts to the Prime Minister's chair, the palace gates shut against Queen Vashti because she declines to be immodest, manna snowing down into the hands of the hungry Israelites, grapes of Eshcol so enormous that one cluster is carried by 2 men on a staff between them, Naboth stoned to death because Ahab wants his vineyard, blind Samson between the pillars of the temple of Dagon, making very destructive sport for his enemies. These tableaux are chiefly intended as a breathing spell between the acts of the drama. The music rendered requires 7 basses and 7 tenors, 10 sopranos and 10 contraltos. Edward Lang has worked 30 years educating the musical talent of the village. The Passion Play itself is beyond criticism, though it would have been mightier if 2 hours less in its performance. The subtraction would be an addition. The drama progresses from the entering into Jerusalem to the condemnation by the Sanhedrin, showing all the world that crime may be committed according to law as certainly as crime against law. Oh, the hard-visaged tribunal, countenances as hard as the spears, as hard as the spikes, as hard as the rocks under which the Master was buried. Who can hear the metallic voice of that Caiaphas without thinking of some church court that condemned a man better than themselves? Caiaphas is as hateful as Judas. Blessed is that denomination of religionists which has not more than one Caiaphas. On goes the scene till we reach the goodbye of Mary and Christ at Bethany. Who will ever forget that woman's cry, or the face from which suffering has dried the last tear? Who would have thought that Anna Flunger, the maiden of 25 years, could have transformed her fair and happy face into such concentration of gloom and grief and woe? Mary must have known that the goodbye at Bethany was final, and that the embrace of the mother and son was their last earthly embrace. It was the saddest parting since the earth was made, never to be equalled while the earth stands. What groups of sympathetic women tried to comfort her as only woman can comfort. On goes the sacred drama till we come to the foot washing. A few days before, while we were in Vienna, we had explained to us the annual ceremony of foot washing by the Emperor of Austria. It always takes place at the close of Lent. 12 very old people are selected from the poorest of the poor. They are brought to the palace at the last foot washing. The youngest of 12 was 86 years of age, and the oldest 92. The imperial family and all those in high places gather for this ceremony. An officer precedes the emperor with a basin of water. For many days the old people have been preparing for the scene. The emperor goes down on one knee before each one of these venerable people, puts water on the arch of the foot, and then wipes it with a towel. When this is done, a rich provision of food and drink is put before each one of the old people, but immediately removed before anything is tasted. Then the food and cups and knives and forks are put in 12 sacks, and each one has his portion allotted him. The old people come to the foot washing in the emperor's carriage and return in the same way, and they never forget the honor and splendor of that occasion. Oh, the contrast between that foot washing amid pomp and brilliant ceremony and the imitated foot washing of our Lord at Ober Ammergau. Before each one of the 12 apostles, Christ comes down so slowly that a sigh of emotion passes through the great throng of spectators. Christ even washes the feet of Judas. Was there in all time or eternity past, or will there be in all time or eternity to come, such a scene of self-abnegation? The Lord of heaven and earth stooping to such a service, which must have astounded the heavens more than its dramatization overpowered us. What a stunning rebuke to the pride and arrogance and personal ambition of all ages. The hand of God on human foot and ablution. No wonder the quick-tempered Peter thought it incongruous and forbade its taking place, crying out, "Thou shalt never wash my feet." But the Lord broke him down until Peter vehemently asked that his head and hands be washed as well as his feet. During 8 hours on that stage it seems as though we were watching a battle between the demons of the pit and the seraphs of light, and the demons triumph. 8 hours telling a sadness, with every moment worse than its predecessor. All the world against him, and hardly any let up so that we feel like leaving our place and rushing for the stage and giving congratulations with both hands to Simon and Cyrene as the lightness of the cross from the shoulder of the sufferer, and to Nicodemus. who voted an emphatic no at the condemnation, and to Joseph of Arimathea, who asks the honour of being undertaker at the obsequies. Scene after scene, act after act, until at the scourging every stroke fetches the blood, and the purple mantle is put upon him in derision, and they slap his face, and they push him off the stool upon which he sits, laughing at his fall, on until from behind the curtain you hear the thumping of the hammers on the spikes, on until, hanging between two bandits, he pledges paradise within 24 hours to the one, and commits his own broken-hearted mother to John, asking him to take care of her in her old age, and his complaint of thirst that brings a sponge moistened with sour wine on the end of a staff, and blasphemy has hurled at him its last curse, and malice has uttered concerning him its last lie, and contempt has spit upon him its last foam, and the resources of perdition are exhausted, and from the shuddering form and white lips comes the exclamation, "It is finished." At that moment there resounded across the river Ammer and through the village of Ober Ammergau a crash that was responded to by the echoes of the Bavarian mountains. The rocks tumbled back off the stage, and the heavens roared, and the graves of the dead were wrecked, and it seemed as if the earth itself had foundered in its voyage through the sky. The great audience almost leaped to its feet at the sound of that tempest and earthquake. Look, the ruffians are tossing dice for the ownership of the master's coat. The darkness thickens, night blackening night. Hark! The wolves are howling for the corpse of the slain Lord. Then, with more pathos and tenderness than can be seen in Rubens' picture, Descent from the Cross, in the cathedral at Antwerp is the dead Christ lowered, and there rises the wailing of crushed motherhood, and the solemn tread of the mutilated body is sepulchred. But soon the door of the mausoleum falls, and forth comes the Christ, and, standing on the shoulder of Mount Olivet, he is ready for ascension. Then the Hallelujah chorus from the 700 voices before and behind the scenes closes the most wonderful tragedy ever enacted. As we rose for departure, we felt like saying with the blind preacher whom William Wirt, the orator of Virginia, heard concluding his sermon to a backwoods congregation, "Socrates died like a philosopher, but Jesus died like a god." I have been asked whether this play would ever be successfully introduced into America or England. I think there is some danger that it may be secularized and turned into a mercenary institution instead of the long ride by carriages over rough mountain roads for days and days, as formerly was necessary in order to reach Ober Ammergau. There are now 2 trains a day which land tourists for the Passion Play, and among them may appear some American theatrical manager who, finding that John Zwink of Ober Ammergau impersonates the spirit of grab and cheat and insincerity better than anyone who treads the American stage, and only received for his wonderful histrionic ability what equals £45 sterling for 10 years, may offer him 5 times as much compensation for one night. If avarice could clutch Judas with such a relentless grasp at the offer of 30 pieces of silver, what might be the proportionate temptation of 1,000 pieces of gold? The impression made upon Dr. Talmage by the Passion Play was stirring and reverent. He described it as one of the most tremendous and fearful experiences of his life. "I have seen it once, but I will not see it again," he said. "I would not dare risk my nerves to such an awful, harrowing ordeal. Accustomed as I am to think almost constantly on all that the Bible means, the Passion Play was an unfolding, a new and thrilling interpretation, a revelation. I never before realized the capabilities of the Bible for dramatic representation." We went from Ober Ammergau to that modern Eden for the overwrought nerves of kings and commoners, Baden-Baden, where we spent 10 days. At the end of this time we returned to Paris to enjoy the exposition at our leisure. Paris is always a place of brightness and pleasure. King Leopold of Belgium was among the distinguished guests of the French capital, whom we saw one day while driving in the Bois. We made visits to Versailles and the Palace of Fontainebleau. The doctor enjoyed these trips into the country, and always managed to make his arrangements so that he could go with us. From Paris we went to London for a farewell visit. Dr. Talmage had promised to preach in John Wesley's chapel in the City Road, known as the Cathedral of Methodism. On Sunday, September 30th, 1900, the crowd was so great that had come to hear Dr. Talmage that a cordon of police was necessary to guard the big iron gates after the church was filled. The text of his sermon that day was significant. It may have been a conception of his own life work, its text. It was taken from a passage in the 11th chapter of Daniel. The people that do know their God shall be strong and do exploits. It is difficult to conceive of the enthusiasm that Dr. Talmage aroused everywhere in the immense crowds that gathered to see and hear him. During our stay in London at this time, after a preaching service in a church in Piccadilly, the wheels of our carriage were seized, and we were like a small island in a black sea of restless men and women. The driver couldn't move. The doctor took it with great delight and stood up in the carriage making an address. From where he was standing he could not see the police charging the crowd to scatter them. When he did, he realized that he was aiding in obstructing the best regulated thoroughfare in London. Stopping his address, he said, "We must recognize the authority of the law," and sat down. It was said that Dr. Talmage was the only man who had ever stopped the traffic in Piccadilly. From London, Dr. Talmage and I went together for a short visit to the Isle of Wight and later to Swansea, where he preached. We left the girls with Lady Lisle at Sir John Lisle's house in London. It had become customary whenever the doctor made an address to ask me to sit on the platform, and in this way I became equal to looking a big audience in the face. But one day the doctor overestimated my talents. He came in with more than his usual whir and said to me, "Eleanor, I have been asked if you won't dedicate a new building at the Wood Green Wesleyan Church in North London, and I said I thought you would, and accepted for you. Won't you please do this for me?" There was no denying him, and I consented, provided he would help me with the address. He did, and on the appointed day, when we drove out to the place, I had the notes of my speech held tightly crumpled in my glove. There was the usual crowd that had turned out to hear Dr. Talmage, who was to preach afterwards, and I was genuinely frightened. I remember as we climbed the steps to the speaker's platform, the doctor whispered to me, "Courage, Eleanor. What other women have done you can do." I almost lost my equilibrium when I was presented with a silver trowel as a souvenir of the event. There was nothing about a silver trowel in my notes. However, the event passed off without any calamity, but it was my first and last appearance in public. As the time approached for us to return to America, the doctor looked forward to the day of sailing. It had all been a wonderful experience, even to him who had for so many years been in the glare of public life. He had reached the highest mark of public favor as a man, and as a preacher, was the most celebrated of his time. I wonder now, as I realize the strain of work he was under, that he gave me so little cause for anxiety considering his years. He was a marvel of health and strength. There may have been days when his genius burned more dimly than others, and often I would ask him if the zest of his work was as great if he was a bit tired, hoping that he would yield a little to the trend of the years, but he was as strong and buoyant in his energies as if each day were a new beginning. His enjoyment of life was inspiring, his hold upon the beauty of it never relaxed. From London we went to Belfast on a very stormy day. Dr. Talmage was advised to wait a while, but he had no fear of anything. That crossing of the Irish Channel was the worst sea trip I ever had. We arrived in Belfast battered and ill from the stormy passage, all but the doctor, who went stoically ahead with his engagements with undiminished vigour. Going up in the elevator of the hotel one day, we met Mrs. Langtry. Dr. Talmage had crossed the ocean with her. "Won't you come and see my play tonight?" she asked him. "I am very sorry, madame, but I am speaking myself tonight," said the doctor courteously. He told me afterwards how fortunate he felt it to be that he was able to make a real excuse. Invitations to the theatre always embarrassed him. From Belfast we went to Cork for a few days, making a trip to Killarney Lakes before sailing from Queenstown on October 18th, 1900, on the Oceanic. "Isn't it good to be going back to America? Back to that beautiful city of Washington," said the doctor the moment we got on board. Whatever he was doing, whichever way he was going, he was always in pursuit of the joy of living. Although the greatest year of my life was drawing to a close, it all seemed then like an achievement rather than a farewell, like the beginning of a perfect happiness, the end of which was in remote perspective. End of section 34.
Section 35 of T. DeWitt Talmage as I Knew Him. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. T. DeWitt Talmage as I Knew Him by Eleanor McCutcheon Collier Talmage. The Last Milestone, Part 1, 1900 to 1902. There was no warning of the divine purpose. There was no pause of weakness or illness in his life to foreshadow his approaching end. Until the last sunset hours of his useful days, he always seemed to me a man of iron. He had stood in the midst of crowds a towering figure. But away from them his life had been a studied annihilation, an existence of hidden sacrifice to his great work. He used to say to me, "Eleanor, I have lived among crowds, and yet I have been much of the time quite alone." But alone or in company, his mind was ever active, his great heart ever intent on his apostolate of sunshine and help towards his fellow men. And the good things he said were not alone the utterances of his public career. They came bubbling forth as from a spring during the course of his daily life, in his home and among his friends, even with little children. Books have been written styled Conversations of Eminent Men, and I have often thought, had his ordinary conversations been reported, or better, could the colossal crowds who admired him have been as we, his privileged listeners, they would have been no less charmed with his brilliant talk than with the public displays of eloquence with which they were so captivated. Immediately after his return from Europe in the autumn of 1900, Dr. Talmage took up his work with renewed vigor and enthusiasm. He stepped back into his study as if a new career of preaching awaited him. Never indeed had a Sunday passed since our union on which he had not given his divine message from the pulpit. Never had he missed a full, arduous, wearisome day's work in his Master's vineyard. But I think Dr. Talmage now wrote and preached more industriously and vigorously than I had ever seen him before. His work had become so important an element in the character of American life, and in the estimate of the American people, I might add in that of many foreign peoples too, that his consciousness of it seemed to double and treble his powers. He was carried along on a great wave of enthusiasm, and in the joy of it all, we, with thousands who bowed before his influence, looked naturally for a great many years of life of such widespread usefulness. Over him had come a new magic of autumnal youth and strength that touched the inspirations of his mind and increased the optimism of his heart. No one could have suspected that the golden bowl was so soon to be broken, that the pitcher, so full of refreshing draughts of wisdom, was about to be crushed at the fountain. But so it was to be. Invigorated by his delightful foreign trip, Dr. Talmage now resumed his labors with happy heart and effervescing zeal. He used to say, "I don't care how old a man gets to be, he never ought to be over 18 years of age." And he seemed now to be a living realization of his words. He had given up his regular pastorate at the First Presbyterian Church in Washington, that he might devote himself to broader responsibilities, which seemed to have fallen upon him because of his world-wide reputation. I cannot forbear quoting here, as it reveals so much the character of the man, a portion of his farewell letter, the mode he took of giving his parting salutation. "The world is full of farewells, and one of the hardest words to utter is good-bye. What glorious Sabbaths we have had together! What holy communion! What thronged assemblages! Forever and forever we will remember them. And now, in parting, I thank you for your kindness to me and mine. I have been permitted, Sabbath by Sabbath, to confront with the tremendous truths of the gospel as genial and lovely and cultivated and noble people as I ever saw. and it is a sadness to part with them. May the richest blessing of God abide with you. May your sons and daughters be the sons and daughters of the Lord Almighty, and may we all meet in the heavenly realms to recount the divine mercies which have accompanied us all the way, and to celebrate world without end the grace that enabled us to conquer. And now I give you a tender, a hearty, a loving Christian goodbye. T. DeWitt Talmage. Apart from his active literary and editorial work, he was now to devote himself to sermons and lectures which should have for audience the whole country. As a consequence, on re-entering his study after his long absence, he found accumulated on his desk an immense number of invitations to preach, applications from all parts of the land. He smiled and expressed more than once his conviction that God's providence had marked out his way for him, and here was direct proof of his divine call and his fatherly love. At a monster meeting in New York this year, Dr. Talmage revived national interest in his presence and his gospel. 10,000 people crowded to the Academy of Music to hear his words of encouragement and hope. It was the 20th anniversary of the Bowery Mission, of which Dr. Talmage was one of the founders. "This century," he said in part, "is to witness a great revival of religion. Cities are to be redeemed. Official authority can do much, but nothing can take the place of the gospel of God. No man goes deliberately into sin. He gets aboard the great accommodation train of temptation, assured that it will stop at the depot of prudence, or anywhere else he desires to let him off. The conductor cries, 'All aboard!' and off he goes. The train goes faster and faster, and presently he wants to get off. 'Stop!' he calls to the conductor, but the official cries back, 'This is the fast express, and does not stop until it reaches the Grand Central Station of Smashupton.' The sinner can be raised up, he insists. The Bible says God will forgive 490 times. At your first cry He will bend down from His throne to the depths of your degradation. Put your face to the sunrise." Faith in God was his armor. His shield was hope. His amulet was charity. He harnessed the events of the world to his chariot of inspiration, and sped on his way as in earlier years. He had become a foremost preacher of the gospel because he preached under the spell of evangelical impulse, under the control of that remarkable faith which comes from the transformation of all converted men and women. The stillness of the vast crowds that stood about the church doors when he addressed them briefly in the open air after services was a tribute to the spell he cast over them by the miracle of that converting grace. He was unconscious of the attention he attracted outside the pulpit, on the street, in the trains. His celebrity was not the consequence of his endeavors to obtain it, nor was it won, as some declared, by studied dramatic effects. It was the result of his moments of inspiration, combined with continual and almost superhuman mental labor that was a fountain of perennial delight to him, but none the less labor. If genius is infinite patience, as a French writer said, Dr. Talmage possessed it in an eminent degree. Every sermon he ever wrote was an output of his full energies, his whole heart and mind. And while dictating his sermons in his study, he preached them before an imaginary audience, so earnest was his desire to reach the hearts of his hearers and produce upon them a lasting influence. His sermons were born not of the crowd, but for the crowd, in deep religious fervor and conviction. His lectures, incisive and far-reaching as they were in their conceptions and in their moral and social effects, were not so impressive as his sermons, with their undertone of divine inspiration. In accord with an invitation sent to us in Paris from the Governor of Pennsylvania, we went to Harrisburg as the guests at the Executive Mansion, where dinner and reception were given Dr. Talmage in honor of his return from abroad. During this dinner, the Reverend Dr. John Wesley Hill, then pastor of the church in Harrisburg in which Dr. Talmage preached, told us of a rare autograph letter of Lincoln, which he owned. It was his wish that Dr. Talmage should have it in his house, where he thought more people would see it. The next day Dr. Hill sent this letter to us: Gentlemen, in response to your address, allow me to attest the accuracy of its historical statements, endorse the sentiments it expresses, and thank you in the nation's name for the sure promise it gives. Nobly sustained as the government has been by all the churches, I would utter nothing which might in the least appear invidious against any. Yet without this, it may fairly be said that the Methodist Episcopal Church, not less devoted than the best, is by its greater numbers the most important of all. It is no fault in others that the Methodist Church sends more soldiers to the field, more nurses to the hospitals, and more prayers to heaven than any. God bless the Methodist Church. Bless all the churches, and blessed be God who in this our great trial giveth us the churches. A. Lincoln, May 18th, 1864. A great welcome was given Dr. Talmage in Brooklyn in November 1900, when he preached in the Central Presbyterian Church there. It was the doctor's second appearance in a Brooklyn church after the burning of the Tabernacle in 1894. He was urged in the newspapers that he might return to his old home. The invitation was tempting, judging by the thousands who crowded that Sunday to hear him. In my scrapbook I read of this occasion: Women fainted, children were half crushed, gowns were torn, and strong men grew red in the face as they buffeted the crowds that had gathered to greet the Rev. T. DeWitt Talmage at the Central Presbyterian Church in Brooklyn. In the autumn of 1900, an anniversary of East Hampton, New York, was held, and the doctor entered energetically and happily into the celebration, preaching in the little village church which had echoed to his voice in the early days of his ministry. It was a far call backward over nearly 5 decades of his teeming life, and he whose magic style, whether of word or pen, had enchanted millions over the broad world, how well he remembered the fears and misgivings that had accompanied those first efforts, with the warning of his late professors ringing in his ears: "You must change your style, otherwise no pulpit will ever be open to you." Now he could look back over more than a quarter of a century during which his sermons had been published weekly. Through syndicates they had been given to the world in 3,600 different papers, and reached, it was estimated, 30 million people in the United States and other countries. They were translated into most European and even into Asiatic languages. His collected discourses were already printed in 20 volumes, while material remained for almost as many more. His style, too, in spite of his original eccentricities, had attracted hundreds of thousands of readers to his books on miscellaneous subjects, all written with a moral purpose. Among a score of them I might mention From Manger to Throne, The Pathway of Life, Crumbs Swept Up, Everyday Religion, The Marriage Ring, Woman, Her Powers and Privileges. Dr. Talmage edited several papers, beginning with The Christian at Work. Afterwards he took charge successively of The Advance, Frank Leslie's Sunday Magazine, and finally The Christian Herald, of which he continued to be chief editor till the end of his life. He spoke and wrote earnestly of the civilizing and educational power of the press, and felt that in availing himself of it, and thereby furnishing lessons of righteousness and good cheer to millions, he was multiplying beyond measure his short span of life and putting years into hours. He said, "My lecture tours seem but handshaking with the vast throngs whom I have been enabled to preach to through the press." His editorials were often wrought out in the highest style of literary art. I am pleased to give the following estimate from an author who knew him well. As an editorial writer, Dr. Talmage was versatile and prolific, and his weekly contributions on an immense variety of topics would fill many volumes. His writing was as entertaining and pungent as his preaching, and full of brilliant eccentricity, Talmagisms as they were called. He coined new words and invented new phrases. If the topic was to his liking, the pen raced to keep time with the thought. Still, with all this haste, nothing could exceed the scrupulous care he took with his finished manuscript. He once wired from Cincinnati to his publisher in New York instructions to change a comma in his current sermon to a semicolon. He had detected the error while reading proof on the train. Dr. Talmage's personal mail was thought to be the largest of any man in the country outside of some public officers. Thousands, men and women, appealed to him for advice in spiritual things, revealing to him intimate family affairs, laying their hearts bare before him as before a trusted physician of the soul. I have seen him moved to the depths of his nature by some of these white missives, bearing news of conversion to faith in Christ wrought by his sermons, of families rent asunder, united through his words of love and broad-mindedness, of mothers whose broken hearts he had healed by leading back the prodigal son, of prisoners whose hope in life and trust in a loving Father had been awakened by a casual reading of some of his comforting paragraphs. The life of Dr. Talmage was by no means the luxurious one of the man of wealth and ease it was sometimes represented to be. He could not endure that men should have this aspect of him. He was a plain man in his tastes and his habits. The impression that he was ambitious for wealth, I know, was a false one. I do not believe he ever knew the value of money. The possession of it gave him little gratification, except for its use in helping to carry on the great work he had in hand. And, indeed, he never knew how little or how much he had. He never would own horses, lest he should give people reason to accuse him of being arrogantly rich. We drove a great deal, but he always insisted on hiring his carriages. If he accepted remuneration for his brain and heart labor, Scripture tells us, the laborer is worthy of his hire. He was foremost in helping in any time of public calamity, not only in our own country, but more than once in foreign lands. And when volumes of his sermons were pirated over the country, and he was urged to take legal steps to stop the injustice, he said, "Let them alone. The sermons will go farther and do more good." Dr. Talmage's opinions were sought eagerly, and upon all subjects of social, political, or international interest. He was a student of men, and kept ever in close touch with the progress of events. A voluminous and rapid reader, he was quick to grasp the aim and significance of what he read and apply it to his purpose. His library in Washington contained a large and valuable collection of classics, ancient and modern, and his East Hampton library was almost a duplicate of this. He never traveled very far without a trunk full of books. I remember in the first year of our marriage, his interest in some books I had brought from my home that were new to him. Many of them he had not had time to read, so in the evenings I used to read them aloud to him. Tolstoy's works were his first choice. Together we read a life of the great Russian, which the doctor enjoyed immensely. The Bible was ever held by Dr. Talmage in extreme reverence, which grew with his continual study and meditation of the sacred pages. He repudiated the higher criticism with a vehemence that caused him to be sharply assailed by modern critics, pronounced infidels or of infidel proclivities, who called him a bibliolater. He asserted and reasserted his belief in its divine inspiration. The Bible is right in its authenticity, right in its style, right in its doctrine, and right in its effects. There is less evidence that Shakespeare wrote Hamlet, that Milton wrote Paradise Lost, or that Tennyson wrote The Charge of the Light Brigade, than that the Bible is God's Word, written under inspiration by evangelists and prophets. It has stood the bombardment of ages, but with the result of more and more proof of its being a book divinely written and protected. Science and revelation are the bass and soprano of the same tune, he said. He defied the attempts of the loud-mouthed orators to destroy belief in the Bible. I compare such men as Ingersoll, in their attacks on the Bible, to a grasshopper upon a railway line with the express coming thundering along. His living portraits of Jesus, the Savior of men, his studies of that divine life, of the words, the actions of the Son of God, especially of his sufferings and death, merging into the glory of his resurrection and ascension, are all well known to those who were of his wide audience. The sweetness, gentleness, and sympathy of the Savior were favorite themes with him. In a sermon on tears he says, Jesus had enough trials to make him sympathetic with all sorrowful souls. The shortest verse in the Bible tells the story. Jesus wept. The scar on the back of either hand, the scar in the arch of either foot, the row of scars along the line of the hair, will keep all heaven thinking. Oh, that great weeper is the one to silence all earthly trouble, to wipe all the stains of earthly grief. Gentle. Why, his step is softer than the step of the dew. It will not be a tyrant bidding you hush your crying. It will be a father who will take you on his left arm, his face beaming into yours, while with soft tips of the fingers of the right hand he shall wipe away all tears from your eyes. And here is a word of appeal to those gone astray. The great heart of Christ aches to have you come in, and Jesus this moment looks into your eyes and says, "Other sheep I have that are not of this fold." End of section 35. Section 36 of T. DeWitt Talmage as I Knew Him. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. T. DeWitt Talmage as I Knew Him by Eleanor McCutcheon Collier Talmage. The Last Milestone, Part 2. Dr. Talmage was at times acutely sensitive to the thrusts of sharp criticism dealt to him through envy or misunderstanding of his motives. A great writer has said somewhere, "Accusations make wounds and leave scars." But even the scars were soon worn off of his outraged feelings by the remembrance of his Divine Master's gentleness and forgiveness. How often I have seen the mandate, "Love your enemies, do good to them that hate you," verified in Dr. Talmage. He could not bear detraction or uncharitableness. His heart was so broad and loving that he seemed to have room in it for the whole world. And his greeting of strangers on an Australian platform, amid the heathers of Scotland, or in the Golden Gate of California, was so free and cordial that each one might have thought himself a dear friend of the doctor, and he would have been right in thinking so. Again, his sense of humor was so great that he could laugh and poke fun at his critics with such ease and good humor that their arrows passed harmlessly over his head. "Men have a right to his opinions," he would genially say. "There are 20 tall pippin trees in the orchard to one crabapple tree. There are 1,000,000 clover blooms to one thistle in the meadow." His willpower was extraordinary. It was endowed with a persistence that overcame every obstacle in his life. There was an air of supreme confidence, of overwhelming vitality about his every act. Nothing seemed to me more wonderful in him than this, and it entered into all his actions, from those that were important and far-reaching in their consequences to the workings of his daily life in the home. Though his way through these last milestones, during which I travelled with him, was chiefly through the triumphal archways he had raised for himself upon the foundations of his work, there were indications that their cornerstone was the will power of his nature. Many incidents of the years before I knew him justify this opinion. One in particular illustrates the extraordinary perseverance of Dr. Talmage's character. When his son DeWitt was a boy, in a sudden mood of adventure one day, he enlisted in the United States Navy. Shortly afterwards he regretted having done so. Someone went to his father and told him that the boy was on board a warship at Hampton Roads, homesick and miserable. Dr. Talmage went directly to Washington, straight into the office of Mr. Thompson, the Secretary of the Navy. "I am Dr. Talmage," he said promptly. "My son has enlisted in the Navy and is on a ship near Norfolk. I want to go to him and bring him home. He is homesick. Will you write me an order for his release?" The secretary replied that it had become an impression among rich men's sons that they could take an oath of service to the U.S. government and break it as soon as their fathers were ready, through the influence of wealth, to secure their release. He was opposed to such an idea, he said, and therefore, though he was very sorry, he could not grant Dr. Talmage's request. The doctor immediately took a chair in the office and said firmly, "I shall not leave this office, Mr. Secretary, until you write out an order releasing my son." The hour for luncheon came. The secretary invited the doctor to lunch with him. "I shall not leave this office, Mr. Secretary, until I get that order," was the doctor's reply. The Secretary of the Navy left the office. After an absence of an hour and a half, he returned and found Dr. Talmage still sitting in the same place. The afternoon passed. Dinner time came round. "Dr. Talmage, will you not honour me by coming up to my house to dine, and staying with us overnight?" asked the secretary. "I shall not leave this office until you write out that order releasing my son, Mr. Secretary," was the calm, persistent reply. The secretary departed. The building was empty save for a watchman, to whom the secretary said in passing, "There is a gentleman in my room. When he wishes to leave, let him out of the building." About 9 o'clock at night the secretary became anxious. Telephones were not common then, so he went down to the office to investigate. And sitting there in the place where he had been all day was Dr. Talmage. The order was written that night. This incident was told me by a friend of the doctor's. There can be no doubt that Dr. Talmage was justified in his demand of paternal love and sympathy, since numbers of such concessions had been made by the secretary and his predecessors. His daring and his pertinacity were overwhelming forces of his genius. In the winter months of this year I enjoyed another lecturing tour with him through Canada and the West. The lecture bureau that arranged his tours must have counted on his Herculean strength, for frequently he had to travel 24 hours at a stretch to keep his engagements. Occasionally he was paid in cash at the end of the lecture, an amount fixed by the lecture bureau. I have seen him with perhaps $2,000 in bills and gold stuffed away carelessly in his pockets, as if money were merely some curious specimen of no special value. Sometimes he would receive his fee in a check, and, as happened once in a small western town, he would have very little money with him. I remember an occasion of this kind, because it was amusing. The check had been given the doctor as usual at the end of his lecture. It was about 11 at night, and we were compelled to take a midnight train out to reach his next place of engagement. At the hotel where we stayed they did not have money enough to cash the check. We walked up the street to the other hotel, but found there an equal lack of the circulating medium. It was a bitter cold night. "Here we are out in the world without a roof over our heads, Eleanor," said the doctor merrily. "What a cold world it is to the unfortunate." Finally Dr. Talmage went to the ticket office of the railroad and explained the situation to the young man in charge. "I can't give you any tickets, but I will buy them for you, and you can send me the money," the clerk said promptly. As we had an all-day ride before us, and a drawing-room to secure, the amount was not inconsiderable. I think it was on this trip that William Jennings Bryan got on the train and enlivened the journey for us. The stories he and the doctor hammered out of the long hours of travel were entertaining. We exchanged invitations to the dining car so as not to stop the flow of conversation between Mr. Bryan and the doctor. We would invite him to lunch, and Mr. Bryan would ask us to dinner, or vice versa, so that the social amenities were delightfully extended to keep us in mutual enjoyment of the trip. Dr. Talmage and myself agreed that Mr. Bryan's success on the platform was much enhanced by his wonderful voice. The doctor said he had never heard so exquisite a speaking voice in a man as Mr. Bryan's. He always spoke in eloquent support of the masses, denouncing the trusts with vehemence. Travelling was always a kind of luxury to me, when we were not obliged to stop over at some wretched hotel. The Pullman cars were palatial in comfort compared to the hotels we had to enter, but Dr. Talmage was always satisfied. No hotel, however poor, could alter the cheerfulness of his temperament. In January 1901 Queen Victoria died, and Dr. Talmage's eulogy went far and wide. I quote again from my scrapbook a part of his comment on this world event. While Queen Victoria has been the friend of all art, all literature, all science, all invention, all reform, her reign will be most remembered for all time, all eternity, as the reign of Christianity. Beginning with that scene at 5 o'clock in the morning in Kensington Palace, where she asked the Archbishop of Canterbury to pray for her, and they knelt down imploring divine guidance until her last hour, not only in the sublime liturgy of her established church, but on all occasions she has directly or indirectly declared, "I believe in God the Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, his only begotten Son." The Queen's book, so much criticized at the time of its appearance, some saying that it was skilfully done, and some saying that the private affairs of a household ought not to have been exposed, was nevertheless a book of rare usefulness, from the fact that it showed that God was acknowledged in all her life, and that Rock of Ages was not an unusual song at Windsor Castle. I believe that no throne since the throne of David, and the throne of Hezekiah, and the throne of Esther has been in such constant touch with the throne of heaven as the throne of Victoria. 63 years of womanhood enthroned. In March of 1901, Dr. Talmage inaugurated a series of 20th Century Revival meetings in the Academy of Music in New York. It was a great gospel campaign in which thousands were powerfully impressed for life. The Doctor seemed to have made a new start in a defined evangelical plan of saving the world. Indeed, to save was his great watchword, to save sinners, but most of all to save men from becoming sinners. One of his famous themes, and thousands remember his burning words, was the three greatest things to do: save a man, save a woman, save a child. There was a certain anxiety in my mind about Dr. Talmage in this 68th year of his life, and I used to tell him that he had reached the top of all religious obligations as he himself felt them, that there was nothing greater for him to do, and that he might now move with softer measure to the inspired impulses of his life. But he never delayed, he never tarried, he never waited. He marched eagerly ahead, as if the milestones of his life stretched many years beyond. Our social life in Washington was subservient to Dr. Talmage's reign of preaching. We never accepted invitations without the privilege of qualifying our acceptance, making them subject to the doctor's religious duties. The privilege was gracefully acknowledged by all our friends. We were away from Washington, too, a great deal. In the spring of this year, 1901, the doctor made a lecturing tour through the South, that was full of oratorical triumphs for him, but no less marked by delightful social incidents. There was a series of dinners and receptions in his honor that I shall never forget in those beautiful homes of Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee. Because of his gospel pilgrimage of many years in these places, Dr. Talmage had grown to be a household god among them. When winter had shed its garland of snow over nature, or when we were knee-deep in summer's verdure and flowers, East Hampton was the doctor's headquarters. From there we made our summer trips. It was after a short season at East Hampton in the summer of 1901 that the doctor went to Ocean Grove, where he delivered a 4th of July oration, the enormous auditorium being crowded to its utmost capacity. A few days later we went to Buffalo, where in a large tent standing in the exposition ground, Dr. Talmage lectured, his powerful voice triumphing over the fireworks that from a place nearby went booming up through the heavens. After a series of Chautauqua lectures through Michigan and Wisconsin, the doctor finished his course at Lakeport, Maryland, near picturesque Deer Park. These were merely casual recollections, too brief to serve otherwise than as evidence of Dr. Talmage's tremendous industry and energy. In September 1901 came the assassination of President McKinley. Dr. Talmage had an engagement to preach at Ocean Grove the day following the disaster. On our arrival at the West End Hotel, Long Branch, the doctor went in to register while we remained in the carriage at the door. Suddenly he came out, and I could see that he was very much agitated. He had just received the news of the tragedy. "I cannot preach tomorrow," he said. "This is too horrible. McKinley has been shot. What shall I do?" And he stood there, utterly stunned, unable to think. "Well, we will stop at the hotel tonight at any rate," I said. "Let us go in." Later the doctor tried to explain to those in charge at Ocean Grove that he could not preach, but they prevailed upon him to deliver the sermon he had with him, which he did, prefacing it with appropriate remarks about the national disaster of the hour. The following telegram was immediately sent to the chief of the nation, cut off so ruthlessly in his career of honor and usefulness: Long Branch, September 6th. President McKinley, Buffalo, New York. The nation is in prayer for your recovery. You will be nearer and dearer to the people than ever before after you have passed this crisis. Mrs. Talmage joins me in sympathy. T. DeWitt Talmage. After the death of the President, the doctor preached his sermon, Our Dead President, for the first time in the little church at East Hampton, where it had been written in his study. In October the doctor was called upon to preach at the obsequies of the Reverend Dr. Sunderland, for many years pastor of the First Presbyterian Church in Washington. What a long season of obsequies Dr. Talmage solemnized! And yet with what supreme optimism he defied the unseen arrow in his own life that came to pierce him with such suddenness in April 1902. The doctor had been a good traveler, and he was fond of traveling, but toward the end of his life there were moments when he felt its fatiguing influences. He never complained or appeared apprehensive, but I remember the first time he showed any weariness of spirit. I almost recall his words: "I have written so much about everything, and now it becomes difficult for me to write. I am tired." It frightened me to hear him say this. He was so wonderful in endurance and strength, and I could not shake off the effect that this first sign of his declining years made upon me. He was then 69 years old, and the last of the 12 children save his sister. The last sermon he ever wrote was preached in February 1902. The text of this was from Psalms 33:2. "Sing unto him with a psaltery, and an instrument of 10 strings." This was David's harp of gratitude and praise. After some introductory paragraphs on the harp, its age, the varieties of this most consecrated of all instruments, its tenderness, its place in the richest symbolism of the Holy Scriptures, he writes: "David's harp had 10 strings, and when the great soul was afire with the theme, his sympathetic voice, accompanied by exquisite vibrations of the chords, must have been overpowering. The simple fact is that the most of us, if we praise the Lord at all, play upon 1 string or 2 strings or 3 strings, when we ought to take a harp fully chorded and with glad fingers sweep all the strings. Instead of being grateful for here and there a blessing we happen to think of, we ought to rehearse all our blessings, and obey the injunction of my text to sing unto him with an instrument of 10 strings. Have you ever thanked God for delightsome food?" he asks, "and for sight, for the eye, the window of our immortal nature, the gate through which all colors march, the picture gallery of the soul?" He enumerates other blessings: hearing, sleep, the gift of reason, the beauties of nature, friends. "I now come," he continues, "to the 10th and last. I mention it last that it may be more memorable: heavenly anticipation. By the grace of God we are going to move into a place so much better than this, that on arriving we will wonder that we were for so many years so loath to make the transfer. After we have seen Christ face to face, and rejoiced over our departed kindred, there are some mighty spirits we will want to meet soon after we pass through the gates." As his graphic pen depicts the scene, the meeting with David and the great ones of Scripture, the heroes and heroines who gave their lives for the truth, the gospel proclaimers, the great Christian poets, all the departed Christian men and women of whatever age or nation, he seems to have already a foretaste of the wonderful vision so soon to open to his eyes. Now, he concludes, take down your harp of 10 strings and sweep all the chords. Let us make less complaint and offer more thanks. Render less dirge and more cantata. Take paper and pen and write in long columns your blessings. Set your misfortunes to music, as David opened his dark sayings on the harp. Blessing and honor and glory and power be unto him that sitteth upon the throne, and unto the Lamb forever. Amen. I recall that when Dr. Talmage first read this sermon to me in his study, he said, "That is the best I can do. I shall never write a better sermon." I have been told that when a man says he has reached the topmost efforts of his abilities, it presages his end, and the march of events seemed to verify the axiom. End of section 36. Section 37 of T. DeWitt Talmage as I Knew Him. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. T. DeWitt Talmage as I Knew Him by Eleanor McCutcheon Collier Talmage. The Last Milestone, Part 3. Dr. Talmage's last journey came about through the invitation of the Mexican minister in Washington. The latter met Dr. Talmage at dinner, and on hearing that he had never preached in Mexico, he urged him to go there. When the doctor's plans had all been made, some friends tried to dissuade him from going, secretly fearing perhaps the tax it would be on his strength. Yet there was no evidence at this time to support their fears, and the doctor himself would have been the last to listen to any warning. He was very busy during the few days that preceded our departure from Washington in attending the meetings of the Committee of Distinguished Clergymen who were in session to revise the creed of the Presbyterian Church. The day before we left for Mexico, the doctor told me he desired to entertain these gentlemen, as had been his custom during all important gatherings of representative churchmen who visited Washington. He was in great spirits. His ideas of a social affair were definite and generous, as we discovered that day, much to our amusement. "Eleanor," he said, "I feel as though I would like to have these gentlemen to luncheon at my house tomorrow. Can you arrange it? I could not possibly leave Washington without showing them some special courtesy. Now I want a real meal, something to sit down to. None of your floating oysters or little daubs of meat and pastry, but real food, whole turkeys, 4 or 5 of them, a substantial meal." The doctor's respect for chicken patties, creamed oysters, and the usual buffet reception luncheon was clearly not very great. The luncheon was given at 1:30 on the day appointed. The distinguished guests all came, 2 by 2, into our house. A few weeks later they came again in a body, 2 by 2, into the house of mourning. Besides the visiting clergy, Dr. Talmage had also invited for this luncheon other representative men of Washington. It was the last social gathering which the doctor ever attended in his own home, and perhaps for that reason becomes a significant event in my memory. After the rest had departed, Dr. Henry Van Dyke remained for an hour or two to talk with my husband in his study. Dr. Talmage so often referred to the great pleasure this long interview had given him, that I am sure it was one of the supreme enjoyments of his last spiritual milestone. The night before we left Washington, an incident occurred that directly concerns these pages. We had gone down into the basement of the house to look for some papers the doctor kept there in the safe, and in taking them out he picked up the manuscript of his Autobiography. As we went upstairs I said to the doctor, "What a pity that you have not completed it entirely." The doctor replied, All the obscure part of my life is written here, and a great part of the rest of it. When I return from Mexico I will finish it. If anything should happen, however, it can be completed from scrapbooks and other data." We went into his study, and the Doctor had just begun to read it to me when we were interrupted by a call from Senator Hanna. Dr. Talmage particularly admired Senator Hanna, and as they were great friends the Autobiography was forgotten for the rest of the evening. Knowing that the Doctor was about to leave Washington, the Senator had come to wish him good-bye, and to urge him to visit his brother at Thomasville, Georgia, where we were to stop on our way to Mexico. I remember Senator Hanna said to the Doctor, "You will find the place very pretty. We own a good deal of property there, so much so that it could easily be called Hannaville." The next morning we started for the city of Mexico, going direct to Charleston, where the Doctor preached. He was entertained a good deal there, and we witnessed the opening of the Charleston Exposition. From Charleston we went to Thomasville, Georgia, where we spent a week, during which time the Doctor preached and lectured twice at nearby places. It was here that we met the first accident of our journey. Just as we were steaming into Thomasville, we ran into a train ahead, and there was some loss of life and great damage. Fortunately, we were in the last Pullman car of the train. I have always believed that the shock of this accident was the beginning and the end for Dr. Talmage. He showed no fear. He gave every assistance possible to others. But in the tension of the moment, in his own self-restraint for the sake of others, I think that he overtaxed his strength more than he realized. I never wanted to see a train again, and begged the Doctor to let us remain in Thomasville the rest of our lives. The next morning, however, Dr. Talmage started out on a preaching engagement in the neighborhood by train. But we remained behind. Our stay in Thomasville was made very enjoyable by the relatives of Senator Hanna, whose beautiful estates were a series of landscape pictures I shall always remember. Although the Doctor was obliged to be away on lecturing engagements 3 times during the week, he enjoyed the drives about Thomasville with us while he was there. Our destination after leaving Thomasville was New Orleans, where Dr. Talmage was received as if he had been a national character. He was welcomed by a distinguished deputation with the utmost cordiality. The Christian Herald said of this occasion, "When he went on the following Sunday to the First Presbyterian Church, he found a great multitude assembled, the large building densely packed within, and a much vaster gathering out of doors, unable to obtain admittance. Thousands went away disappointed. He spoke with even more than usual force and conviction. Never were we more royally entertained or fêted than we were there." From New Orleans we went to San Antonio, where we stopped off for 2 or 3 days sight-seeing. The Doctor was urged to preach and lecture while he was there, but he excused himself on the ground of a previous engagement, promising, however, to lecture in San Antonio on his return trip to Washington. On our way from San Antonio to the city of Mexico, our train ran into one of the sandstorms for which the Mexican country is famous at certain times of the year, and we were at a standstill on a side-track at a small station for 24 hours. The food was execrable, the wind and sand were choking, and the whole experience trying in the extreme. We were warned against thieves of the neighborhood, and during the night we were locked in the cars to ensure the safety of our belongings. In spite of these precautions, a shawl which the Doctor valued, because it had been presented to him by the citizens of Melbourne, Australia, was stolen during the night through an open window. They were not bashful, those thieves of the sandstorm. From a private car attached to the rear of our train, they stole a refrigerator bodily off the platform. The Doctor had long been suffering from his throat, and all these annoyances had the effect of increasing the painful symptoms to such a degree that when we finally got into the city of Mexico on Saturday, March 1st, it was necessary to call a physician. Dr. Talmage had brought with him a number of letters of introduction from Washington to people in the City of Mexico, but the Mexican minister had written ahead of us, and on the day we arrived people left their cards and extended invitations and promised to keep us socially busy every day of our week's visit. The doctor was ailing a little, I thought, but not seriously. He had a slight cold. Although he had planned to preach only in the Presbyterian Church a week from our arrival, the people of the other Protestant denominations urged him with such importunity that he agreed to preach for them on the first Sunday, the day after our arrival. This was an unexpected strain on Dr. Talmage after a very trying journey, but he never could refuse to preach, no matter how great his fatigue. On the following Tuesday a luncheon was given Dr. Talmage by General Porfirio Diaz, the President of the Mexican Republic, at his palace in Chapultepec. The doctor enjoyed a long audience with the aged statesman, during which the mutual interests and prospect of the two countries were freely discussed. President Diaz manifesting himself, as always, a friend and admirer of our government and people. During the afternoon a cold wind had come up, and the drive home increased the doctor's indisposition, so that he was obliged to confine himself to his room. Still, he was up and about, and we felt no alarm whatever. On Tuesday night he complained of a pain at the base of his brain, and at about 4 a.m. I was awakened by him. "Eleanor," he said, "I seem to be very ill. I believe I am dying." The shock was very great. It was such a rare thing for him to be ill. We sent for the best American physician in the City of Mexico, Dr. Shields, who diagnosed the doctor's case as grippe. He at once allayed my fears, assuring me that it would not be serious. Dr. Talmage had promised to lecture on Friday, March 7th, and we had some trouble to prevent him from keeping this engagement. Dr. Shields insisted that Dr. Talmage should not leave his room, declaring that the exertion would be too much for him. Not until Dr. Shields had assured Dr. Talmage that the people could be notified by special handbills and the newspapers would he consent to break the engagement. On Friday night Dr. Talmage grew worse, and finally he asked to be taken home. Personally, I'm making arrangements with Dr. Shields to travel with us as far as the Mexican border, as my knowledge of Spanish was very limited. Eventually it became necessary for Dr. Shields to go all the way with us. In the great sorrow that the people of Mexico felt over the sudden illness of Dr. Talmage, their regret at his cancelled engagements was swallowed up, and there was one great wave of sympathy which touched us not a little. The journey to Washington was a painful one. Dr. Talmage kept growing worse. All day long he lay on the couch before me in our drawing room on the train, saying nothing, under the constant care of the physician. Telegrams and letters followed the patient all the way from Mexico to the capital city. At every station, silent, awe-stricken crowds were gathered to question of the state of the beloved sufferer. In New Orleans we had to stay over a day, so as to secure accommodation on the train to Washington. While there, many messages of condolence were left at the hotel, a party of ladies calling especially to thank me for the great care I was taking of their Dr. Talmage. On our route to the national city, I remember the doctor drew me down beside him to speak to me. He was then extremely weak, and his voice was very low. "Eleanor, I believe this is death," he said. The long journey, in which years seemed to compress into days, at last came to a close. The train pulled up in Washington, and our own physician, Dr. Magruder, met us at the station. Dr. Talmage was borne into his home in a chair, and upstairs into his bedroom, where already the angel of death had entered to welcome and guard him, though, alas, we knew it not, and still hoped against hope. Occasional rallies took place, but evidences of cerebral inflammation appeared, and the patient sank into a state of unconsciousness, which was only a prelude to death. Bulletins were given to the public daily by the attending physicians. And if aught could have assuaged the anguish of such moments, it would have been the universal interest and sympathy shown from all parts of the world. Readers will pardon me if I reproduce from the Christian Herald a record of the last scene. It is hard to take down the folded shadows of our bereavement, and hold it even to the gaze of friends. After a painful illness lasting several weeks, America's best-loved preacher, the Reverend Thomas DeWitt Talmage, passed from earth to the life above on April 12, 1902. Ever since his return from Mexico, where he was prostrated by a sudden attack which rapidly assumed the form of cerebral congestion, he had lain in the sick chamber of his Washington home, surrounded by his family and cared for by the most skillful physicians. Each day brought its alternate hopes and fears. Much of the time was passed in unconsciousness, but there were intervals when, even amid his sufferings, he could speak to and recognize those around him. No murmur or complaint came from his lips. He bore his suffering bravely, sustained by a higher power. The message had come which sooner or later comes to all, and the aged servant of God was ready to go. He had been ready all his life. Occasional rallies took place, raising hopes which were quickly abandoned. From April 5th to April 12th, these rallies occurred at frequent intervals, always followed by a condition of increased depression, more or less augmented fever, and partial unconsciousness. On Saturday, April 12th, a great change became apparent. For many hours the patient had been conscious. As the day wore on, it became evident that he could not live through another night. All of Dr. Talmage's family, his wife, his son, the Reverend Frank DeWitt Talmage of Chicago, Mrs. Warren G. Smith, and Mrs. Daniel Mangum of Brooklyn, Mrs. Allen E. Donnan of Richmond, and Mrs. Clarence Wyckoff and Miss Talmage were gathered in the chamber of death. Dr. G. L. Magruder, the principal physician, was also in attendance at the last. At 9:25 o'clock p.m. the soul took flight from the inanimate clay, and the spirit of the world's greatest preacher was released. The Reverend T. Chalmers Easton, an old and valued friend of Dr. Talmage, was in frequent attendance upon him, and never ceased his ministrations until the eyes of the beloved one were closed in death. A brief excerpt from his address at the memorial service of the Reverend T. DeWitt Talmage, held at the Eastern Presbyterian Church, Washington, may not be unacceptable to the reader. A truly great man or eloquent orator does not die. And is he dead whose glorious mind lifts thine on high? To live in hearts we leave behind is not to die. What shall we say of the Prince in Israel who has left us? Can we compress the ocean into a dewdrop? No more is it possible to condense into one brief hour what is due to the memory of our beloved and illustrious friend. His moral courage was only equaled by his giant frame and physical strength. He was made of the very stuff that martyrs are made of, one of the most remarkable individuals of our time, a man of no negative qualities, aggressive and positive. His whole soul was full of convictions of right and duty, a firm friend, a man of ready recognition, a human magnet in his focalizing power. And he was true in every deed, and never needed a veil to be drawn. If, as his personal friend for more than 20 years, I should attempt to open up the treasures of his real greatness, where shall we find more of those sterling virtues that poets have sung, artists portrayed, and historians commended? He was truly a great man, a man of God. The last years of his life were full of happiness in the living companionship of her who so sadly mourns his departure. He frequently spoke to me of the great inspiration brought into these years by her ceaseless devotion to all his plans and work, making what was burdensome in his accumulating literary duties a pleasure. The last fond look of recognition was given to his beloved wife, and the last word that fell from his lips, when far down in the valley, was the sweetest music to his ears. Eleanor. It was once said by an eminent writer that when Abraham Lincoln, the forest-born liberator, entered heaven, he threw down at God's throne 3,000,000 yokes as the trophies of his great act of emancipation. As great as that was, I think it was small indeed compared with the tens of thousands of souls Talmage redeemed from the yokes of sin and shame by the glorious gospel preached with such fervor and power of the Holy Ghost. What a mighty army stood ready to greet him at the gates of the heavenly city as the warrior passed in to be crowned by his sovereign and king. The funeral services were held at the Church of the Covenant, Washington, on April 15th. The ceremony began at 5 p.m. with the Dead March from Saul, and lasted considerably over an hour. The coffin rested immediately in front of the pulpit, and over it was a massive bed of violets. On a silver plate was the inscription, Thomas de Witt Talmage, January 7th, 1832, April 12th, 1902. The floral offerings were numerous, including a wreath of white roses and lilies of the valley sent by President and Mrs. Roosevelt. The officiating clergymen were the Reverend Dr. T.S. Hamlin, pastor of the church, the Reverend Dr. T. Chalmers Easton of Washington, and the Reverend Drs. S.J. Nichols and James Demarest of Brooklyn. A male quartet sang "Lead, Kindly Light," a favorite hymn of Dr. Talmage, "Beyond the Smiling and the Weeping, and It is Well with My Soul." The addresses of the Reverend Doctors were eulogistic of the dead preacher, of whom they had been intimate friends for more than a quarter of a century. The body lay in state 4 hours, during which thousands passed in review around it. At midnight the remains of Dr. Talmage were conveyed by private train to Brooklyn, where the burial took place in Greenwood Cemetery. The funeral cortege arrived about 10 o'clock in the morning. Hundreds were already in the cemetery, waiting to behold the last rites paid to one they revered and loved. The Episcopal burial service was read by the Reverend Dr. Howard Syndham, an old friend and classmate of Dr. Talmage, who made a brief address and concluded the simple ceremonies by the recital of the Lord's Prayer. Tributes were paid to the illustrious dead all over the civilized world, and in many languages, while thousands of letters of condolence and telegrams assured the family in those days of affliction that human hearts were throbbing with ours, and fain would comfort us. One wrote feelingly, "When Dr. Talmage described the heavenly Jerusalem, he seemed to feel all the ecstatic fervor of Bernard of Cluny, writing, 'For thee, O dear country, mine eyes their vigils keep, for very love beholding thy holy name they weep.' And it seems to me that I cannot better close this altogether unworthy sketch of Dr. Talmage than by offering the reader as a parting remembrance, in its simple beauty, his celestial dream. One night, lying on my lounge when very tired, my children all around me in full romp and hilarity of laughter, half awake and half asleep, I dreamed this dream. I was in a far country. It was not Persia, although more than Oriental luxuries crowned the cities. It was not the tropics, although more than tropical fruitfulness filled the gardens. It was not Italy, although more than Italian softness filled the air. And I wandered around looking for thorns and nettles, but I found that none of them grew there. And I saw the sun rise and watched to see it set, and it set not. And I saw people in holiday attire, and I said, 'When will they put off all this, and put on workman's garb, and again delve in the mine or swelter at the forge?' But they never put off the holiday attire. And I wandered in the suburbs of the city to find the place where the dead sleep. And I looked all along the line of the beautiful hills, the place where the dead might most blissfully sleep. And I saw towers and castles, but not a mausoleum or a monument or a white slab was to be seen. And I went into the chapel of the great town, and I said, Where do the poor worship? And where are the benches on which they sit? And the answer was made to me, We have no poor in this country. And then I wandered out to find the hovels of the destitute, and I found mansions of amber and ivory and gold, and not a tear could I see, not a sigh could I hear. And I was bewildered, and I sat down under the branches of a great tree, and I said, Where am I, and whence comes all this scene? And then out from among the leaves, and up the flowery paths, and across the bright streams, there came a beautiful group thronging all about me. And as I saw them come, I thought I knew their step, and as they shouted, I thought I knew their voices. But they were so gloriously arrayed in apparel such as I had never before witnessed, that I bowed as stranger to stranger. But when again they clapped their hands and shouted, Welcome, welcome, the mystery all vanished, and I found that time had gone, and eternity had come, and we were all together again in our new home in heaven. And I looked around, and I said, Are we all here? And the voices of many generations responded, All here. And while tears of gladness were raining down our cheeks, and the branches of the Lebanon cedars were clapping their hands, and the towers of the great city were chiming their welcome, we all together began to leap and shout and sing, Home, 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 home. End of section 37. End of T. DeWitt Talmage as I Knew Him, by Thomas DeWitt Talmage and Eleanor McCutcheon Collier Talmage.